Good morning and welcome. We are at the BRC, the Burger Recreation Club Grounds, Colombo. We are here for the action from Pool A, the match between Zimbabwe and the USA. USA having a great chance of going up to the semis. The Burger Recreation Club, one of another beautiful grounds. With me in the comm box is Shaheen Jurangpati. Good morning, Shaheen.
A very good morning, guys. It's a scorching hot day here in Colombo. But then again, it's a wonderful day for cricket.
It's the IMC Over-50s World Cup. Like you said, Shaheen, scorching hot day here in Colombo. We are into the dry season. Here are today's fixtures. In Pool A, Sri Lanka will face New Zealand at the NCC. Zimbabwe versus USA right now happening here, BRC Grounds. Namibia to face England at the MCA. And in Pool B, West Indies versus Australia happening at the Bloomfield Grounds. Pakistan to face India, arch rivals, at the PUSA Grounds, Bandaragama. And South Africa clashing against Canada at the CCC. All of the live action coming to you from ThePapare.
And this is how the table stands at the moment, with England leading the points table with 5 matches, 5 wins and 10 points. And Sri Lanka standing strong in second place, having played 5 matches, won 4 and lost 1 with 8 points. And USA taking on Zimbabwe today in their 6th game, having won 3 games and lost 2 with 6 points to their name. And then in 4th we have New Zealand with the same points just as USA, and the United Arab Emirates also having played 6 games, won 2, lost 4 with 4 points. And I'm pretty sure Zimbabwe will want to make them standing better after today's game, with 5 games, 1 win, 4 losses and 2 points. And at the bottom of the table, Namibia, 5 matches and 5 losses.
Must win to the USA. Points table at Pool B, Australia heading the table, winning all their matches, 5 out of 5, making 10 points. Pakistan at the second, 4 out of 5. India at third, winning 3 out of their 5 games. And Wales, West Indies, South Africa and Canada following. The Australians in this tournament, in whatever tournament they take part in, a champion team. Yesterday they won against Canada quite comprehensively. Okay, the pitch report will be important. Kevin Dhananjan is at the pitch to present the pitch report.
It is a beautiful morning here at the BRC Grounds, where USA will take on Zimbabwe in yet another IMC Over-50 World Cup. And with the toss just being moments away, we'll now have a look at the conditions for the day. Starting off with the overhead conditions, it's pretty hot and it's going to remain the same throughout the day. And if you have a look at the grounds here, the boundaries are pretty much on the shorter side. So yes, if you're a hard hitter, you can get those boundaries and sixes easily. But now, let's have a closer look at the playing surface. Well, to tell you, this is a very, very slow deck. This deck has been used 2 days back in the USA versus UAE game, and that was a low-scoring affair as well. And if you are a fast bowler, it's going to be hard work for you because only the first 10 to 15 overs you will get some seam movement. That also only the seam movement you'll be able to get, not any swing. And from there on, it will be hard work for you to bowl at this deck. But if you are a spinner, you can have a good time here. And I believe if you are the captain winning the toss at this deck, you should bat first because it's going to get a lot slower later on in the day. And as said before, spinners will have a good time and the surface will slow down eventually while the game progresses. So that's the news from the center. We'll have an update for you from the toss, who wins the toss and what they decide to do.
Looks very dry. So the team who win the toss will have a bat first probably. These are the teams. Zimbabwe, Jim White, Rich Jarvis, Jason Oates, Stuart Kashula, Nalaka Fernando, a familiar name, Mark Wathurst, Emlyn Kuhn, Brian Goodwin, Gavin Lindsay, Tim Trombus and Craig Patsons.
And for USA, Fazal Alam, and then we have Himanshu Paladia, Monapa Matatanda, Naveen Piris, once again a familiar name for us Sri Lankans. And then we have on the lineup Nira Vala, Paresh Deshmukh, Raj Badadare, and again Sajid Fernando, Sanjeeva Veerasinghe, Sujesh Pulikal, and Susanta Dimel.
Quite a few familiar names. The spectators are out here as well. Moving on to the toss. Iran Chamil is with the two captains and the officials to hold the toss.
It's a bright sunny day here in Colombo, Sri Lanka, as we come to you live from the BRC Cricket Grounds. It's day number 7 at the IMC Over-50s World Cup, and we are in for the game between Zimbabwe and USA. Right then, it's time for the toss, and I have the two captains with me. Brian Goodwin from Zimbabwe and Sanjeeva Veerasinghe from USA. And also, I do have the two standing umpires for the day, John Holland and Shriyan Hevavasam. All right, gentlemen, Brian, you have the coin with you. Can you give it a flip, please? Brian, you won the toss and you have decided to bat first. So, what do you think would be a competitive total in this track? Looks a good batting track, though.
Look, I think against a team like this, you know, they're a top 4 team in the world. I think from memory they came 3rd in the last World Cup, so they're always a tough opponent. You know, they play a lot of cricket. They even took their whole nationals over to Dubai. You know, so they're all very competitive. They're all very keen and they play a lot of cricket. Our guys obviously spread around the world. I think, you know, minimum 220, 250 is going to have to be up there today. We'll do our best. We'll bat out our 45 overs and then we'll back ourselves to try and restrict it in the field.
Brilliant. All the best and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Sanjeeva, you're going to have a bowl fest. You're coming back after 2 massive wins in your previous encounters. How are the boys feeling coming with the same momentum?
Yeah, boys feeling good and everybody is in good shape. So, yeah, we are up for a good game today.
Any score you would like to chase down?
Yeah, as Brian said, we are trying to restrict them to around 200. 220 would be a good score to chase. On this ground, you know, ground is fast, beautiful wicket. If I had won the toss, I would have bowled first anyways because there's little moisture on the pitch. So first hour, the seamers will do a little bit. So our bowlers have been doing well. So looking out for a good game.
Perfect. Good luck. All the best.
Yeah, thank you.
All right then. The news from the center. Zimbabwe have won the toss and they'll be batting first.
Thank you, Iran. Zimbabwe winning the toss and batting first. quite a huge task ahead of them against the strong USA batting lineup. They will be chasing.
Well, Asanka, clearly both teams got what they wanted in terms of the toss. Zimbabwe clearly wanted to bat first, and even if the United States did win their toss, they would have opted to bowl first. So I think it's a win-win thing for both teams at the outset of the game.
220 would be the target that USA will be trying to restrict Zimbabwe to. Two of the match officials today, Sriyan Hevawasam and John Holland. These are the teams complementing each other. The officials are out. We are in for a thrilling game. Back again at the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025.
Well, Asanka, let's talk about the pitch once again. I called to Kevin. He said it is a decent pitch, a good pitch for the first 15 overs for the seamers, but it's going to get slow as the day progresses. Do you think 220 to 250 is a decent score up front?
200 will be par. 200 on this wicket will be something around 300 on a good wicket. The wicket is on the slower side, very dry, dusty, and the Zimbabwean bowling attack will be eyeing on taking advantage of the patches, the dustiness.
Well, it does look like a very, very dry surface here in BRC. And at the toss, the Zimbabwe's keeper, he was quite wary and aware of USA's bowling attack and batting attack, which is why he suggested that 220, 250 is a decent and par score.
The two Zimbabwean openers are out here at the BRC. Captain Sanjeev Veerasinghe to keep wickets for USA. As you could see, a familiar name, Sajid Fernando, a Sri Lankan domestic legend, first-class legend, taking part in this match as well. Jarvis at the crease to open up the batting. "45 overs. They will have to battle it out against a good bowling attack of the USA. USA have won 3 of the 5 matches that they took part in. They won against the New Zealand by 5 wickets, against UAE by 9 wickets quite comprehensively, and against Namibia yesterday the match didn't go for long. So when they sniff a chance, they go at it. That's what the USA team has been doing in this tournament so far.
Well, a pretty heavy offside field for the United States here, Asanka.
First ball of the day. Left alone by Jarvis.
Starts with wide.
Wayward. Jarvis and White opening for the Zimbabwe team. Jarvis on your screen. Defended, and rightly so. Finally finding his target. The opening bowler of USA. No run there. It's Richard Jarvis again. A full toss. Pushed down to the covers. Not good fielding by the USA. The first boundary of the day off the bat of Jarvis.
Pretty sure not the start USA might have wanted. The batsman reaching out that.
Again tries to drive. Single down to third man. Six runs off the first 5 balls. A good start for the Zimbabweans. Jimmy White taking guard.
Thank you. Thank you.
Pretty interesting looking projected scores there at the bottom of your screens there, Asanka.
A little bit of bounce. End of the first over. Zimbabwe in a good position. 6 runs for no loss.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
We're back live from the BRC Colombo. Zimbabwe winning the toss and batting first on this wicket.
That's the center. Yes.
Here's the veteran Sajid Fernando to bowl the second over.
Bowler coming, right arm over.
One of the greatest cricketers Sri Lanka had. Now playing for the USA. It should be Sajid Fernando.
Once again, a very attacking offside field. Asanka, we got 2 slips. We got a long on, we got a long off. We got a deep extra cover as well. Yes, Fernando. Starts off on the leg side with a wide there.
Not a good start. Oh, bounce. Okay.
Okay, right there. Walk up.
Very experienced bowler.
Let's go, Saj. Stop.
got 269 first-class wickets. Shaheen,
Stay alive, guys, stay alive.
more than 10,000 runs at the first-class level.
Coming to you.
Wonderful cricketer from Kandy.
Well done. Stop, Sarge. What's it, fellas?
Well, his experience speaks volumes here, Asanka, having started with a wide off the leg side and having compensated pretty impressively for the next 3 balls as well.
Flied it up.
Once again, right on the money there, Sanjeeva Fernando.
Stay alive, guys, stay alive.
Apologies, Sajith Fernando.
A chance. A definite chance, Shaheen. Good stop there at the boundary.
Slashed and slashed hard. It is a chance. A difficult one. Sajith Fernando maintaining that offside channel.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinner's cooking out. Thursdays on Food Network.
On the line.
Zimbabwe winning the toss and batting first if you are joining us with me now.
Well, we had an interesting second over there, Asanka. We had 1 wide, a few interesting balls on the money, 1 slashed hard and running down.
Goes high up
It's
in
a
the air.
skyer. Falls in open space.
Not a confident shot.
Well, Zimbabwe living dangerously in the opening overs.
Again, the fielder placed at the short cover. That's Susanta. Good stop.
Decent cricket all round there.
There's bounce on the wicket. We have been saying that it looks dry, looks dusty. But there's bounce.
Top bowling shot, top bowling.
Well, Shahana was doing pretty decent job with the ball at the early overs. He's keeping the ball up front there, making the batsman play on the front foot. And just that one short delivery was hooked sky up in the air, but was not capitalized. And as you may have already noticed, Asanka, the seaming movement has reduced already, and we are just in the 3rd over.
No movement whatsoever. End of the 3rd over, Zimbabwe on 10 without any loss.
Next run, you can.
Good last over by Shahanava. 1 run off it. Onto the attack is Sajid Fernando, back again. Bowled a brilliant first over.
Once again, Fernando maintaining that heavy offside field. We got an extra cover, we got a catching extra. We got a little bit of a fly slip as well.
Inviting him to cut. In the previous over, saw one moment where the batsman tried to slash at it.
It's going up in the air again. And there's your first wicket for the United States. Zimbabwe living dangerously and finally falling to that offside channel by Sajid Fernando.
That's the experience that we were talking about.
White going in early on that shot, you know, just rotating that bat at the last minute. Should have played along the offside line. And in the end, a comfortable catch.
Jimmy White going down as the first wicket. Zimbabwe 10 for 1.
Look at this.
Ooh. The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning.
Wow. I love my job.
My Lottery Dream Home. Mondays on HGTV.
Sajid Fernando using all his experience, bowling to his heavy offside field, and White playing along the wrong line completely.
New batsman in is Jason Oates, left-hander.
Well, Asanka, this should be interesting with Sajid Fernando being an off spinner. Seems to be a bit of a commotion here. Zimbabwe's captain out in the middle.
The positioning of the short mid-wicket fielder has bothered him a bit. Sajid Fernando asking him to come in when the ball is delivered. He has to come in before the ball is delivered. Only 2 fielders allowed beyond the 30-yard circle.
Bowler coming right arm round, coming through, go post to come. Shabai, Gali is not that. What is Gali, Shabai?
He wants his fielders to precisely where he wants them to.
Gali for the spinner.
He's asking for a gully. Interesting scenes.
Which is why I said, Asanka, the left-hander coming in and the left-hand, right-hand combination, it makes things very complicated for an off-spinner. And as you can see again, we got 2 slips in place. We got 3 men on the boundary. Decent stop there by the fielder.
Oates off the mark. Jarvis back on the batting crease. Lighted up delivery. Couldn't find the gap. Heaps of experience behind Sajid Fernando. Brings in a short point, a short cover.
Keep watching, fellas.
2 short covers, 1 extra cover. Oh, good ball. That's the 2nd wicket going down. Sajid Fernando on a roll.
Once again, Asanka Sajid Fernando maintaining that strict and heavy offside line, and the batsman falling prey to it. Just pushing that bat into there. Could have left it alone.
Oates. Beg your pardon, that's Jarvis, the right-hander. Richard Jarvis just made 7 of 18. Zimbabwe in trouble, 11 runs for 2.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujithu 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Well, there's that wicket again. Jarvis pushing at it. Didn't have to. But Sajid Fernando, just like he said, in comes Zimbabwe skipper Brian Goodwin.
He's got a job to do. Here's Goodwin. Good start. 4 overs done. 2 wickets down. Zimbabwe on 11.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙලට. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමාට. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
We're into the 5th over. Zimbabwe in trouble. 11 for 2. Sajid Fernando from the other end bowled a brilliant over with all his experience. Brought in the fielders, did a few fielding changes, played with the mind of the batsman.
Well, now I guess it's all about rebuilding the innings, Asanka. A bit of a hesitant call there. Well, Zimbabwe's got time, Asanka. They can rebuild. The skipper is in. Oates is in. If they can patiently rotate those singles, keep the scoreboard accumulating, keep the bowlers on check, not let them settle. Of course, it's easy for us from here at the Combox to say.
Again, plays and misses. The challenge posted by the USA bowlers is bigger and getting better.
That ball had good carry there, Asanka.
Like I said earlier, the pitch looks dry all right, but there's bounce. With this new ball, even when Sajid Fernando was bowling, we saw it skidding through to the wicket keeper.
Another leading edge.
Two runs for the batsman.
Great line, great line.
That was good win. What they are doing well is they are taking time. They are taking time to place the fielders, to put them precisely at where they want them to. Tries to hit it too hard.
You know, constant field changes also puts a lot of doubt in the batsman's mind. You know, it's very difficult to anticipate where the bowler is going to bowl the next delivery.
Hit hard. Down to the sweeper. 1 run. That's the end of the 5th over. Zimbabwe 15 for 2.
Witness the thrill of the big match season, where school pride is on the line and every run counts. Watch as heroes rise and legends are born. The big match season, live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
One wicket here. Kaja. Naveen na baster damad. Naveen.
5 overs done. Zimbabwe 15 for the loss of 2 wickets. And it was the veteran cricketer from the Sri Lankan first class level, Sajid Fernando, who made all the difference. And he's continuing to bowl from the clubhouse end.
Hey, stay on 30 and stay there. Don't walk up. Stay on 30. Come inside. Yeah. Okay.
He was able to grab both the wickets of the openers of Zimbabwe. Welcome, Iran. Quite a warm morning here at Colombo.
Good morning, Kevin. Indeed, it is. It has been really a hot day. A lot of humid. I'm pretty sure the fielders out there might be feeling it as well. As we speak, that has been cut down to the backward point region. The ball is running down, just stopped inside the boundary. Well kept by the fielder. Cuts down the total, just 2 runs.
Well, Zimbabwe, of course, losing that game yesterday just besides his ground at Coles. They played against UAE. They were the favourites coming into that game, but unfortunately, they weren't at their best in the field, and that allowed UAE to get past a score of 269 runs. And in reply, Zimbabwe were only able to get 90 runs. If I'm not wrong, 192 to be exact, and that also came after 2 silly runouts and a few errors in misjudgment with the shots, and they would have been in a better position coming into this game. Had they won the game yesterday, they could have certainly won it had they minimized the mistakes that they made.
Absolutely. I mean, they would have loved to win that game yesterday, but UAE were too good yesterday for them. 269 scored, and it was a big total chase down. And talking about the bowling performance of USA, they were brilliant yesterday as well. Sajid Fernando and Said Shahnawaz, both opening bowlers. They were brilliant yesterday as well against the Namibian team. They just managed to bowl them out for 51 runs, and Shahnawaz managed to pick up 4 wickets, and Sajid Fernando did pick up 2 wickets as well, and they have been doing that same damage today as well. And as we speak, that has been swept over mid-wicket, and that's the first boundary for the day. That's a good shot by Goodwin. Lovely looking shot. Second boundary for the day, in fact. Beautifully swept down to the mid-wicket region for 4 runs, and that completes over number 6. Zimbabwe 21 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Watt has scored a brilliant 71 runs yesterday against UAE. Unfortunately, he was in the losing end. And we'll have the medium pacer continue from the Coles end. And as I mentioned during the pitch report as well, the seamer hasn't really been able to generate something off the wicket, and it has been coming onto the bat nicely, and the batters have found it far easy to play the seamer than Sajid Fernando on the other hand, who's bowling from the clubhouse end, and here he is continuing. A bit of bounce in that occasion, tried to glance it towards the onside.
It has been a good start by these opening bowlers as well. They have kept it really tight. Just 3 runs, maybe a little bit touch, about 3 runs for an over. 6.1 overs done. And Goodwin, the captain of the Zimbabwe team, at the toss he was, willing to have a total around 220 to 230. Looking at the track, which obviously looked a batting track. Short and cut hard. Well feeded at the back point region, no runs added to the total. Especially with the batting lineup that USA does have, they will need a competitive total here, because the previous 2 encounters of USA, they managed to chase down both totals of their previous encounters by just losing 1 wicket, and they were scoring at around 10 runs per over in both of those games.
Down the leg side by Shah. Will be 1 run added to the total of Zimbabwe. Well, despite losing 2 wickets, Zimbabwe have shown that clear intent on what they are going to do here. They are not going to hang around there. They'll be clearing those loose balls away. And that's a good sign. And UAE specifically did that yesterday against Zimbabwe. They lost 3 wickets early on. They were at one point they were 30 for 3, but from there on they just kept on going. They found the gaps. They took on the bowlers when they bowled any loose deliveries. They respected the good delivery, and that's exactly what Zimbabwe here has to do as well. Bit of a bounce, a bit of extra bounce there, finding the outside edge of the batsman. The fielders were a bit excited.
I mean, it does make real sense, because it's just pointless hanging out there and maybe getting yourself bowled out for 120 or 130, because looking at the batting lineup of USA, the Zimbabwe captain and the team, they obviously know how powerful the USA would come at them when they're batting out in the second innings. So they need to at least give them a total of 220 or 230 plus if they are looking for a chance to win this contest. And on the other hand, USA would love to win this game, because they are eyeing on that semi-final spot, and if they are to get in there, they really would need to win this game on a big note as well.
Goodwin, the skipper, is in the middle for Zimbabwe. Well, yesterday Waters ran out of partners. Even Goodwin couldn't contribute much, but probably today, that's why he came way up the order. He came around. He came way down in the order yesterday and went on to score 71 runs today. He has been promoted up, and he has some partners to come and support him, and hopefully Goodwin can step up as well. And Sharnava has been keeping it tight from one end, while Sajid Fernando has been doing all the damage from the other end, and clipped over the mid-wicket field for another boundary. And that'll end the 7th over. Zimbabwe 27 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Seven overs done. Zimbabwe 27 for the loss of 2 wickets. Both these batters looking very positive out there, especially the skipper Goodwin. He looks really positive after those 2 boundaries, especially the previous over as well. And this last shot, he had that ball pitching in line and it just pierced that gap beautifully between the deep fine leg fielder and the short mid-wicket fielder down to the square leg boundary for 4 runs. That was a lovely shot, and that shows that he looks in good touch. And they are looking to take the attack back onto the USA bowlers.
And Sajid Fernando will continue from the clubhouse in. And what's brilliant about Sajid Fernando's bowling is that he won't get, or rather generate much turn. But what he'll do is he'll keep it tight in a one specific line, more like hitting the dartboard at the same place. And this is what he has been doing right from the beginning of his career, be it school level, be it club level. He has been a bowler who has been pretty consistent on maintaining one good line. And that's why you see him grabbing those wickets.
I mean, he has stick to his basics. If you look at that delivery once again, just giving it a bit of air, bowling it really slow through the air so that he get that turn and bounce. And he has that delivery which goes on with the arm as well. If you did notice, the first delivery just kept going straight, which might trouble the batters at odd occasions as well, which really helps him to get those tricky wickets out there when the batters are in form.
Well, absolutely. The angle which he releases the ball from really generates a bit of a movement of the air as well. If you look at that, his release position is more of from 1 or 2 o'clock, so that creates a specific angle, and the ball just goes through with his hand. It might not generate a lot of spin, but certainly it will cause trouble for the batters. It just comes on as if a fast bowler bowling an in-swinger. And another tight over from Sajid Fernando. 1 ball left.
Decent over once again, just a single considered in this over. Goodwin respecting the good bowling of Sajid Fernando. He knows what damage he could cause, and already he has done. That's a lovely delivery, beaten outside the off stump. That completes over number 8. Zimbabwe 28 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Well, I would love to see a replay of that final delivery which Sajid Fernando bowled in the last over. It was a brilliant setup. He bowled 5 deliveries straight at the batsman, all straight, and he gave a bit of air, bowled it outside the off stump, and the batsman just went through the shot, and that is what he'll do. He'll mix up your lengths, he'll set you up, and try to get wickets off that. And here's that replay yet again, well outside off stump, and he invited the batsman to play that shot, and all the other 5 deliveries were straight at the batters, and this was bowled outside the off stump, and that's how he got the second wicket as well, if I'm not wrong.
I mean, that's the skill he possesses, and also the experience as well, which he brings into this team. A bag of experience, a number of years, played a lot of cricket, especially in Sri Lanka. He coached the NCC club, if I'm not mistaken. He was a brilliant coach over here in Sri Lanka as well. Played a lot of first-class cricket, and why not? He should bring all of those experience into this game, and he has showed it by picking up those 2 crucial wickets at the beginning of the Zimbabwe innings.
Absolutely, and US, of course, has the luxury of players who would have played in similar wickets. They have a few members from the subcontinent itself, few Sri Lankans, few Indians, few Pakistanis, and all of them would have played in similar sorts of wickets, and that would really help this US team. And Badadre is the man The new bowling changer from the other end.
I mean, I'm really loving the pace these spinners are bowling at. I mean, they have adapted themselves to the condition, reading the pitch properly, and if they are to get the real purchase of the Sri Lankan wickets, they need to bowl it really slow so that the ball would, do a bit of turn and grip and bounce. And these bowlers from USA have really figured it out, and they are throwing it right in front of the batter's eye line, so that they are finding it really hard to really go hard at the spinners. And these two spinners, especially Badadre, being introduced. It's a very basic. Oh, that's a lovely delivery. Flighted right up there. Peden almost yoked himself.
Well, Iran, you know what I would love to see? I would love to see a short extra cover, more in a catching position, because he's bowling a bit fuller and he's beating the batter. So probably a short extra cover fielder in a catching position could create you a wicket. Straight onto the pads. Appeal from the bowler, and the wicket keeper denies the umpire. We're talking about that short extra cover fielder. When you have a fielder right in front of your eyes, well, that was quite close. It was indeed probably just the impact was outside off stump. Maybe, maybe not. And excellent over from Badadre, a maiden, to start off proceedings, and that'll end the 9th over. Zimbabwe 28 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
9 overs done, Zimbabwe 28 for the loss of 2 wickets. After those quick wickets falling up front, both these batters have been gradually building up a little partnership. Looks very positive, respecting the good deliveries but putting away the bad ones. That's a lovely shot, and poor bit of fielding at a mid-off, I guess. That's running down to the shot, deep extra cover boundary for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot, but could have been definitely fielded by the extra cover fielder.
Well, it was a bit of a poor delivery from Sajid Fernando, wide outside of off stump, and was well within that full length. And the batsman had all the time and had the room to play that shot through. And Sajid Fernando, of course, as we talked about him, he is a legend of the Sri Lankan first class circuit, and he hails from Kandy, and he played for St. Anthony's College in a team which had Muttaya Muralidharan and Nuwan Kalpage, all the legends are from Sri Lanka. And, imagine the wealth of experience that he brings into this US side. Again, given a bit of air and played on the onside. Should be an easy couple of runs, but turned down by Oatis.
I would say they have 2 easy singles over there, even though it was turned down. 2 runs were on because he beautifully placed it down at the deep mid-wicket area where we had no fielders over there. And good win. He has been batting really positively. I'm really loving his intent, being the skipper. He's trying to lead his team. 9.3 overs done, 33 for the loss of 2 wickets. A run rate just touch about 3.5. They wouldn't mind it after two wickets down. 34 runs closing the 10th over.
Well, been a good recovery from these 2 batters after losing 2 quick wickets. They lost 2 wickets well inside the 10th run mark. And now they are building, slowly, steadily building a good partnership, and pitch it up short there, Sajid Fernando. but will be a single rather.
If you are just tuning in, Zimbabwe winning the toss this morning, deciding to bat first. We are coming to you live from the BRC Cricket Grounds here in Colombo. And you can catch us live on Papare TV, YouTube, Facebook and papare.com as well. That's a lovely shot, beautiful leg cut down to the third man region. Just a single, and that completes over number 10. Zimbabwe 36 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Welcome back to the comment box, Asanka. You would love to see these veteran Sri Lankan bowlers bowling here, representing another country. You would have seen a lot more of him than I did.
Thank you, Kevin. Indeed. Sajid Fernando, hailing from your school in Kandy, St. Anthony's. Like you mentioned earlier, produced a long list of names of the spinners: Piyal Wijetunga, Ruwan Kalpage, Muttaya Muralidharan. And Sajid Fernando is one of them.
Well, imagine grabbing 50-odd wickets in a team where Murali and Piyal Wijetunga were bowling from 2 ends continuously, and that shows you the talent of this man, Sajid Fernando. And I used to hear from my coaches and all that he doesn't generate a lot of spin, but he'll keep it tight in one line and he will bowl it like a dart, pitch it in one area. Will continue to do so.
Worked off his pads. That's the 7th run for Oates. Goodwin, the skipper, looks to be someone who is very confident about his skills, not shying away from taking chances.
Absolutely, the intent has been clear from his end. He's going to go after the bowlers when there's an opportunity offered to him. And it was Sajid Fernando who took the 2 wickets, but he was not afraid to go after him. Whenever he pitched it up, he just went through it, played those shots. He played a slog sweep for a boundary, then 1 over extra cover. And that's a good sign, isn't it, early on. Generally, when you lose 2 wickets, you tend to be in that defensive mindset when you come into bat.
If you are joining with us now, Zimbabwe won the toss and they decided to bat first. Tries to take it full.
Well, Asanka, we've been quite good with the names and names of the players and with some of the words. Can Goodwin produce a good win here for Zimbabwe?
Oh!
Still early, but still, if he can bat throughout these 45 overs, probably he could.
Keep watching, fellas.
So far,
Number 3 here, number 3.
he has been doing it for his team. 19 of 26. Reminds me of Murray Goodwin. Once was a great batter from Zimbabwe.
Well done.
Scored a century against the mighty Australians in the 99 World Cup. 11 overs gone, 37 for 2.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Welcome back, and these are your top run scorers of the IMC Over-50s World Cup as of now, and it is Giles Eccleston of England who is leading the chart with 5 matches, 4 innings and 265 runs behind his name with the highest of 109. And look at that average, 265. That's something brilliant, isn't it, Asanka?
Of course, Kevin. Jason Oates, who is currently at the crease at number 3, has scored 242 runs at an average of 80.
And these are leading wicket takers. Ali Bukhari leading the chart, and he is leading it quite comprehensively. 17 wickets in 6 matches with an average of 11.1. And we have Ian Smith from South Africa with 13. Marcus Sharrow from England with 10. Ivan Breeze, of the skipper of Wales, with 10. And Simon Reddington of Australia with 10. This is quite a clear chart. Ali Bukhari on the lead as of now. Still have quite a few games to go. We have 6 games being played today, and then we'll have 1 on Thursday as well.
This is Oates.
Oates was there in the top run scorers chart at the 3rd position. And on the other hand, he has Goodwin, the skipper, in the non-strikers end. Well, I had a chance to share the commentary box with Jarvis from Zimbabwe yesterday, and I went through the player profiles along with him, and Goodwin has a nickname called Zimba. And Zimba is, of course, a lion as far as Zimbabweans concerned, and Zimbabweans are concerned. And he's indeed a lion, isn't he? A Goodwin. And I had a chance to talk to more people from the Zimbabwean squad, and what they said was he will be there earlier than all the other players, and he was supposed to be here at 8:30, and he came here by 8 o'clock, and that really shows the leadership qualities that he has, and that's something good that you can see from a skipper, isn't it?
Looks very enthusiastic, just like the Goodwin I was talking about. And the pass over, good ball, and inside edge, down to fine leg. A fielder chasing down. Good running by the batsman. 2 runs. The Goodwin from the '99 World Cup. Murray Goodwin, that is. He was supposed to come here for this tournament. Had he come, the story would have been different for Zimbabwe. Another enthusiastic batter. Plays the spin really well.
Well, on the other hand, Jason Oates, of course, one of the, if not the youngest player in this Zimbabwean squad, 50 years of age. And he has just qualified, or rather, just found the chance to play these over-50s, and he'll be excited stepping into a new milestone.
It's getting competitive day in, day out.
Very well, ball. Well done, that's it.
Bowling at the wicket, Sajid Fernando ends the 12th over, 39 for 2.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
12 overs done, Zimbabwe 39 for the loss of 2 wickets. Goodwin batting at 19 of 27 deliveries and Woods batting at 8 of 22, and it is Sajid Fernando who has done the damage with the ball. As of now, grabbing 2 wickets for 21 runs in his 6 overs. And we are heading towards the latter half of this IMC Over-50s World Cup. Today is the penultimate day of the opening round. We'll have one more game day on Thursday before we move on to the semis, quarters and the other segments as well. And the final will be played at the Ketarama International Stadium, and that will be a big dream for most of these players are playing at an international venue in the finals.
Monty, stay back and walk up. Okay, walk up.
Running between the wickets has been good so far by the Zimbabwean batsman. Here's Raj bowling his 3rd over. Just conceded 2 runs. 2 maidens to start with. Interesting.
Bowling.
Well, it's been a lot. He's been very interesting until the time he came on to bowl. He's not generating a lot of turn, just like Sajid Fernando from the other end, but he's giving the ball a bit more air than what Sajid Fernando is doing. And that is a good variation to have from 2 ends. One is bowling quicker through the air, and the other is just giving the ball the air that he needs. And again, another dot ball. And that shows the nature of the wicket, isn't it? When the ball is bowled slower, it comes onto the bat a lot slower. So you have to wait and wait and wait to play those shots. And it won't be easy batting in this surface.
Oh, going after the ball. The ball was nowhere near him.
Was it only me who heard a small sound? I thought it came off the outside edge of the batter. Could have been. I had a small nick. A good delivery to end the over. Just 2 runs conceded. 13 overs done. Zimbabwe 41 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Sajid Fernando. Huge appeal. Very, very close call. It was sliding down the leg, says the umpire. Let's have a look at it. Probably sliding down the leg. At best, it would have been clipping the stumps.
For the naked eye, it seemed very close. Good job by the umpire. 1 run down to short fine.
Well, you are absolutely right on that, Asanka. I thought he was gone for all money when they started appealing. But looking at the replay, it might have just slid past the leg stump. And that shows how Sajid Fernando has been bowling. The ball is just going through his arm. He's bowling from a 1 or 2 o'clock angle most of the times. And it just goes through his arm.
That's the experience he holds. He knows the pace that you should be bowling on these type of surfaces. If we go back to the Australia tour of Sri Lanka, 2 test matches happened at Galle. Australian spinners were better than the Sri Lankan spinners. The fact was, they were bowling fast, bowling faster, in a flatter trajectory.
Walk up, no single.
And their arm speed is faster than the Sri Lankans. So that's what Sajid Fernando is doing right now.
On your toes, guys.
He's trying to bowl it a bit faster than Raj at the other end.
Let's go.
Well, of course, the Australians did bowl a lot quicker. But then again, Kuhnemann, of course, being suspected for illegal action. Still, they haven't made a decision on it. But nevertheless, he bowled brilliantly, didn't he? Grabbing almost 20 plus wickets. And that will end Sajid Fernando's 7th over and the 14th over of the Zimbabwean innings. They are going well at 43 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Look at this.
Ooh. The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning.
Wow. I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
Zimbabwe going along slowly but nicely. 43 for 2. But these USA bowlers have been troubling them over by over.
Let's go, Raju.
Raj is back onto the attack. He has bowled
Keep talking, guys. Come on.
3 overs.
Support the bowler. Machu. Stay alive.
Very economical.
Yes.
Flied outside the off stump.
Look up.
Good running.
Well, this is a good recovery from Zimbabwe. They lost 2 wickets very early in the innings. And a good win, and Otters have been good with the bat. And what has been brilliant from them is that they are keeping the scoreboard ticking. Yes, Badadre Raj from one end has been keeping it tight, but from the other end, when Sajid Fernando comes to bowl, they're just clipping those 1s and 2s now and then, and they are keeping the scoreboard moving. 14 overs done, 44 is not a lot of runs, but still, there is 30 more overs left in this innings, and if these 2 players can bat till the 30th over, Zimbabwe could do a lot better than what they did yesterday at Colts Cricket Ground. The partnership currently stands at 33 runs off 65 deliveries. And here's Oates, comes down the track, goes straight over the head of that long on fielder for a 6. And this is the ability that he possesses. He scored a good 71 runs yesterday.
Stay on the line.
He was fighting hard on his own rather. Didn't really have a partner to support him from the other end.
Continuing his good form. As expected by his teammates. Again coming down the track. That's down to long on, 1 run. He must be growing in confidence, having Goodwin at the other end. Goodwin, the captain.
Well, Asanka, I think maybe this should be the way that you should bat in this pitch. It's a lot slower, so maybe you can come down the track and play the ball while it pitches there without giving the ball much time to deviate or rather slow down, and that could be much easier than staying in your crease and playing. And there'll be a lot of work for the sweep shots as well.
Exactly. If you want pace onto the bat, Raj doesn't offer any pace. So make it for you, create pace by coming down the track. That's what Otis is doing right now. And Goodwin supporting him at the other end. 15 gone, 51 for 2.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
අතර පුළුවන්. Stay back. Raju, go back, walk up.
Well,
Raju. Walk up, no single.
Well, 15 overs done. Zimbabwe going nicely here after a spot of bother towards the early part of the innings. 51 for 2.
Watch one thing.
Sajid Fernando continuing.
Well, these two batters have built up a decent partnership of 40 runs out of 68 balls after losing those quick couple of wickets during the first few overs of the innings after Sajid Fernando just ran through those two batters at the beginning of the innings. Since then, these two batters have been really positively. As we speak, that's a loud appeal which has been turned down by the umpire.
Exactly, Aaron. Up until that time, I really like how the Zimbabweans are going on about with their business. Having lost those two early wickets in the first 3 overs, settling themselves in.
Everywhere, ball side.
Playing those defensive shots, waiting for those loose balls, taking those important singles, the ones, the twos, looking for those gaps.
Especially Goodwin being the skipper of the Zimbabwe team. He has been batting out really positively because, as I was speaking previously as well, they know that this is a good batting track, and the USA team, they have a good batting lineup and they're coming after 2 massive wins. The batters up front, they look very positive and aggressive, so they need a competitive total if they are to fight back with the USA team. And hopefully Goodwin, the skipper, lead his team to a competitive total.
Well, 220, 250 is their expected target for Zimbabwe at the toss. That's what the Zimbabwe skipper said. And at the moment, they seem to be going quite decently well.
Great over.
At the end of 16, Zimbabwe 51 for the loss of 2 wickets.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
16 overs done. Zimbabwe 51 for the loss of 2 wickets. Goodwin on 23 and Otis on 16. Both batters looking really settled down now. Even though they're scoring at a run rate around 3.3, I do believe this partnership might be more crucial, because if they lose more wickets here, they might find it really hard to get to that total that they were talking at the toss.
While you mentioned the word crucial, Iran, do you think it is time for USA to rethink their strategies now? Yes, they struck early blows in the first 3 overs. And just as you said, that a short ball, but cut off at square leg. Do you think the USA has to rethink their strategies? They have been on the defensive for a while now. And these 2 batters have been at the crease for just over 13 overs now. If they let them settle in more than this, it could be detrimental to USA.
Absolutely, because the USA skipper, Sanjeev Veerasinghe, he might need to think a little bit aggressively at this moment, maybe get a couple of fielders in, maybe get the long on in and get them to loft them over the mid-on fielder, maybe get both fielders in, I would say, mid on and mid off, and invite the batter to go after them. Maybe a miss hit. You need to take those chances if you have to break this partnership right now, because they look very steady, calm. 42 runs, I guess, unbeaten of 76 deliveries. Looking good for Zimbabwe at the moment.
And as you can see around, the pitch isn't offering much either.
53 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Let's go, Raju.
I was actually out there yesterday at the IMC Grounds when USA did take on Namibia. They just bowled them out for 51 runs and they chased it down in 4.5 overs, which was really aggressive batting by the USA opening batters. So I am really expecting that same aggressive intent by the USA batters today as well, because they are really fighting hard to get their net run rate up there so that they might have a chance to creep into the semi-finals.
Nice driven down the long on area for a single.
That completes over number 17. Zimbabwe 55 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
That's a huge leg.
72 was done. Zimbabwe 55 for the loss of 2 wickets. It's day 7 at the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. It has been an exciting tournament thus far. And we are in for an thrilling end.
Sajid Fernando straying down the leg side for an extra wide.
Go, Saj. What?
I mean, I'm surprised a little bit by the USA skipper bowling out Sajid Fernando, because he has been the pick of the bowlers.
I was thinking the same, Iran. I would have preferred him like held back a little bit after about 5-6 overs and come towards the depth of the innings as well and try to get in a new batsman in, because he's been bowling at a stretch for 8.1 overs now.
After those 2 couple of wickets that he grabbed initially, he has really not threatened the batters much. So I just would think it would have been a good option if they could have held back Sajid Fernando maybe towards the latter part of the innings. And that's 2 more runs added to the total as Goodwin slashes that delivery down to the cover region. Very well fielded by Susantha.
Because you also have to understand, Iran, it is scorching out there. It's blaring hot. Every bowler needs a break. Take short spells in terms of overs. Bring in another medium pacer in, or put some pace into the attack there as well, and create some doubt in the batsman's minds. Create some variation, because the batsman right now is adjusted to Sajid Fernando. They've been at the crease since the 3rd over.
Absolutely, I just feel these 2 batters are trying to play out Sajid Fernando here, because they know that he's the threat and he's into his last over. So if they could just play him out, maybe these couple of deliveries, they have got rid of the crucial attacking bowler, and then maybe they have a chance of attacking the other bowlers. And if you just look how the skipper Goodwin is batting out there, he has been defensive while he's facing Sajid Fernando.
And just playing out those fuller deliveries outside the off stump, and taking out those loose balls.
That shot and driven beautifully. Cut away down a deep extra cover.
18 done, 60 for the loss of 2.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
18 overs done. Zimbabwe 60 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Good win on 28 of 46, and Oates treading slowly on 19 of 40. Current partnership 49 runs off 85.
Even though they are scoring at a low rate, I'm really loving the intent of these two batters, especially playing out Sajid Fernando, the crucial bowler.
I mean, you really can't blame them, Iran, for the slow over rate, because they lost 2 huge wickets at the outset of the innings in the first 3 overs. So it's important that they set themselves up, keep the runs going, keep those runs ticking, and, get adjusted to Sajid Fernando, who was the pick of the bowlers, picking up 2 wickets.
I would rather love to see these two batters out there until maybe the 30th over, get this total, I would say, up to around 140 or 150 at the end of 30 overs, maybe at least 140, and then they could look to accelerate at the latter part, maybe the last 10 to 15 overs. With 8 wickets in hand, we are in for an exciting game, I would say.
Iran, I know that the Zimbabwean skipper predicted or forecasted a 220-250 target for themselves, but given the slowness and the pace of this wicket, even if they hit 190-210, I think that's a very challenging total itself.
Absolutely spot on, but the only point I have under my books is the way I saw the USA batters going hard in the previous 2 games, where they chased down 110 in 10 overs, then 50 in 5 overs. They are looking to up their net run rate, so I would say 190 might be a bit tough for the Zimbabwe to defend, looking at how the USA batters might come out hard at the Zimbabwe bowlers. And that's the 50-run partnership between these two batters after losing 2 wickets for 11 runs. The skipper playing a magnificent role, leading the way, 29 unbeaten, and Oates unbeaten on 19. This has been really good work by these two batters. It's really hot and humid out there. They might be really finding it hard to run between wickets, but they made sure to grab up those quick singles as well while putting away the loose deliveries to the boundary.
Full and driven down to long off for a single.
Keep going, guys.
While we're admiring the two batters' persistence and temperament in these innings, like whole in the innings at just notching up a 50-run partnership, I think they have to be wary of the run rate as well, because it is a 45-over game and they're 18 overs down. They might want to rethink of increasing that run rate at least maybe by a run or 2, maybe get a few singles extra, not go for those big hit boundaries, but just for those singles.
Hey, Raju, you have to go for it.
As we speak, that has been flat batted back at the bowler. Very lucky Susanta not to be hit back. It was really slapped hard. Very good bit of fielding, I would say. Lucky there, the non-striker getting back to his crease.
Down.
That's very close. That's very close. We would love to see the replay. Couple of runs added to in fact, it's a boundary. So that takes the total up to 66.
Quite a risky shot there by Goodwin, by the skipper.
I mean, he has been batting out really well, and I just feel if that was important, that was just sliding down the leg side, I guess.
I think he may got a bit of bat there, Iran, which is why he was fortunate to run that down leg side and get a boundary off that ball as well.
Alright, now what I can feel is Goodwin trying to take the attack onto the bowlers. And that completes over number 19 Zimbabwe, 67 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Well, then 19 overs done. Zimbabwe carefully and cautiously at 67 for the loss of 2 wickets. Goodwin on 34 and Oates on 20. Having lost 2 very early wickets. These two gentlemen building up their innings, putting on 56 together. And just as we said, Iran, we have a bowling change.
Left arm off spinner. This would be really interesting because we have Goodwin, the right-hand batter. And he'll be spinning the ball away from the right-hand batter, and we have a slip fielder as well. This is going to be really interesting. I love this bowling change by the skipper. That's outside the off stump. Trying to hoist it over the short extra calf fielder. Fails to get the timing right. Just falls over the short extra calf fielder.
The batsman's eyes glared up for that flighted delivery, looking for that big hit over the catching extra point. Just for a single though.
I just feel that the skipper Goodwin is trying to really go after the bowlers right now because they might be focusing on the run rate as well. Almost done with 20 overs, 68 runs.
And rightly so, Iran. I think it is time that they, up the ante a little bit and, get those runs on board because they're on their 20th. They're rotating singles more off frequently than they were before. Going for those big hits as well.
It's really good communication between the two batters as well because they are focusing a lot on quick singles, which is really important in maybe 45 over cricket or 50 over cricket because the singles, they play a crucial role. Once again, trying for a huge shot. Expensive shot, Goodwin, but fails to make proper contact. Just another run added to the total. But now the intentions are clear. They're really trying to take the bowlers on. And the bowling team might have a chance here to grab a wicket because they're trying to attack them.
Once again, the question, Iran, what is the intention of the USA right now? Do they want to squeeze in the runs or do they want to go in for a wicket? Or do they like how things are going right now? Because right now the two batsmen, they are patient. They're getting those runs. They're looking for those gaps, taking those singles. But United States, I think they are playing a little too defensive, having picked up those 2 early wickets. Did they capitalize enough on running through the Zimbabwean batting order?
Absolutely. After grabbing those couple of wickets early in the innings, they should have added a little bit more pressure. Maybe a couple of catching fielders right in front of the batter's eye line. Try to grab another wicket or 2 would have been really ideal.
Because right now these two Zimbabwean batsmen, they seem pretty comfortable at the crease. They're defending the decent deliveries. They're putting out those deliveries outside the off stump, and just as you straight down the leg side, they're notching it off down leg for a single as well.
Yeah, it has been easy batting right now. Once again, down the track, driven beautifully down to the long off region for a single, and that completes over number 20. Zimbabwe 71 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning.
Wow. I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
"20 overs done, Zimbabwe 71 for the loss of 2 wickets, and we have a very special guest in the commentary box, Arun from the US camp. Welcome to the commentary box, Arun, and welcome to Sri Lanka.
Thank you very much, Kevin. It's a pleasure to be here. I've been in the booth a couple of times, the UAE game and the Namibia game. It's always fun to coming here and chat with you all. Thanks for the warm welcome. We've been here about 2 weeks now. It's been a phenomenal tour. The people, the country, the facilities, everything's been outstanding. So thank you for amazing hospitality and all the good times we're having.
Well, 20 overs done, 71 for 2. Are you happy with the start that your team got early on in these first 20 overs?
Yeah, I think we've kept them pretty quiet. It's actually quite a nice batting wicket. Our bowlers did pretty well. They were down a couple of wickets early on. These two batsmen have done a very good job stabilizing the innings, 50-plus partnership so far. I think for us, the key will be here to break this partnership as quickly as possible and try and keep them under 200 and chase it down. As you know, net run rate is something we're heavily focused on. First, we've got to win, and then the net run rate.
Well, we'll talk just a bit off cricket. You have quite a few Sri Lankans in your squad, and how has the welcome been from their end when you just
and there you go, just as we were talking about, a big wicket. Jason Oates was playing really, really well, and this partnership comes to an end.
Well, that was indeed a brilliant delivery from Susant, grabbing the wicket of Jason Oates, the man who scored 71 runs yesterday. Look at that, gave the ball a flight, and that was a very interesting field position as well. The mid-off fielder was way in front than the usual position, and that created the wicket, and good captaincy and good field placement this is. And Jason Oates departs with 22 runs off 47 deliveries.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujitha 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
The previous delivery ended a very good partnership between Oates and the skipper Goodwin, and it was Oates who departed. The fielder was there, placed very well, Himanshu.
Yeah, Kevin, you were spot on with that field placement observation that you made. Typically, that mid-off is further back for a left-hander, and skipper clearly getting a sense and getting a good feel of the pitch and what his bowler was trying to do, bringing the fielder in. Otherwise, that would have dropped safely in front of him if you're in a more traditional mid-off position.
Susanta will continue to bowl from the cool's end. A good delivery to the new batter. Well, before that wicket fell, we talked about how the welcome has been for you, especially from the Sri Lankans in your camp, and they would have been excited to have this IMC Over-50 World Cup played here in Sri Lanka.
No doubt about it. Sanjeeva, 4 players. We have Sanjeeva, Sajith, Susanta and Naveen Perez. And Sanjeeva, the skipper, has done so much work in the background along with Matthew Verghese, our manager. He's made the entire experience so seamless for us from the moment we landed here, being taken through the Silk Lounge, etc., etc., and then spent a week here acclimatizing to the conditions, playing a couple of practice matches. Nothing has been left to chance. These guys have just worked so hard behind the scenes to make it happen.
Outside edge, goes in between that wicket keeper and the first slip fielder who was placed there. Unlucky for Susanta.
Not in control of that shot at all. He slashed at it and, right between the wicketkeeper and the slip fielder, and went really fast as well.
And yet again, that slip fielder is quite wider And he's probably at a third slip position than first or second. Had he been in that first slip position, could have been a wicket. Would it have been easy either to catch that ball? It flew away off the bat.
Yeah, probably more for a traditional flighted ball, that position is, as opposed to like a shorter ball. And so, yeah, I mean, stuff like this happens. It's hard to exactly get it right. The skipper got it right the previous with the mid-off placement, and here it's just one of those things that went the other way.
That ends the 21st over. Zimbabwe 75 for the loss of 3 wickets. Zimbabwe, after recovering well, have lost a wicket in the previous over. Well, Arun, cricket is booming in the US. We have several competitions happening in the US, and now you are taking part in the IMC Over-50s World Cup as well, and this is a second chance for most of you as well. How have the promotions been? Talk about social media promotions and the promotions in US itself.
Yeah, as you said, our tagline for Masters cricket is the second innings, and that's so apt for what we're trying to do here. And then, we've realized our membership has gone from about 50 people now to 3,000. And a lot of it is because of the various tournaments that we conduct quite successfully. And then we have a big social media presence. I want to give a big shout out to the A-boys, Adnan and Ashish, along with Nishant as well. The three of them have been working tirelessly. Anytime we're on a tour, we send back clips, pitch reports. We have a media manager, typically Ravi, who's done a phenomenal job penning a lot of beautiful writing really about the cricket. And that very quickly, even in the middle of the night for them, they're up posting it on Facebook. And a lot of our folks are following the action through the Facebook, and as well as this brilliant live telecast that you all are doing.
And that has been played through the gap, but brilliant fielding in the deep by Monty, saving a potential boundary. Good footwork that was almost saving the ball from the goal line, more like a football.
Monty might have a third inning career as a soccer player, actually. Well done there.
It was indeed good fielding from Monty in the deep. We're talking about second innings and the tagline, and then this IMC World Cup. Most of these players might have been part of cricket in some way or another, be it coaching, or be it consulting, or be it in any other form. But coming together to play the game that you love, to play the game that you've given everything early on in your days, must be a brilliant feeling, isn't it?
It absolutely is. All of us play in the local leagues. So I, for example, play in the Southern California Cricket Association League, the Los Angeles area, where there are more than actually many different leagues, as well as about, I'd say, 3,000 plus players. So believe it or not, there's a lot of cricket in the US, in the various places. Houston is a hub, Dallas, Atlanta, New York, pretty much everywhere, Cincinnati, Florida, everywhere there's cricket. So for now, it is the expats and children of expat. Youth cricket is huge, and that'll be the way to promote and get cricket big time into the mainstream in the US. And I hope over the next 15 to 20 years, US will make a strong presence. T20 is the other format which really helps. It's a 3-hour game and really is perfect for TV as well as holding the attention of an audience like in America.
We'll talk a lot about it in the next over. Zimbabwe at the end of 22 overs, 78 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමාට. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Well, 22 overs done. Zimbabwe 78 for the loss of 3 wickets. And before the water break was on, we were talking about the T20 cricket format in US. And with Major League cricket coming into play, whether you like it or not, franchise cricket is the future of cricket, isn't it? And how that has impacted cricket in US on a whole, especially apart from the expats, for those who are in the US, from the US, how has that impacted?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Franchise cricket is the future. You see that not just, the IPL started it all, and then you have leagues pretty much everywhere. And, here in Sri Lanka, for example, anytime I turn on the TV, there's some kind of cricket that's going on. So the US obviously is adopting that model. The national games are obviously important, but with the T20 franchise model, there are a couple of leagues right now. The Major League Cricket is huge, and it's taken off over the last couple of years as well. Very much in its infancy, learning a lot from IPL, BBL, and all the other leagues. But so we're in our early stages. So far, we have a couple of grounds where most of the games are played in Morrisville, North Carolina, and in Dallas. 2 good stadiums. But as cricket gains a foothold, and we have more of these stadiums come across the country, it's only going to take off even more. And you can see in the audience, you can see a lot more local Americans coming in to watch, bringing in some of the concepts from baseball into the game, thinking about it in a slightly different way. So I think the youth are certainly primed. They play a lot of baseball. I think there are things that you can bring to this sport from there, and I think it'll be an easy transition for many people.
Absolutely, and just like football or soccer, as you call it, has boomed in America, cricket might boom soon as well. And let's talk about the supporting staff that you had, because you've traveled miles away from home, and you are here in Sri Lanka, and without their help or without their support, nothing would have been possible, isn't it?
Absolutely. We've had... once we knew it was going to be in Sri Lanka, clearly kudos to Matthew and Sanjeeva, the 2 big folks in charge of organizing everything with the tour. It's all gone perfectly, so thanks so much to them. But also our coach, Ramki, who has been with us and talking to us about, he's played at a very, very high level, India A, etc. So, for him to impart his wisdom and knowledge to us, that's been huge. And then here we talked a little bit about the social media, what Adnan and Ashish and Nishant are doing. So that's always great, because we get to hear back from our families and they're in touch as well. So that's super nice. And finally here locally, Sajid used to coach Niranjan, our coach, the coach that we have here, having a local coach. That's well fielded in the boundary by Nirav. And having a local coach of the caliber of Niranjan, who has a very good idea of the local conditions, the throwdowns, the catches, everything else that he's been doing, that's been phenomenal. He still plays first-class cricket here, so it's good to have somebody of that caliber imparting his wisdom to us as well. And then we have a couple of physios. They have been great as well. Pretty much they are with us in the pavilion before, after. They are, really working on our bodies, icing, stretching, massaging, and those things are very, very important for us as 50-plus-year-olds.
Here's the replay of that final delivery, beating the outside edge. It came through his arm. The batsman.
Get ready for the International Masters League, where cricketing powerhouses collide. Who will rise to the occasion and claim the ultimate glory? Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App, and ThePapare.com.
81 for 3 at the end of 23 overs. Goodwin is batting well on 41 of 62 deliveries. Well, just before that, before the end of the previous over, we were talking about the supporting staff of the US national team. And, well, given the conditions here, it's quite hot and humid, and physio and the fitness levels of the player has to be on top to tackle these conditions. And what have you done in specifically to manage your team, because the injury concerns are very high given the fact that you are over 50s as well, and the conditions haven't been very favorable as well. And what have you done specifically to tackle those situations?
It's not just what we've done here. In fact, the homework that we did and the preparations that we've done over the last year and a half, from the list of probables, regardless of who is here, there are many more very capable players back home who are working hard. Even today, every day, we have a group of probables where people post their workouts, their heart rates, the physical activities that they're doing, that's whether it's aerobic, whether it's strength, things like that. As part of our selection criteria, we also have a yo-yo test, and we have a few other things. So we've taken our fitness very, very seriously, and I think it is showing. This year, knock on wood, we haven't had much injuries compared to our previous World Cup campaign where we had a lot more injuries. So very...
That's a huge hit off the bat of Lindsay. It was that they had to be hit. Slug swept over the boundary for a 6. And that's exactly the move on Zimbabwe needed. They were in a shell for the past few overs, but now could this be the move on that they are expecting, or they are desperately needing?
Yeah, it's definitely small ground here, and but that shot would have cleared the boundary on any ground.
We're talking about conditions and the weather conditions and the ground conditions. You would have played the matches in quite a few grounds across the Colombo region. And do you have any specific favorites, and do you have anything that you would love to share about on the conditions and about the ground and the ground stuff, so on and so forth?
Yeah, before we get to that, we play a fair amount of our cricket in Houston, where the weather conditions are very similar to this, very hot, very humid. So we've had a little bit of experience. And then coming to the facilities here, clearly top-class facilities. We've had the good fortune of playing our first match at the Colombo Colts Cricket Club, and then our second match was at Pusa, and then the third match was at St. Thomas, and then we've been here at BRC, MCA, and then back here at BRC. Every ground has been unique and has a lot of historical perspective that you can bring here. I'd say Thomas, beautiful, the St. Thomas ground, fantastic, beautiful ground, great facilities and a rich history there. Pusa, a new ground. It's amazing to see that facility in the middle of nowhere, frankly. Hats off to the gentleman who is pulling that together. And we'll talk a little bit more about it after the next over.
Was done 91 for 3. Before the break, we were talking about the conditions and the grounds in Sri Lanka. You can continue from where you left.
Yeah, the St. Thomas Grounds, beautiful grounds. Colombo Coles, we played here a couple of games, and again, beautiful, rich history as well. The ground staff have been amazing. They've prepared some really awesome pitches. There's something in it for the bowler, I would say, in the morning. Most of these are batting tracks, as you would expect. High quality, not the kind of pitches that we typically get to see turf wickets back home, where we don't have the luxury of the dedicated staff that we have here. Clearly very knowledgeable groundsmen, and hats off to them. A huge thanks to them, because we just show up in the morning and look at the pitch and start playing, but I know there's so much work that they do before and after the game to get the grounds prepared. So thanks to all of them.
Well, 92 for 3 at the end of our 24.1 overs. This will be the 25th over. And what do you feel should be the score that you will be looking to restrict Zimbabwe? And you can chase. What do you feel with this score that you can chase it down quite comprehensively?
Given the size of the ground, I'd say 225 is a very chaseable target. However, clearly, I'd like them to be as low as possible so we can get our net run rate up as high as possible. And, cricket is a funny game. They look in pretty good shape right now. All it takes is a couple of wickets and the cat could be among the pigeons, and I certainly hope that happens. We have the bowling to do it. We have our fielders to back it up. So just look forward to a few tight overs and then put some pressure on them to take some risks.
We're talking about net run rates. Your net run rate just creeped up after the win yesterday against Namibia at the MCA grounds.
Well, not just creep, right? It took off. We were at 0.3 something, and then we're at 1.3. So a job done in the last couple of games, and we're hopeful. Well, first of all, we need to get the basics right. We need to win this game first. So thinking too far ahead of net run rate is, while we keep that in the back of our mind, our focus is to make sure that we execute and do our bits properly.
And that's a lovely hit yet again off the bat of Lindsay. Straight over the bowler's head for a 6. He's taking it on, taking the charge on. 20 runs off 14 deliveries.
Two sweet shots. I mean, you could tell the moment he hit that shot that was gone. Really, really good batting by Lindsay, and Goodwin, obviously, he's been there since probably the third over or so, and he's playing very, very positively as well. Good running between the wickets. Zimbabwe looking threatening here with this particular partnership, and USA will have to do something special here to keep things quiet and then hopefully grab a wicket or two.
Well, good support there for Zimbabwe as well. The families traveling all the way from Zimbabwe to Sri Lanka and from around the world. Well, Arun, thanks a lot for joining us in the com box. Hopefully we'll catch you again in the second innings when US comes on to bat. And here we are having a look at the points table. You're currently at the third position with 6 points, and a win here could get you to 8 points, and you'll probably having an eye on that Sri Lankan game as well.
Absolutely. Sri Lanka-New Zealand game, we need New Zealand to win that. I know probably not something that you as a Sri Lankan would like to hear, but that gives us a chance. And it could be very, very interesting if New Zealand wins and we win. We'll see.
We just have an update from the Sri Lankan-New Zealand game. New Zealand are currently 111 for 3 in the 25th over, and they are going quite well. Positive signs for you over there, though.
Yeah, I mean, if they can get to 225, 230 maybe at Colombo Coles, well, I mean, the Sri Lankan team is filled with top-class players, obviously folks who have played international level cricket, so I don't know if 225 will be sufficient. But, hey, at least it gives them something to work on. The New Zealand bowlers are actually quite good, and they're very smart as well, and they have the ability to defend a target like that.
And that will end the 25th over with a dot. Thank you, Arun, for joining with us. We'll hopefully catch you soon in the second innings. Zimbabwe 99 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Thank you.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Right then, 25 overs done. Zimbabwe 99 for the loss of 3 wickets. Skipper Goodwin leading the way, unbeaten on 44 of 66. And Lindsay, the attacking batter, unbeaten on 20 of 15 deliveries. Currently scoring at a rate of almost 4 runs off an over. That's an inside edge. Running down to the fine leg area. Have a fielder chasing. Back for 3. This is really, really good running by these two batters. I mean, it's really hot out there. And getting 3 runs, well, that's really very good cricket by these two batters. Really making sure that they try and get the scoring rate up as much as possible.
$100 up for Zimbabwe.
Okay.
Gavin Lindsay.
That's a brilliant catch. It was well set up by the USA team. Floated outside the off stump, inviting Lindsay to go for that expensive shot over that short extra car fielder. He was actually set up for that beautifully. There was a catching short extra cover. He was just placed with that shot. Brilliantly taken, very good catch. And that marks the end of a brilliant quick knock by Gavin Lindsay. He goes for 20 of 16. Zimbabwe 102 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Witness the thrill of the big match season, where school pride is on the line and every run counts. Watch as heroes rise and legends are born. The big match season, live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
It's a bright sunny day here at the BRC Cricket Grounds in Colombo. Here's a look of that wicket again.
Good catch. Slightly lower. The end of a 31-run partnership between the captain Goodwin and Gavin Lindsay. Darshan Wagmaria is the new batter in. Another left-hander to replace the left-hander.
Things were looking really good for the Zimbabwe team before they lost that wicket. Goodwin and Lindsay were really taking the ballers apart. Lindsay especially with 2 massive sixes. Was batting out really positively with an aggressive intent, but unfortunately he was cheaply caught by a beautiful trap set up by the SS skipper and the bowler. That's a lovely delivery. Takes the outside edge and the ball runs down to the third man region.
Why wasn't there a slip for the new batter? There had to be a slip. Definite chance going down.
That was a classic delivery by the left arm off spinner. It would have been catching practices if they had a slip fielder. Usually when you have a new batter in, we used to see maybe 1 or 2 slips, but unfortunately, and maybe fortunately for the batter, just manages to creep through the hands of the wicketkeeper. It's another run down to Goodwin now. Goodwin will have to play this smartly. He's unbeaten on 48. He can't throw his wicket away right now because he has lost his aggressive partner and he has a new partner on the other end.
Punching down a half century is Goodwin. Played the anchor role after the first 2 wickets fell down. Wagmaria cuts for a single.
Himanshu into his 4th over has managed to grab up that important wicket of Lindsay. Goodwin unbeaten 48. There's been a real contest between Goodwin and the bowlers, current partnership. Just the 3 runs of 3 balls. They might be really focusing on the run rate as well, which has come up to 4 runs from around 3. It's a good sign. That's an outside edge. Lucky there, Goodwin. That's running down deep backward point region, and that's 50 for Goodwin. This has been a very good knock by the Zimbabwe skipper, coming in at a crucial point when the Zimbabwe had lost 2 runs for 11. And what a knock. 50 of 69 deliveries of 4 boundaries, and that completes over number 26. Zimbabwe 107 for the loss of 4 wickets. Here's a quick look at this brilliant innings by the Zimbabwe skipper. From the moment he walked in, he looked really positive. He went after the bowlers, just pushing back the pressure at the USA team. And that positive intent has finally paid off. What a brilliant knock. Leading in front.
Last over, a wicket and 8 runs off it. USA will have to stop the leakage of runs. They are to defend for the total that their captain said at the toss, 220.
I would really love to see these 2 batters going on until maybe the 35th over. Maybe a 50 runs if they could add to the total, and then maybe try to up the run rate during the last 10 overs. That would be ideal for the Zimbabwe team. So really need to focus on the run rate because they can't fall apart cheaply. That's a lovely shot down the ground, but straight to the fielder.
Well timed. Should have found the gap. Shahnava is back on the attack. They are in need of wickets. Wickets will be the key. The runs are flowing. Goodwin on 50. He must be eyeing on something big.
Well, he really needs to be there until the end. He can't afford to throw his wicket away after scoring a brilliant 50. He needs to play around his other batters. Shahnawaz, the most successful bowler yesterday against Namibia, managed to pick up 4 wickets, but today he has not yet managed to grab a wicket. He would love to see maybe 1 or 2 wickets under his name.
Slip brought in. Oh, off the thigh pad. Running down to the boundary. Welcome runs for the Zimbabweans.
That's not good bowling by Shahnawaz. He was creating that pressure and just easing it away by bowling a loose delivery down the leg side. Easy pickings for the batter. He just needed to get something on it, a pad or a pad, and it just ran down to the boundary for 4 runs. Welcome runs. Every run counts for Zimbabwe as they progress on their way in this innings.
Sanjeev Veerasinghe diving full length from behind the stumps. Couldn't stop it.
That's outside the R stump and slapped. It was literally slapped over the extra cover region down to the boundary for 4 more. This is really good batting by Vagmaria. He saw that delivery wide, full outside the off stump. He just didn't need a second invitation. He threw the kitchen sink at it. Look at that. That's a pure slap over the extra cover fielder. Couple of bounces down to the boundary. The deep cover fielder had no chance getting around it. This is really good batting.
We're into the big hitters, aren't we?
Exactly. I'm really loving the way they are taking on the USA bowlers, because even after losing, Lindsay, the most aggressive batter in their order, I would say, he was dismissed for 20 after smashing two huge sixes out of the park. But Vagmaria has made sure that he comes out and make sure that the flow is on. Already had 8 runs in this over, 8 runs in the previous over as well. This is really good going by the Zimbabwe batters right at the moment.
Wickets will be the key. 4 wickets down. Zimbabwe, the run rate looks healthy at the moment. But hurting them is the wickets.
Zimbabwe obviously should be very happy at where they are currently, because they cheaply lost a couple of wickets for 11. And that completes over number 27, Zimbabwe. 1-1-5 for the loss of 4 wickets.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
Zimbabwe 115 for 4. We are into the 28th over. Himanshu has been brought to the attack by Captain Sanjeeva Veerasinghe, who is marshalling his troops from behind the stumps.
With Vagmaria going really hard at the bowlers, it would be really interesting to see how Captain Goodwin will take it on from here, because he needs to really be around until the end of the innings. He can't throw his wicket away. He needs to turn this 50 into 100 probably. He's been batting really well, seeing the ball really well, looks well settled, and he might be loving to convert this 50 into a huge 100. That's beautifully bowled and very well played, carefully defended by Goodwin. This is really interesting. This is what is expected from his end as well.
Dot balls, all important dot balls. Now is the pressure building? Yes, it is. Can be seen a rash shot, a rare rash shot by Goodwin.
You say that a couple of dot balls would bring in a wicket, and that's what we are exactly seeing. Dot balls, 4 dot balls. Pressure created, and Goodwin really trying to throw it hard. And we can just see a bit of a niggle. Maybe that wild hoik pulled a muscle out too of Goodwin.
It's a really hard ask. Even as the Sri Lankans, Iran, it's not easy for us. Standing in the commentary box, we are feeling the heat.
Absolutely, it has been really hot out there today, and we are feeling the heat here in the comm box as well. And it's really humid. And guess what? It's 12 in the noon, and you might be really feeling it right on top of his head. But hats off to all of these players. Over 50s, they are throwing themselves really engaged in the game, and that shows the passion they're having towards this beautiful game, as that has been flat batted down the ground for a single. Spoils a good over. Would have been a maiden for Himanshu. 28 gone. Zimbabwe 116 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning.
Wow. I love my job.
My lottery dream home. Mondays on HGTV.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinners Cooking Out. Thursdays on Food Network.
The sun is wide out at the BRC. Zimbabwe batting first. They are on 116 for 4 after 28 overs. Goodwin, the skipper, is playing a captain's knock. 151 of 75. And Wagmaria just arrived at the crease. He's on 6 of 8. Shahnava to continue.
Maybe a little bit of assistance required for Goodwin, I would say. He needs to be hydrated all along the way. See a couple of medical staff walking out there just to check in if everything is all right with Goodwin. It's really heat. It's really hot out there. The humidity is up. And you really take care of your health as well. If you look at the skies, it's clear blue skies. As the game started, yes, we did have a couple of clouds around the ground, but right now it's a clear blue sky with the sun dashing out right on top of the ground, and the players are really feeling it. And lots of ice bags, cool drinks taken out. Current partnership, 14 runs of 16 deliveries. Zimbabwe would be really happy to see themselves at this position after losing 2 quick wickets. And the total was 11 runs when Sachit Fernando managed to grab a couple of quick wickets in the beginning. But since then, it has been a balanced game, I would say. 116 for 4, 28 overs gone. Run rate just above 4. Wagmaria looks good and aggressive. Goodwin looks really settled out there.
Sorry, guys.
We are into the 7th day of this tournament. If you're just tuning in, Zimbabwe decided to bat first this morning after winning the toss. And 20 overs done and 116 for the loss of 4 wickets. We are coming to you live from the BRC Cricket Grounds in Colombo, Sri Lanka. And you can catch us live on YouTube, Papare TV, Dialog TV, Papare.com, and Papare Facebook Live as well.
Captain Sanjeev Veerasinghe indicating to the umpire that he is standing up. That will restrict Goodwin from going out of the crease, using his crease.
Come on, Shah! Come on, Shah!
That's a misfield by the bowler himself. The skipper and the wicketkeeper not really happy about that. They would have really wanted to have Goodwin on strike because he was finding a little bit hard during the last over as well.
Bit of a chat between the umpire and the skipper.
Looking at the projected score, at the current rate of 4.15, they might end up at 187, which I doubt would be a competitive total looking at this batting surface and the USA batting lineup as well. Anything about 225, I would say, would be a competitive total. That's outside the off stump. Thrashes at it, but straight to the field at extra cover.
Wagmaria weighing on his back leg, trying to go with the back foot.
I just feel that Wagmaria is trying to hit the ball too hard rather than trying to time the ball and place it.
No weight on his front foot. That's his problem.
Absolutely, he needs to figure out the pace of the pitch and then maybe try and place the ball rather than thrashing hard. There again. That's a lovely shot down to the long off region. Beautifully driven for a single. Taking the total up to 118 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Shahanava only given 2 runs in this over. Could have been 1.
It's a very important game for the USA as they are looking for a spot in the semi-finals. They really need to focus on pulling up their net run rate, and the USA team will be keeping a close eye on the match between New Zealand and Sri Lanka as well. They would love New Zealand to win, and a win over Zimbabwe with a decent net run rate would really help their journey towards the semi-finals. That's once again nicely bowled by Shahnawaz. 29 overs done. Zimbabwe 118 for the loss of 4 wickets.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
ThePapare TV, ThePapare TV HD. Dialog Television නාලිකා අංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
118 for 4 Zimbabwe. 29 overs. 15 more overs to go. 16 rather. What can they make out of those 16?
Quiet little partnership between these two batters. Wagmaria trying to be the aggressor out of the two batters, but he has not really managed to make contact. It's once again beautifully bowled by Himanshu. He's throwing it right up there, expecting the surface to do a little bit of turn and bounce. Really figured out the pace of the pitch. Creating a little bit of drama out there for the batters.
Goes offside for a single. Good win. Back on the batting crease. The last few overs, the rate has been reduced. At this rate, they would reach 181 after the 45 overs. That won't be enough. USA team has got some brilliant batters.
Exactly, they were 99 after completion of 25 overs, and since then they have just managed to score 21 runs after 4.4 overs bowled since the 25th over. And if I'm not mistaken, the 26th over and the 27th over went for 8 runs each. That's 16, which means the last 3 overs they have managed to just score 5 runs, which has really been a concern for the Zimbabwe batters.
Tired legs maybe. Good win. Has been a good runner between the wickets. In the latter half of his inning, the singles haven't come easy, and the batter from the other end had to attack. That's what Lindsay did. 1 run to end the over. 121 for 4. Beg your pardon, one more ball to go. Why am I in a hurry?
Maybe you're feeling the heat. You need to go and get yourself refreshed.
Indeed, Iran.
We may be lucky to run away, but not the players in the ground. They have to hang there until the water breaks are on. That's beautifully bowled outside the off stump. Thrashed hard, stayed to the short extra car fielder. That completes 30 overs. Zimbabwe 121 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Do I have to put these on? No. Okay. It's probably better if I don't.
How many overs you want? Okay,
Well, welcome back. 30 overs done. Zimbabwe treading slowly but nicely. 121 for the loss of 4 wickets. Got Vagmaria and Goodwin at the crease. Goodwin holding the Zimbabwean innings at 53 of 80, and Vagmaria 9 of 15 here at the Burger Recreation Club grounds. And in the com box, we are joined by James White. Hi, James.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Not too bad. How yourself?
Yeah, very well, thanks. Very
well. What do you think of the game so far? How are you guys standing?
We're probably disappointed losing a few early. We like to get a good, quick start, which unfortunately we didn't manage this morning. But I think we've done well to get to where we are with the loss of, not too many wickets. We've got 2 very experienced campaigners at the crease now. Obviously, Brian Goodwin is the captain and Dash the vice captain, both veterans having played a couple of World Cups already. So I'm very confident that these guys know what they need to do.
Jimmy, 15 more overs to go, and at the toss your skipper said 220, 250 is the ideal score on this pitch. It is a bit slow right now. The pitch isn't offering much. It's very slow. Given the situation now, 121 for the loss of 4 wickets, do you see 220 as a formidable score right now, or are you targeting something less now?
I think with wickets in hand, you get to 10 overs left, you've got a good chance to launch a good platform. We've still got some good hitters in the shed, so I'm still confident 220 is absolutely achievable.
How crucial were those 2 early blows for your innings, including yourself?
As I say, my role is to either come off or I don't. So the team's sort of used to me either getting some quick runs or I don't. And unfortunately today I didn't. So as I said, instead of a quick fire start, we obviously now build an innings. And I'll give the USA their due. They've bowled their lines very well. Good lengths, and they defended the short boundaries, which are square of the wicket, very well too. So yeah, I think it's a good game, and we can learn a lot from the USA from what they've done in the field.
Now the weather is obviously scorchingly hot out there. Even from the com box we can feel it out there. And given the conditions and given the heat that we have right now in Colombo and Sri Lanka as a whole, how is the Zimbabwean team working around that in terms of fitness levels, hydration, etc.?
Obviously we're well and truly into the campaign now, and I wouldn't be entirely honest if I didn't say that it's starting to take its toll a bit on the team. We do have quite a few injuries creeping in. There's certainly fatigue there, so it just means better management of your subs on and off the field, maybe shorter stints bowling, and looking after your batsmen with plenty of hydration.
Absolutely, Jimmy. Now, Vagmaria has faced 19 balls and scored 10 off. Are you expecting him to fire anytime soon, or do you want him to hold back till the 36th, 38th over and then start firing alongside Goodwin?
Like I said, Dash is a very experienced campaigner. So, the last thing we want to do now is lose 6 wickets and be all out in the 40th over. So, you know, we want to bat 45. We want to keep the USA in the field for those 45 overs, remembering the heat and the sapping humidity is absolutely a factor. So, look, Dash is perfectly capable of scoring quickly. So I expect that to happen at some point.
An appeal there by the USA bowling team there, but just an inside edge at the last minute there. The umpire obviously seeing it and ruling it not out. At the end of 31, Zimbabwe 122 for the loss of 4. Well, 31 overs done. Zimbabwe 122 for the loss of 4 wickets. A slow partnership of 20 runs off 34. We have Wagmaria and Goodwin at the crease. Goodwin holding the Zimbabwean innings with 53 to his name, and Wagmaria with 10 off 19. And in the comm box, I'm joined by James White, Zimbabwe's opening batter, who shared some very interesting insights as to how the Zimbabwean team has been going on about in this tournament in Sri Lanka. James, like you said, you all are well into the tournament here in Sri Lanka. How's Sri Lanka treated you so far?
Well, I have to say that the hospitality, the people, the country are just absolutely magnificent. You know, we've had such a great time here. It is. We managed to get away. We had 3 days in the middle, and yeah, we managed to see some of the country, and it's absolutely magnificent.
Shahnawaz bowling onto Wagmaria off on his hips, guided down the leg side for a single. James, just like you were saying, away from cricket, what did you enjoy most in Sri Lanka?
We managed to get up to, we haven't been down to the beach, or not me personally yet. Some of the guys went down there, they love golf. But we got up to Suringaya, I think it's called, where there's a big rock and a fort, World Heritage Site.
Sigiriya,
thank you. Thanks for correcting me. And that was absolutely astounding. And it's probably something I'll remember for the rest of my life. It was just beautiful.
Absolutely brilliant. Bowled in the slot and driven down long off region for another single. Once again, Zimbabwe going on slowly and building the little partnership. It's important that Zimbabwe, keeps wickets in hands, preferably Goodwin and Wagmaria stay in the crease at least until the 30th over before they start firing up towards the death of the innings. Again, kudos to the United States bowling team as well, to their bowling as well, keeping things tight, holding it back. There was a bit of a flurry when Lindsay was at the crease, wasn't there, James? Firing those massive sixers just before the US pulled them back.
Yes, Gavin's in good form at the moment, and is capable of scoring quickly. Again, my hat's off to the USA. They took a very good catch to get him out. So he was a bit disappointed, obviously, especially because he felt he was going well today. And yeah, that probably knocked us back. That and Jason Oates getting out. Obviously, Oates has been a big contributor to our scores. But, it gives the opportunity to someone else to step up. And as you can see, Brian Goodwin today is made a 50, so hopefully he can kick on.
At the end of 32, Zimbabwe 124 for the loss of 4. We'll be right back.
Get ready for the International Masters League, where cricketing powerhouses collide. Who will rise to the occasion and claim the ultimate glory? Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Down. We can only put 5. Who do you want to bring it? Who
do you want to bring it? Let's go. Yeah. Okay. Can't have everybody outside. Fair enough.
Take a look at these projected scores, Jimmy. Like at the current rate, Zimbabwe is expected to make 174. I'm pretty sure Zimbabwe is looking at that 8 run per over towards the latter parts of the innings to get up to that expected 225, 230 mark.
Absolutely. As I say, you know, we probably have another look at 35 to see where we are, and then really start pushing a little bit. You know, I think ticking over the scoreboard is absolutely crucial and sometimes underrated. We need to just turn the strike over, and then obviously the 4s and 6s will come.
We're seeing a very tired Goodwin in the middle there. He's been at the crease for a very long time, 87 deliveries. It's not easy in this heat. I think it's important that Wagmaria takes on the reins a bit and goes on an attacking front and give Goodwin a little bit of a break, take him off strike, rotate those singles. But one batter has to take on that attacking stance.
Absolutely. As I said, Dash has got a very wise head on his shoulders, so I'm fairly certain he's got a plan. He's pretty good at that. Just back onto Brian, he hasn't been all that well. He's got a bit of a bug, or had a bit of a bug, so I imagine his energy levels are a little bit down. So for him to fight his way through this is really quite commendable, I think.
I think it's important that you keep your health on check as well, you know, because the heat can get to you, regardless of how fit you are and how healthy you are. You know, keeping yourself hydrated and getting those routine checkups is absolutely imperative in these weather conditions. But I like how Zimbabwe is going on at the moment. They lost early wickets and then they lost regularly. Oh, and just as we said, Wagmaria goes for a wild swing on the leg side and disturbing his stumps. Shanawaz maintaining that line and then losing the wicket just when Zimbabwe needed a solid partnership between Wagmaria and Goodwin.
So we've got Stuart Kashula coming into the crease now. Stewie won't wait around, so you know he certainly will get the run rate going. He's got a very good eye, plays good shots, and once he's in, can take the long handle. So this will be crucial for us, as to hopefully Stewie can come to the party.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 74 21 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
You don't want to miss it. Life is good. Things are spicy in here. Blew my mind.
Simon's Dinner's cooking out. Thursdays on Food Network.
Look at this.
Ooh.
The biggest budget ever.
3 to 4 million.
Come on in.
It's breathtaking.
Amazing.
This is stunning.
Wow. I love my job.
My Lottery Dream Home. Mondays on HGTV.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
So there's a replay of that wicket. Papare going for that expensive shot over the mid-wicket region, but missing it completely and shattering stumps in the process. New batsman in, Stuart Kashula.
So Stuart plies his trade in Perth, Western Australia. And Brian is actually based on the East Coast, playing on the Sunshine Coast in Queensland, Australia as well. So as I'm sure you all know, the Zimbabwe team comes from all over the world at the moment. We all meet here in Sri Lanka. So it's taken a bit of time for us to form partnerships and understand each other's games.
Now I think this is a very important passage of play for both teams, you know. With 5 wickets down for Zimbabwe, they will want to increase that run rate up, but also keep those wickets intact as well. Stuart getting off the mark with a single.
Looks like Brian's got a little cramp in his hamstring.
He has been there for a long time, James. And it's hot out there, it's really hot. But kudos to him, hats off. 55 off 87. And an appeal from the up. Just maybe a little bit of bat there as well. At the end of 33, Zimbabwe 126 for the loss of 5 wickets.
It's going down leg.
So James, important question. Say Zimbabwe does not get to that 225, 230 expected total. What is the bowling strategy? What is this approach Zimbabwe is going to take when you guys get onto the field?
Well, we have to keep the ball in the right areas. It's something we've done well in some games and not so well in others. And today, especially if we're defending a reasonably low score, to coin a phrase from Damien Fleming, we've got to keep it in the corridor of uncertainty. Outside off stump, bowling to fields that we can defend. Make the batsman play across the line. We find here in Sri Lanka playing across the line is not a long-term strategy. You get out pretty quick if you do that. So we just need to be smart.
Now this US team has an impressive batting lineup. They do bat team, they do bat heavy, and they do bat hard. Again, just towards the outside, off stump, cut away for a couple of runs. Getting back to our discussion, James, your bowling strategy. Now, like I said, the US team has an interesting and heavy batting lineup. They bat deep. So given that understanding that the US team does have an impressive batting lineup and that the score is not up to what you want at the moment, what is the thought process of the bowling side right now from Zimbabwe's point of view?
So I guess we've got to remain cognizant of the fact that a lot of the cricket played in the USA is on AstroTurf. So the ball bounces, it's true. So they like pace on. So, it might be a day for our spinners to come into their own today. If we can just slow the pace of the ball up and get it to rip, I think we're a good chance. As I said, make them try and head across the line instead of straight, and pace off, I think, will be key today.
Absolutely, because we did see a little bit of movement when you were batting in the first 3-4 overs. There was a little bit of movement off the seam, but now it has dropped significantly. The pitch has slowed down. The carry is much less as well. And it will be a significantly slow wicket when the US comes to bat. But the US right now doing an impressive job with the bowling in the right areas, keeping the Zimbabwean batters in check. Just when you see there's a partnership building, they do pull it back and get that all-important wicket. Once again, right on the money there. Zimbabwe, 34 overs, 129 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Witness the thrill of the big match season, where school pride is on the line and every run counts. Watch as heroes rise and legends are born. The big match season, live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Well, we're into the 35th. 129 for the loss of 5 wickets. Karshula just in with 4 runs off 5, and Goodwin hanging in there with 55 off 90. Strained down the leg side for an extra. Not given by the umpire. Perhaps there was a little bit of pad or bat there. Ooh, quite questionable, but umpire's call is the last call.
There we go. That's a good shot from Stewie Kashula.
Slapped and 4. Vital and important runs for Zimbabwe at this in the last 10 overs. Well, James, just like you said, if Karshula can take on the bowlers right now, it will give that breathing space for Goodwin to hold innings on the other side and rotate those singles.
100%. And look, if the ball's there, Stewie's not going to die wondering. He'll hit it. So, but he's also sensible. So I'm expecting big things from Stewie today.
Good recovery from Shanawaz. They are straying off the offside in the previous delivery, but coming back stronger in his 4th delivery.
USA are bowling really good lines here. So good juice, big juice to them.
Well, before we pass on the commentaries to Asanka and Iran, James, we got 10 more overs. What are you expecting?
I think 210 is something we would probably be looking at now.
Closes the over with a dot. 35 overs done. Zimbabwe 134 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Thank you.
Get ready for the International Masters League, where cricketing powerhouses collide. Who will rise to the occasion and claim the ultimate glory? Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Zimbabwe 134 for the loss of 5 wickets at the end of 35 overs, and Goodwin is cultivating a win for Zimbabwe here with his knock. 55 runs off 91 deliveries, and it has really set the tone up for Zimbabwe, hasn't it? 10 overs to go, 134 runs on the board with 5 wickets left, and Goodwin is still there in the middle. But you prefer the score that they'll be looking on to get from here on?
We'll get back to it. These are the wickets fell down today. Second wicket, this was well planned by Sajid Fernando. Third wicket, a crucial wicket taken by the USA. He's batting brilliantly, Lindsay. And the last of all, Wagmaria.
Yes, 100%. And yet again, we are having a look at the most runs for this IMC Over-50s World Cup. Giles Ecclestone at the top position with 265. Fakir Dangaria from India with 250 is at the second place. Jason Oates unfortunately got out early today. He has scored 242 runs. Mason Robinson of New Zealand with 216. He's playing a game against Sri Lanka as well. And Steve Mays of Australia with 214 runs.
Back to the question you asked. Zimbabwe will eyeing somewhere around 200. Exactly 60 balls to go.
Well, it is very gettable given the fact that the boundaries are not that far as well. It's on the shorter side compared to other grounds we had the matches at. So if you are a power hitter looking to get those boundaries and sixes in these final 10 overs, this is the best ground for you to get that.
Well done, well done.
I was having a chat with Michael Adams, the liaison officer of the Zimbabwean team. To his knowledge, this Kaskula, the big hitter, he can change things around. If he starts to move on, things will change for Zimbabwe. Oh, straight back to the bowler. Didn't manage to collect it.
Bad luck, good try, good try.
Kashkula opting to go for that safe option over the bowler's head, but unfortunately he couldn't get enough connection there. And Sujesh is into his second over, and I believe that Zimbabwe should target him. They shouldn't allow him to settle in. He has bowled 1.4 overs for just 3 runs, and probably a boundary here could unsettle Sujesh. And Kashula goes down the ground for a single.
And he's running through the overs so quickly.
Keep watching, fellas, keep watching.
Comes in at the toughest time to bowl is Sujesh. And goes big. Does it have the legs? No, it doesn't. Will just fall in front of that long on field. At the end of 36 overs, Zimbabwe 136 for the loss of 5 wickets. And here we are having a look at the most wickets yet again. Ali Bukhari leading the chart with 17 wickets. Vian Smith with 13, Marcus Sherrow and Ivan Rees and Simon Waddington with 10 each. And they are at the bottom half of the top 5 list.
Simon Waddington, yesterday he made a fifer for his team. Went through the Canadian tail so quickly. 2 caught and bowls. Bowled in good lines and lengths. The left arm spinner. Back to the BRC. Good win on 56. Kashula on 10 of 15. Sujesh, who bowled the previous over, has been brilliant. Only 5 runs in his 2 overs.
This is a must-win game for USA as far as the tournament is concerned to progress and to make it into that top 2. And they also have to look at the game on the other part of Colombo at NCC Grounds, where Sri Lanka are taking on New Zealand, and New Zealand are currently 175 for the loss of 6 wickets at 38 overs. It is going to be a tough game as well. As we know, grounds here in Sri Lanka the surfaces tend to slow down a bit when the day progresses on. But fortunately for us, we've had some good chases in this IMC Over-50 World Cup. I believe teams batting second have won most of the games.
Absolutely.
Go Raja.
What taken into concern is that it's not easy to field under this sun.
Very well bowled.
Tends to make you exhausted. The bowlers as well as the fielders.
Time to build some indoor stadiums with the air-conditioned facilities for the next Over-50 World Cup, if they have it in Sri Lanka, of course.
Innovations.
Well, it's a 45-over game, and it's not going to be easy, especially when you are in your early 50s and late 50s coming and playing under these conditions. And a close one that was, he played it across the line, but he has got the boundary. Goodwin moves up to 60. It was a very risky shot, wasn't it? Straight onto the pads. He played it across.
It's the right option.
Yeah, move him that way.
He was tired. He's exhausted. He has been there almost for about 30 overs.
It's okay, it's okay.
It's a brilliant batting performance by the captain. 95 overs, 95 balls rather.
The skipper putting on a show here for his team. 140 on the board for Zimbabwe. He's batting at 60. He has the time and overs to get to a well-deserved 100 as well. 40 runs away.
Get it. Well done, well done.
With the support that this Zimbabwean team has had from their family has been immense, because their family members, their wives, their children have always been around the team. And Goodwin, his wife is the manager of the team as well. Juliet, I beg your pardon, Siobhan Goodwin. She is the manager of this team as well. And I was talking to Jarvis yesterday, and it's their wives who prepare all the hydration that they need. Getting ready the team cards, getting ready the other support that they need. So it's quite a good thing to having your family around you while you play cricket.
Good shot down to point. Single taken. Goodwin moves up to 63 of 98. 37 done, 143 for 5.
.37 overs done, 143 on the board. Goodwin and Kashula has to put on a good end to this innings. It was a very good recovery, wasn't it? They were 10 for 2 at one stage, and from there on, 2 good partnerships, and here they are, 143 on the board.
Get it.
Captain's knocked by Goodwin. Held one end, carrying on his team, marshalling all the other batsmen.
I believe Sajid Fernando has a couple of overs left in his ranks, if I'm not wrong. So probably they might bring him in after the 40th over. But while containing the runs, USA should also look to grab as much wickets as they can. At least make sure that Goodwin runs out of partners, because he has looked so good today. Doesn't look like getting out, just as I speak, a leading edge.
Fortune favours the brave, we say. Goodwin on to 64. Oh, going down leg. That's a rare wide from Sujesh. Still the 7th run conceded of his 2.3 overs.
Well, we've been talking a lot about the conditions and how the players are coping up with. Yes, players and how the players are coping up with it. But let's spare a moment for the umpires. They're standing at the same position for almost 90 overs under this hot sun, and not easy at all. And most of these umpires are in their late 60s, early 60s as well.
Oh, going for a big shot. And misses. Sujesh bowling in a tight line and inviting the batsman to go for a big one.
There's a good variation from Sujesh. Went for that leg spinner, goes high, falls safely in between the two fielders. A single, a chance to end the 38th over. Zimbabwe 146 with the loss of 5 wickets.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
$146 for 5. Zimbabwe in a position where they can start attacking from. Kaskula in particular. Good ball. Plumbed in front and given.
That was a plumb in front. It kept low and the umpire had no doubt. Look at that. Look at that, Raj. It kept very low, crashing into the middle stump.
Middle of the middle.
Kashkula is very disappointed. Look at that. Look at the reactions. He's wondering how that ball didn't bounce much. It just crashed onto his pad. For a spare moment, he would have thought that he was playing cricket in a beach.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Kaskula was the last man to go back to the pavilion. Only made 11 out of 19. That was plumb in front indeed. Expected it to bounce. USA! Emlyn Kuhn is the new batter in. Most of these players from the Zimbabwe, they don't live in Zimbabwe. They live around the world, mostly in Australia, playing county cricket in England.
Be ready, guys, be ready.
Like you said, with their wives and with their families. They should be applauded that they took part in this tournament from around the world.
It is important that the new batter supports a good win in these final 7 overs if they are to post a challenging score. 146 is still not enough. They have to get to that 200-run mark because we saw USA chasing scores down quite easily in the previous games. They've chased 220s, they've chased 230s, and they have a very good batting lineup as well.
They've got Sajith Fernando at 5. Tells you how strong the batting lineup is. Sajith Fernando, who has scored more than 10,000 first-class runs for his clubs. Couldn't play for Sri Lanka, the national team. Wasn't lucky enough to play for Sri Lanka.
Well, of course, you will have to have that luck behind your side to represent a country, especially given the fact that during the time of Sajith Fernando, we've had many talented cricketers playing for the same spot, and it was not easy for him. On any other era, he would have easily made it into the Sri Lankan squad.
Absolutely, Kevin. He was an opener for his disadvantage. At the time, there was Sanath Jayasuriya, Maava Natapattu, Avishka Gunawardena. The list is long. Zimbabwe unable to rotate the strike at the moment. Goodwin stuck at the crease. He's on a well-made 64, but from here on, there's no chance if you are stuck at the crease. Got to move on.
Come on,
and tries to do so. A chance gone begging.
39 overs done. Zimbabwe 148 for the loss of 6 wickets.
Current run rate stays at 3.7. Current partnership is only 2 runs from 5 balls. Still early stages. She's back with a good ball and gets his man.
That was an interesting appeal from Sujesh. He was pleading from the umpire, please give me that wicket. I need a wicket. And he has got the wicket nevertheless.
That's a danger man who has to go. Goodwin. Very close. Brian Goodwin. The captain's knock of 65. Zimbabwe 148 for 7.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Here's a replay of that wicket. Probably kissing the leg stumps. And he was showing at his bat. Maybe we need a sneako or hotspot to see whether he hit the bat or not. Tim Trumbers comes on to bat. He scored a well-made 20 yesterday against UAE. And Sujesh played for that wicket. Got that wicket. And it's a very tricky customer. He bowls leg spin, but for the batsman's mind, he's more of a off spinner. Because look at the action, where he releases the ball from. Look at that. Just in the final moment, he turns his hands as a leg spinner. Wrist rather.
Keep it straight, let's go.
Turning into the right-hander. You could call him right-arm googly.
Right-arm quickly, yeah.
Okay.
We have just 3 balls to go for the 40th over. We'll be off commentary for the next 5 overs. Any quick predictions on what score Zimbabwe will make? I'll buy you an ice cream if you get it right.
Good gesture from you.
I know you don't want an ice cream. We have the clubhouse by the corner.
Oh yes, in the evening, maybe.
Yeah, probably, but you have to take a guess.
Only one. Easy.
200 looks par for me.
Send it on, guys, get to the ball.
But as the things go, they don't seem to reach 200. But who knows? Cricket is a funny game. If one of these batters could play a blinder, you never know.
Well, 200. To get there, they have to go 10 runs per over from here on. 149 on the board at the loss of 7 wickets. And at the end of 40 overs, there will be a change of voices in the commentary box.
Well, here's taking a look at the missed opportunities by USA. They'll probably rue those chances and maybe contemplate and wonder if they have taken those chances. They could have bundled out Zimbabwe for a much lesser total than what they are. Well, we're in the last 5 overs they run. Zimbabwe 149 for the loss of 7.
Pretty interesting situation, and not what the Zimbabwe captain was expecting. He was expecting something about 220, but unfortunately, 149 for the loss of 7 wickets. He was actually just ruled out LBW in the last over. He was batting really well at 65. He would have been in a position to launch the last 5 overs.
He would have at least wanted to be there right towards the end. He's batted hard, he's toiled hard. Close to 40 overs he's been at the crease under the scorching hot sun here in Colombo.
These two batters will really have to focus on batting out these 45 overs. Try to at least maybe grab 30 more runs and get to that 180 mark, maybe 175, the psychological figure. And leave it to the bowlers. They might have something to bowl at.
I think they'll have to just go for it now, because we got just under 5 overs, 3 wickets in hand. And just as you said, it's a wild swing. And caught at the boundary line. That's a touch and go. And the fielder, sportsmanship at its finest.
That's really great sportsmanship by the USA fielder down at the long on boundary. That's really great work, because we do not have technology to decide if it's a 6 or an out, but he was really generous over there.
You know, Iran, 15, 16 years ago, when Papare was not much in the scene in broadcasting cricket matches, a fielder may have claimed that is a clear dismissal. But here we are, cameras in all angles. That is a clear 6. That is a clear 6. But respectfully so,
come on, guys.
Part of the US fielder claiming it was a 6. A very much welcome 6 for the Zimbabweans.
I mean, this is all about cricket. You need to have that sportsmanship. And it's really great to see the over-50s players engaging themselves, especially during this tournament. It has been cricket all around with very good spirit.
Absolutely, Iran, absolutely. You got to give credit where it's due.
41 overs done. Zimbabwe 157 for the loss of 7 wickets.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ, යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD. Dialog Television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Right then, we are into the last 4 overs of the Zimbabwe innings. Zimbabwe deciding to bat first after winning toss today morning. It's really hot out here. Beautiful conditions for cricket, but not really good conditions for the fielders and the batters out there, because it's really, really hot out here in Colombo today. It's extreme humid and hot sun right over your head, and you're really compelled to go through it. That's a lovely reverse sweep shot from the batter. Ricochets down to the deep third man boundary. 4 runs, very welcome runs by Kern.
Well, Zimbabwe collecting those all-important boundaries at the latter part of the innings. These runs are like gold, Iran, like gold at this point of the time.
Absolutely. I'm really impressed to see that kind of a shot from a tail ender. Even the top order batters, they really did not play any kind of fancy shots, but he just middled it to perfection and placed it between those two fielders at backward of point and short third man. All credits to the batter.
Lovely comeback by Sujesh, a lovely comeback. Drifting off towards the offside and making it go away from the batsman. The batsman having to reach out for that delivery.
13 important runs added by both of these batters for the 8th wicket.
Drops it short for a single. Deep extra cover.
We have 20 more legal deliveries left and maybe 30 runs. Getting closer to that 200 mark, 190 plus. The bowlers would really love to bowl at. But I'm just wondering if this total would be sufficient to hold back the USA aggressive batters.
Well, we also have to take into account, I think James, while I was speaking to him early on in the innings, he made a very interesting point. USA back in their home country, they are very much used to playing on AstroTurfs. And this pitch, like you said at the pitch report, is a very, very slow pitch. And we only saw some seam movement in the first 3 overs. We'll get back to that. 42 done, 162 for the loss of 7 wickets.
Mama Gajaman. මම හැමදේම කරන්නේ බොහොම පිළිවෙල. මං වැඩ කරන්නේ මගෝරිස්තුමා. එතුමාට නම් මාව නැතුවම බෑ.
42 was done, 3 more to go, 162 for the loss of 7 wickets. These two batters adding some valuable runs.
Come on, Raj!
And it's been put down. Straight back at the bowler.
It was a valiant effort, I would say. It was hit back hard at the bowler. But still, it was in a catchable height. Would have been a good wicket to have.
Maybe not gone for the reverse cup option, maybe, you know, straight cup.
Badadara into his final over.
It's
a quick run. Well communicated by these two batters.
A brave single there, very brave single there by the Zimbabweans. But you have to take every run that comes at this point. We are in the last 5 overs, 163 for the loss of 7 wickets. Well below what Zimbabwe initially expected. They were hoping for 220, 230 and an ambitious 250 as well. But right now they're reeling at 163 for the loss of 7.
I would say it's time up for the batters to try and maybe launch those big shots. Try and go hard at the bowlers. Just 15 deliveries left. At least 25 runs out of those 15 deliveries would help them in their total score.
I mean, just like you said, Iran, a 180, 190 or even a 200 would give them something to bowl at, would give the bowlers that fighting chance to bowl at this massive batting prowess of the United States.
Yes, I mean, with the pitch turning out to be a lot slower, even the US batters might find it a little bit hard at the start to go really hard at the bowlers.
One thing the Zimbabwean bowling attack, as according to what James told me, was that they have identified that the US batting team, they do love it, love the ball onto the bat. They love pace, but with this pitch, it's questionable. 43 done, 163 for the loss of 7.
Yeah, into the 44th over, just 2 overs to complete the Zimbabwe innings. 163 for the loss of 7 wickets. Just curious on to see where they might end up. That's cut away down to the backward of point region. Beautifully placed.
Send the ball in. Come on.
I think Zimbabwe needs to throw the kitchen sink at possibly everything they can now, because they got 11 deliveries, 164 for the loss of 7. They need to go all out. And mind you, these are probably the bowlers who are batting right now. They need to understand that we need to bowl and we need a decent score on the board as well.
Absolutely, with 11 deliveries left, at least a couple of sixes. Get the team past the total of 180. Let's see, that's outside the off stump. Once again driven down to the backward of point region.
And they take a couple of runs here.
Very well fielded by the fielder. Very good return to the keeper as well, keeping down the batters for a single.
You know, sometimes Iran, even if the total is relatively low and below what the team is expecting, that last flurry towards the end of an innings could give that confidence for coming into bowl. So I think it's important that Zimbabwe capitalizes on what they have on offer here.
Absolutely, because even 180 might be a tricky total, because you know it's not on that high end, it's not on in the low end. It might be tricky if they can maybe grab a couple of wickets during the first couple of overs, or maybe even within the first 5 overs, and put that pressure, bring down the run rate. Yeah, we might have a good game in our hands, but it all depends on how much they're going to score during these last 9 deliveries.
Another leading edge, but falling into vacant real estate.
8 deliveries left, but I'm still not
Walk up. No single.
seeing that positive intent from these two batters. They are not really trying to launch anything out of the park. 3 wickets in hand. They need to really throw their bat at everything
1 wicket here.
and feel themselves lucky to maybe connect one out of the ground. That's a beautiful shot. Swept down, deep and fine. But once again, well fielded.
And the old foot comes out to block that boundary.
I really admire the USA fielders. They have been really active, running around in the field, even having the hot sun right above them. Since 10 in the morning, it's been almost 3+ hours. It's not easy out there, but they have given their best, throwing themselves around, cutting those boundaries, restricting them. That's a beautiful late cut.
And that's edged down the third man region. Is it running toward the boundary? And it does. Absolutely important run for Zimbabwe right now, notching up 173 for the loss of 7 at the end of 44.
Was done behind the last over of the game. 173 runs for the loss of 7 wickets Zimbabwe. I really would love to see the score going up to 185. Maybe a couple of sixes, couple of boundaries, get them there. Last over costing them 10 runs.
You know, if Zimbabwe could end this last over on a massive high with maybe 15-20 runs, I know it's wishful thinking, Iran, but if they could get those 15-20 runs, they would go into the dressing room with a lot of confidence and a lot of confidence to return to the field with that sense of achievement that they've accomplished something, having lost early wickets in the 3rd over as well.
4 runs per over in a slow surface. I would call it, I can't call it decent, but the bowlers would love, because they would have something to bowl at. Maybe a special performance, as you spoke earlier. A couple of wickets. Get things in action. That's a lovely shot. Just fall short of that long on fielder, just a single.
In case you didn't notice, Iran, Trombus standing deep inside his crease to get that delivery on the full, maybe to launch it over long on, long off.
Really focused on Kuhn, who is currently batting. He's that big hitter. He might try to look and launch. Oh, down it comes. And it's a Skyer. Difficult shots. He came down the track and tried to hoik it down the ground, but just manages to play it right on top of the extra car fielder.
The intention was right, connection not so much.
Poor running between the wickets, I would say. There were clearly 2 runs available.
Yes, absolutely, and like we've been saying that they need every run possible and they need to squeeze those extra runs as well.
You shouldn't be ball watching during a last over, having 3 wickets in hand. That's a lucky edge, running down to the third man boundary. Couple of runs added to the total. All of these runs very important.
You know, they've put on 29 runs in 32 balls. It's an impressive partnership, but given the circumstances.
3 more deliveries to go. Would love to see where they might end at. It's a huge hike. It's been beautifully bowled by Himanshu once again. Slowing it up a lot.
Keeping it at that wide line crease there. Well, you got a dot on the penultimate delivery of an innings.
Right then, it's the last ball of the Zimbabwe innings. Really need to go out the park, get into that 180 run mark. Trombus has been a little bit too cautious, I would say. He really shouldn't have been defending the ball. Hogs it. Should be just a single. That's a good end to the Zimbabwe total.
Well, there you have it, Iran. Zimbabwe closing their 45 overs at 178 for the loss of 7. I'm not quite sure if they are satisfied with the total because they came into bat with an expected total of 220 and an ambitious 250 on this slow-paced wicket. But losing early wickets in the first 5 overs and wickets at regular intervals, they close up at 178 for 7. Hats off to the US bowlers as well. They bowled in the right areas, bowled in the right channels.
I mean, it was an absolute all-round performance by the USA team because they came really hard in the beginning, grabbing up 2 wickets for 11 runs, and then that partnership between the 2 batters for the 3rd wicket. But still, USA coming back hard at the Zimbabwe team just manages to restrict them for 178, which I would feel, which is a score below
Iran,
par.
let's not take away anything from the Zimbabwean batting as well. They were reeling at... They were reeling at 11 for 2 in the first 3 overs, but to recover from that spot of bother to post 170 plus for the loss of 7 wickets. It's a decent total given the pitch conditions and the weather conditions and given where they were at the beginning of their innings as well.
Absolutely. Here's a quick look at Zimbabwe innings of how things happened, and that was the brilliant partnership between the 2 batters, Lindsay and Goodwin the skipper, managing to lead the way for the Zimbabwe players. Couple of sixes, couple of huge shots, but unfortunately before Lindsay was caught at short extra cover. They had some brilliant performances by the USA fielders. They threw themselves all around the ground to make sure that they support their bowlers to restrict Zimbabwe for a total of 178, which looks a lot below par. I just feel they might be maybe 30 runs short of what they would have loved to have. And that was the great moment from the USA fielder where he acknowledged that it was a 6, showing the sportsmanship
and the beauty of the game of cricket. It was a brilliant performance altogether.
Well, Aaron, I'm going to interrupt you for a second there. We have some interesting scenes happening at the MCA grounds where England has notched up 408 for the loss of 3 wickets with 2 more deliveries to go in their 45 overs in their game against Namibia.
That's a huge total in a 45 over game. And here's a quick look at the Zimbabwe batting card. Opening batters failing to support the total. And Otis and Goodwin building up a beautiful partnership where Otis managed to score 22 and Goodwin, skipper, leading all the way from the front. 65 of 105 deliveries. A quick firing 20 from Lindsay. And all batters managing to cross the double figure mark after that.
Each batter getting starts but failing to capitalize and put up a good score. A decent total for Zimbabwe. They were reeling throughout the innings, you know. But at the end of the day, they did post 178 for the loss of 7.
Right, then here's a quick look at the bowling card. Looks a very decent bowling card. Shahanbaz, the left-arm fast bowler, managing to grab 1 wicket for 31. Fernando grabbing up 2 wickets for 28. Those 2 important wickets right at the beginning, which pushed Zimbabwe on their back foot. And most importantly, all bowlers contributing, grabbing 1 wicket each under their name. And looking at the fall of wickets, you could see that partnership of 60 runs for the 3rd wicket and 31 runs for the 4th wicket. And at the end of the innings, we had an unbeaten partnership of 30 runs, which held the course for Zimbabwe to end up at 178 for the loss of 7 wickets with 10 runs in extra. Right then, we'll be back shortly after the lunch break. Don't go too far. We do have an exciting chase by the USA. We'll be back shortly.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
අපේ කාලේ සමහරලාට සිලෙක්ටර් කෙනෙක් මැච් එකක් බලන්න එන්නේ පත්තරේ බලලා තමයි මෙයා ලකුණු 100ක් ගහලා තියෙනවා කියලා සිලෙක්ට් කරන්නේ. ලකුණු 1000කුයි විකටයකුයි ලබා ගත්තා පාසල් ක්‍රිකට් සීසන් එකේ. ක්‍රීඩාවක් කරද්දී හැමෝටම තමන්ගේ රට නියෝජනය කරන්න වෙන්නේ. අනිත් එක ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා නම් මේ හැම දෙයකටම මුහුණ පාන්න සිදු වෙනවා. අපිට හිටියේ කෝච්ලා අපිව වෙනස් කරන්න හැදුවේ නැහැ. මුරලිට බෝල් කරන්න හම්බුනේත් නැහැ. පියලුයි රුවනුයි බෝල් කරද්දි. මැච් එකේ ෆස්ට් ડે එකේ පළවෙනි පන්දු යවන්නේ ස්පිනර් කෙනෙක්. ඉතින් කොහොමද ෆාස්ට් බෝලර්ස්ලා එන්කරේජ් කරන්නේ? අවුරුද්දකට සැරයක් වර්ල්ඩ් ක්ලාස් ප්ලේයර් කෙනෙක්ව බිහි කරනවා, එක්කෙනෙක් දෙන්නේ බිහි කරනවා. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ මත්තෙන් තමයි අපි මේ හොඳ ක්‍රිකට් එක මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාව තියාගෙන ගින්. ඉතින් දැන්ටම බේස්බෝල් ස්ටේඩියම්ස් ඒගොල්ලන් ක්‍රිකට් ස්ටේඩියම්ස් වලට හරවනවා. ඉතින් ලොකු ප්ලෑන්ස් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ලොකු ප්ලෑන්ස් තියෙනකොට ගොඩාක් සල්ලි දාන්න ඕනේ. සූඩක් සල්ලි දානකොට ගොඩක් හොඳ ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා එනවා. 11 දෙනාම ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ටුවර් එක යන කට්ටිය 12 වෙනි ක්‍රීඩකයත් ඒ ටුවර් එක යන එකනේ. මම අවුරුදු 10 11ක් සෙල්ලම් කරා. ඒකෙන් ලැබුණ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක මම දැන් දුක හිතෙනවා මම අවුරුදු 20 වගේ ගියේ නෑ කියලා. නමුත් අපි ඇවිල්ලා බැට් කරන්නේ චන්ද වාස්ට දුලිප් ලියනගේට එරික් උපශාන්තට. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ කට්ටියට පන්දුට පහර දුන්නාම මේ ප්‍රැක්ටිස් වලත් අපි යූස් මේ වගේ කට්ටියට පන්දුවට පහර දීලා පොන්ටින් ලද වෝන් ලද ලාර ලද හැම කෙනෙක්ම එක්ක මං ක්‍රීඩා කරලා තියෙනවා. වසීම් අක්‍රම්ලා වකා යුනුස්ලා ඒ හැම ඔයා වුණත් පටන් ගත්තේ ඇයි ගැහුවේ නැත්තේ කියලා. ඉතින් ওই ප්‍රශ්නෙට මම උත්තර දීලා ඇති මිලියන ගාණක්.
ආයිබෝන් නොදුටු මිනිසා. ඔහු ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ හිටපු අති දක්ෂ පිතිකරුවෙක්, පුහුණුකරුවෙක්, ඒ වගේම මේ වෙනකොට එක්සත් ජනපදයේ ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමේ තේරීම් කමිටු සමාජිකයෙක්. අද නොදුටු මිනිසා සජිත් ප්‍රනාන්දු. ආයිබෝන් සජිත්.
ආයිබෝන්.
මේ වෙනකොට අහන්න තියෙන අලුත්ම දේ තමයි ඔබ එක්සත් ජනපදයේ තමයි ජීවත් වෙන්නේ. ඒ තේරීම් කමිටු සමාජිකයෙක්. මොනවාද ඇමරිකාවේ සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ ක්‍රිකට් සම්බන්ධව මේ දවස්වල?
ඔව් ලොකු දේවල් වෙනවා. මොකද මං දැන් අවුරුදු 4ක් ඇමරිකාවේ මේ මං ගියාට වඩා ගොඩාක් දේවල් කරනවා ක්‍රිකට් වලට. එකක් තමයි මයිනර් ලීග් කියලා තරඟාවලියක් T20 තරඟාවලියක් පවත්වනවා මේ දෙවනි වරට මේ සැරේ පවත්වලා දැන් මේ ඊයේ පෙරේද තමයි නිමා වුණේ. ඒ වගේම ඔවුන්ගේ ලොකුම ප්ලෑන් එක තමයි 2028 ලොස් ඇන්ජලිස් වල පවත්වන ඔලිම්පික් ක්‍රීඩාවට මේ ක්‍රීඩාව ඇතුළත් කරගන්න. ඉතින් ඒකට උන් ලොකු වෑයමක් දරනවා. මොකද ඒක කරොත් මුළු ඇමරිකාවෙම ක්‍රිකට් කියන දේ මොකක්ද කියලා දැනගෙන ඒ ඇමරිකාවේ වෙසෙන ඇමරිකාවේ ඉපදෙන ළමයින්ට මේ ක්‍රීඩාව අඳුන්ලා දෙන්න තමයි. මොකද දැන් වුණත් තාම වුණත් ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේ ඉන්දියානුවන්, පාකිස්තානුවන්, වෙස්ට් ඉන්ඩියන් වලින් ආපු, ඇෆ්ගනිස්තාන් වලින් ආපු අපි ශ්‍රී ලාංකිකයන් තමයි මේ ක්‍රීඩාව ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේ, ප්‍රමෝට් කරන්නේ. නමුත් ඔවුන්ගේ ලොකුම අරමුණ වෙන්නේ ඇමරිකාවේ ඉපදෙන මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට මේ ක්‍රීඩාව අඳුන්ලා දෙන්න.
ඔව් ඒක ඊටාම අලංකාර පුවතක් වෙයි. මේ කතා බහත් රසවත් වෙයි. ඉතින් ඔබට තේරෙනවා ඇති එක්සත් ජනපදය ගැන අපිට ගොඩාක් දේවල් අහගන්න පුළුවන් ක්‍රිකට් සම්බන්ධයෙන්. නමුත් ඊට කලින් මට හිතෙනවා ඔබ කතා කරපු දේවල් වලට පරිබාහිරව ඔබේ මුලට යන්න ආයෙත්. මොකද ඔබ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ හිටපු දේශීය මට්ටමේ අති දක්ෂ ආරම්භක පිතිකරුවෙක්, ඒ වගේම දක්ෂ පන්දු රකින්නෙක් ස්ලිප් ස්ථානේ, ඒ වගේම හොඳ පන්දු යවන්නෙක්. ඉතින් මේ දේවල් කතා නොකර අපිට එතෙන් දෙන්න බෑ. ඉතින් ලකුණු 10000ක් ගහලා ඔබට ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා කිරීමේ වරම ලැබුණේ නැහැ. ඔබට හිතෙන්නේ ඇයි?
ඔව් ඉතින් මෙහෙමයි. ක්‍රීඩාවක් කරද්දී හැමෝටම තමන්ගේ රට නියෝජනය කරන්න වෙන්නේ. අනිත් එක ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා නම් මේ හැම දෙයකටම මුහුණ පාන්න සිදු වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ අවාසනාවන්ත සිදුවීමුත් වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ තමන් කොච්චර හොඳ කරත් සමහරවිට සිලෙක්ට් වෙන්නේ නැති අවස්ථා තියෙනවා. අපි ඒක කියනවා මේ ඒෂියන් කන්ට්‍රීස් වල ඒක ගොඩක් වෙනවා කියලා. නමුත් ඒක දැන් ටිකක් අඩු වෙගෙන දැන් මං හිතන්නේ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ව මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඕනේ දැන් කණ්ඩායම් වලට. මොකද ඒතරම් අනිත් එක අපි දන්නවා ලංකාවේ ක්‍රිකට් එක තරම් හොඳට තිබ්බේ නැහැ අවුරුදු 2-3ක් පෙර. ඉතින් පොඩ්ඩක් හරි ඔබ මේ දේශීය තරඟාවලි වල මේ හොඳට කරොත් ඒගොල්ලන්ට කැපී පෙනෙනවා. අනිත් ඒ දැන් මාධ්‍යයෙන් උනත් සෝෂල් මීඩියා වලින් ප්‍රෙෂර් එක දානවා. ඉතින් ප්‍රෙෂර් එක දානවා විතරයි නෙවෙයි දැනගන්නවා මේ වගේ ප්ලේයර්ස් කෙනෙක් ඉන්නවද කියලා. අපේ කාලේ සමහරවිට සිලෙක්ටර් කෙනෙක් මැච් එකක් බලන්න එන්නේ නැහැ. පත්තරේ බලලා තමයි මෙයා ලකුණු 100ක් ගහලා තියෙනවා කියලා සිලෙක්ට් කරන්නේ. ඒ කොයි වෙලාවේ මේ ගැහුවද සිටුේෂන් එක මොකද්ද අගේන්ස්ට් කවුද ගැහුවේ ඒවා බලන්නේ නැහැ සමහරවිට. ඒ වගේ තත්ත්වකුත් තිබ්බා. නමුත් දැන් එහෙම නැහැ. දැන් මේක ගොඩක් සෝෂල් මීඩියා වලින් පත්තර වලින් දානවා. ඒ වගේම මේ දැන් ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් වල ඉන්නවා එක මේ ප්‍රොවින්ෂියල් කෝචස්ලා දිස්ත්‍රික් කෝචස්ලා ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ මාර්ගයෙන් නිවුස් එක එනවා මේ සිස්ටම් එකට මේ වගේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් මේ වගේ පළපුරුදු ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඉස්සරහට මොනවා හරි කරන්න පුළුවන් ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඉන්නවා කියලා නිවුස් එක යනවා. ඉතින් ඒ මාර්ගයෙන් මේ ළමයින්ට හම්බ වෙනවා chance එක.
ඔව් ඔබ ක්‍රීඩා කරපු කාලේ ගැන ඔබ කිව්ව ඇත්ත. ඒ කාලේ තිබුණේ නැහැ වීඩියෝ දර්ශන බලන්න අවස්ථාවක් නැහැ. මාධ්‍ය වලිනුත් අවස්ථාවක් නැහැ. ප්‍රේක්ෂකයන්ට දැනගන්න මොන ක්‍රීඩකයාද ඔහු මොන ආකාරයෙන්ද සෙල්ලම් කරන්නේ කියලා. නමුත් ඔබ ක්‍රීඩා කරපු කාලේ තමයි ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් ජාත්‍යන්තරය ටිකක් නැගලා එන කාලේ. 90 දශකයේ මුල් කාලේ වගේ. ඉතින් ඒ කාලේ ඔබත් එක්ක ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න ඇති මේ ප්‍රබල අපි දන්න ක්‍රීඩකයෝ හැමෝම ඒ වගේම ඔබේ පාසලේ ශාන්ත අන්තෝනි විද්‍යාලයේ මහනුවර මුත්තයා මුරලිදරන් රුවන් කල්පගේ බිහි කරපු පාසල. ඉතින් ඒ ගැන කතා කරමු. පියල් විජේතුංග වගේ දඟපන් දෙවන්න. ඉතින් ඒ කාලේ ගැන පොඩ්ඩක් කතා කරොත් ඔබ සමීපතමයන් සමකාලීන ක්‍රීඩකයෝ ගැන.
ඔව් අර කිව්වා වගේ මේ අපේ ස්කූල් මං හිතන්නේ මන් දන්නේ දැන් කොහොමද කියලා. කාලයක් තිබ්බ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ස්කූල්ස් ක්‍රිකට් තමයි මුළු ලෝකෙම හොඳම මේ ස්කූල් ක්‍රිකට් එක තිබ්බේ. මන් දන්නේ දැන් කොහොමද කියලා. නමුත් ඉතින් ඒ කාලේ මැච් එකක් බලන්න ඉන්නවා 17000. අපි නිකන් මේ මැච් එක බලන්න ඉන්නවා 17000 මිනිස්සු ඉන්නවා බලන්න. එච්චරටම උණුසුම් එච්චරටම හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයන් සිටියා. ඉතින් හරි කම්පිටිටිව්නස් එකක් තිබ්බා. ඒ වගේම තමයි අපිට හිටියේ කෝච්ලා. අපිව වෙනස් කරන්න හැදුවේ නැහැ. අපිට ගොඩක් වෙනස් කරන්න හැදුවේ නැහැ. අපේ ක්‍රීඩා ශෛලිය එන්කරේජ් කරා. සමහරලාට උදේට එනවා කෝච් ටීම් එක කියනවා පොඩ්ඩක් වෝම් අප් කරනවා. ඊට පස්සේ ඒ කෝච් යනවා වැඩට. ඒ වැඩට යන්න ඕනේ අපි මැච් එකක් ගහන වෙලාවේ. ඊට පස්සේ ලන්ච් එකට තමයි පොඩ්ඩක් ඇවිල්ලා ආය යන්නේ. එහෙම අවස්ථාවක් තිබ්බා. මොකද ප්‍රොෆෙෂනල් කෝචස්ලා හිටියේ නැහැ අපිට. ඉතින් අපේ මං හැම වෙලේම කියන්නේ අපේ මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් එක මෙච්චර හරි ආවේ පියෝර් ටැලන්ට් ඉඳලා. නැතුව මේ සිස්ටම් එකකින් උදව් කරලා නෙවෙයි. පියෝර් ටැලන්ට් ඉඳලා අපි අවුරුද්දකට සැරයක් වර්ල්ඩ් ක්ලාස් ප්ලේයර් කෙනෙක්ව බිහි කරනවා. එක්කෙනෙක් දෙන්නේ බිහි කරනවා. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ මත්තෙන් තමයි අපි මේ හොඳ ක්‍රිකට් එක මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාව තියාගෙන ගිහින්. ඉතින් අපේ කාලේ ඉස්කෝලේ අර කිව්වා වගේ දැන් මට අවස්ථාව ලැබුණේ මට මතකයි මම අන්ඩර් 15 මේම හොඳට කරලා මට මතකයි රුවන් කල්පගේ අර ඉස්සර මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා A කියලා නෙමෙයි කියන්නේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා B කියලා. ඔහු පාසල් ක්‍රීඩා කරද්දී ඔහු පාකිස්තාන් ගියා ශ්‍රී ලංකා B කණ්ඩායමත් එක්ක. ඒ හින්දා මට අවස්ථාවක් ලැබුණා ෆස්ට් 11 එකේ මැච් එකක් ගහන්න. ඉතින් මම හොඳට කරපු හින්දා මට අවස්ථාව ලැබුණා. නැත්තම් එච්චර කලින් මට හම්බ වෙන්නෙත් නෑ සෙල්ලම් කරන්න ෆස්ට් 11. මොකද එච්චරට හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයන් හිටියා. මම දන්නවා මුරලි මේ මුරලිට බෝල් කරන්න හම්බුනේත් නෑ. පියලුයි රුවනුයි බෝල් කරද්දී. ඉස්සර මුරලි ඇත්තටම හොඳ අන්ඩර් 17 එකේම හොඳ බැට්ස්මන් කෙනෙක්. ඉතින් මේ එච්චරට කම්පිටිටිව්. ඊට පස්සේ මුරලි ඉන්නකොට මට බෝලින් නෑ. මුරලි ගියාට පස්සේ තමයි මට බෝලින් හම්බුනේ. මම විකට් 100ක් ලබා ගත්තා. ලකුණු 1000කුයි විකට් 100කුයි ලබා ගත්තා. පාසල් ක්‍රිකට් සීසන් එකේ මේ ඉතින් ඒ වගේ. ඉතින් ඊටාම හොඳ කම්පිටිටිව්නස් එකක් තිබ්බා. පාසල් ක්‍රීඩකේ. ඉතින් අපි එළියට එද්දී අපි ආවේ අපිව ක්ලබ් වලින් බලන් ඉන්නව ගන්න. අපිට මට ගොඩාක් ක්ලබ් වලින් එන්න කිව්වා. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ මම 92 ඕල් අයිලන්ඩ් ස්කූල් බෝයි ක්‍රිකට් වුණා. අන්ඩර් 19 ටුවර් එකක් ගියා එහෙම. ඉතින් ඒ වගේම අපි එනකොට අපි ආවේ නැෂනල් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා 4-5 දෙනෙක් ගහපු ටීම් වලට. අනිත් ඒගොල්ලන් එක්ක අපිත් එක්ක ගොඩක් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරනවා. අපිත් එක්ක හැම දැන් ඒ කාලේ ඉච්චර මැච් තිබ්බේ නැහැ. මේ වගේ ටුවර්ස් තිබ්බේ නැහැ. ඉතින් ඒගොල්ලන්ට ලැබුණා අපිත් එක්ක ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න. අපි ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේත් අනිත් ටීම් එකෙත් ඉන්නවා නැෂනල් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා 5-6ක්. ඉතින් අර මට්ටම ඉතාම ඉහළ තත්ත්වයක තිබ්බේ. ඉතින් ඒක තමයි ඒ කාලේ ගහන ක්‍රීඩකයෝ වුණත් ජාතික තලයේ මේ ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් ක්‍රිකට් එකට ගිය ගමන් එතරම් පරතරයක් තිබ්බේ. පරතරයක් තිබ්බා. නමුත් එතරම් පරතරයක් තිබ්බේ නැහැ. දැන් පරතරේ බලන්න දැන් මැච් එකක් ගිහිල්ලා ගහන්න බලද්දි එක්කනයි දෙන්න ඉන්නේ ඒකත් ෆස්ට් ක්ලාස් ටිකක් ගහපු. අනිත් කට්ටිය ඔක්කොම ඉන්නේ පොඩි ළමයි. ඉතින් එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් නැහැ. ඉතින් මේ quality of first class cricket හරිම low level එකකින් මම මේ ඊපෙරදත් මැච් එකක් බලන්න ගියා. පළවෙනි පන්දුව යවන්නේ මැච් එකේ first day එකේ පළවෙනි පන්දුව යවන්නේ ස්පිනර් කෙනෙක්. ඉතින් කොහොමද fast bowlers ලා encourage කරන්නේ? ඒ ටීම් එකට වැරදි කියන්නත් බෑ. ඒ බෝලර් වැරදි කියන්නත් බෑ. මට බෝල දුන්නොත් මම බෝල් කරනවා. ඒ වගේම තමයි අපි යන්නේ චැම්පියන්ෂිප් එකක් දිනන්න. බෝනසස් තියෙනවා. තමන් හොඳට කරන්න ඕනේ ඊළඟ අවුරුද්දේ තව හොඳ කොන්ට්‍රැක්ට් එකක් ගන්න. ඉතින් මේ ප්ලේයර්ස් ලට වැරදි කියන්න බෑ. මේ සිස්ටම් එක හදන කට්ටියටයි සිස්ටම් එක මේ ගැන ප්ලෑන් කරන කට්ටියයි තමයි මේ වැරද්ද බාර ගන්න ඕනේ.
ඔව් ඊටම වැදගත්. ඉතින් ක්‍රීඩා සමාජය ගැන කතා කරපු නිසා මට හිතෙනවා නැවතත් හරවුස්සන්න ඒ කාලේ ක්‍රීඩා සමාජ ක්‍රිකට් මොන වගේ තත්ත්වයක තිබුණා කියලා. ඒ කාලේ අපිට ඔබ කිව්වත් වගේ ජාතික ක්‍රීඩකයන් රැසක් ලීගේ ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා ලීගය ඇතුළේ. එතකොට නවක පිතිකරුවන්ට උන්ට පන්දුවට පහර දෙන්න සිද්ධ වෙනවා. ඒ වගේම නවක පන්දු යවන්නන්ට හොඳ පිතිකරුවන්ට පන්දු යවන්න ලැබෙනවා. එතකොට ඔබට මතක හිටින ඒ කාලේ තිබුණ හොඳම තරඟ ඔබ ක්‍රීඩා කරපු හොඳම මට්ටමේ තරඟ මොනවද? ඔබ ඊටාම මහන්සියෙන් දිනාගත්තු ඉනිම් ඒ වගේම ඔබට ලොකු අභියෝගයක් ලැබුණු තරඟ සහ ක්‍රීඩකයන් කවුද?
ඔව් අපි මං හිතන්නේ ෆයිනල් එකක් ගැහුවා ඩේ නයිට් මේ SSC කණ්ඩායමත් එක්ක. ඊළඟ දවසේ දකොද ඊළඟ දවසේ දකොද ඒගොල්ලන් ඕස්ට්‍රේලියා ටුවර් එකක් යනවා. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ 12 දෙනෙක් 11 දෙනාම ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ටුවර් එක යන කට්ටිය 12 වෙනි ක්‍රීඩකයාත් ඒ ටුවර් එක යන එකනේ. හරිද? ඉතින් අපි ඒගොල්ලන්ව බීට් කරලා මේ අපි දින්න. මම ඒකේ man of the final වුණා, man of the series වුණා. තව මම කැප්ටන් කරලා අපි NCC කණ්ඩායම පැරද්දුවා. ඒකේ ටෙස්ට් ප්ලේයර්ස් ලා හිටියා දෙපැත්තෙම, ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් ප්ලේයර්ස් ලා හිටියා දෙපැත්තෙම. sorry මේ ඉතින් ඒ වගේ ගොඩාක් මට මතකයට එනවා ගොඩාක් තරඟ මේ දෙපැත්තෙම හිටිය හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ. ඉතින් ඒකයි අපි මං හිතන්නේ අපේ මට්ටමත් ඉහළ ගියේ. අපි ක්‍රීඩා කරෙත් against ක්‍රීඩා කරෙත් හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ගේ අපි ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරද්දිත් මේ ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් බෝලර්ස් ලා අපිට ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරනවා. දැන් කියන්නේ රෙස් කරන්න. ඉතින් සාධාරණයි. මොකද ඒගොල්ලන් ගොඩාක් ක්‍රිකට් ගහන ඉඳලා. ඉතින් ඒකෙන් පොඩි මදිකමක් වෙනවා මේ අනිත් යෝන් ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට. නමුත් අපි ඇවිල්ලා බැට් කරන්නේ චමින්ද වාස්ට, දුලිප් ලියනගේට, එරික් උපශාන්තට. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ කට්ටියට පන්දුට පහර දුන්නාම මේ ප්‍රැක්ටිස් වලත් මැච් වලට ගිහලා අපිට පොඩි හරි අපි යූස්ඩ් මේ වගේ කට්ටියට පන්දුවට පහර දීලා. දැන් ඉතින් වෙන්නේ දැන් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරන්නෙත් හරි මේ ලෝ ලෙවල් එකක. ඒ කියන්නේ ඒගොල්ලන් පන්දුවට පහර දෙන්නේ එච්චරම හොඳ පන්දු යවන කට්ටියට නෙවෙයි. ඉතින් අර මැච් එකට ගියාම එකපාරට හොඳ පන්දු යවන්න හම්බුනාම සමහරවිට ඒ වගේම තමයි සමහරවිට බෝල් කරන කට්ටියත් පන්දුවට පහර දෙන කට්ටිය තරම් යෝන් ක්‍රීඩකයෝ. මං කියන්නේ හොඳ නෑ කියලා. යෝන් ක්‍රීඩකයෝ ඉතින් හරි ලේසි. ඉතින් මැච් එකට ගිහලා හොඳ විකට් එක හොඳ පිතිකරුවෙක්ට පන්දු යවද්දි සමහරවිට ඒගොල්ලන් මේවා කරනවා. ඉතින් ඒකයි ගැප් එක ගොඩාක් තියෙන්නේ දැන්. ඉස්සරට වඩා ඉස්සරත් පොඩි ගැප් එකක් තිබ්බා මං කිව්වා වගේ. දැන් ලොකු ගැප් එකක් තියෙනවා අපේ මේ ඩොමස්ටික් එකයි අර අපි ගහන LPL ඒ වගේ තරඟවල ලොකු ගැප් එකක් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒකයි ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් ලෙවල් එකේ තව ලොකු ගැප් එකක් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒකයි මේ ගැප්ස් වහන්න තමයි මම දන්න දවසේ ඉඳලා මේ සිස්ටම් එක හදන්න එන කට්ටිය කියනවා. අපි දැන් මාරු කරගෙන යන අවුරුද්දේ මෙහෙම කරනවා ඊළඟ අවුරුද්දේ අපි මේ විදියට හද. නමුත් තාම දැන් ඊයේ පෙරේදත් මම ඒ වගේ කට්ටිය දෙන්න තුන් දෙනෙක් හම්බුනාම කියන්නේ ඒකම තමයි මේ අවුරුද්ද අපි මෙන්න 4ක් අඩු කරනවා එන අවුරුද්දේ 4ක් අඩු කරනවා එහෙම කියලා. ඉතින් හැමදාම ඔය ඒ උත්තරෙමයි දෙන්නේ. නමුත් කවදාවත් ඒ සිස්ටම් එක අන්තිම මම දකින්නේ නැහැ.
ඔව් හිතන දේවල් ගොඩක් තියෙනවා මේ කතාබහ ඇතුලේ. ඉතින් ඒ වගේම ඔබ සඳහන් කළා මේ තිබුණු පරතරයන් ගැන. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ දේශීය ක්‍රිකට් ඊට පස්සේ ලීග් ක්‍රිකට් සහ ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රිකට් අතර ලොකු පරතරයක් ගොඩනැගිලා තියෙනවා. ඔබ ඒ කාලේ ක්‍රීඩා කරන අවස්ථාව සපයගත්තා ප්‍රාන්ත ක්‍රිකට්, කවුන්ටි ක්‍රිකට් ඔබ ක්‍රීඩා කළා එංගලන්තයේ සෑහෙන කාලයක්. ඉතින් ඒ ක්‍රිකට් වලින් ලබාගත් දේවල් සහ මේ වෙනකොට ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට ඒවට අවස්ථාව ලැබෙනවද? එතකොට එතනදී අපට කොතනින්ද ශ්‍රී ලංකාවට මේක සම්බන්ධ කරගන්න පුළුවන් අපේ දස්කම් දියුණු කර ගැනීමට?
ඔව් අනිවාර්යෙන් එතනින් ලැබුණ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක හරි වැදගත්. මොකද ඒ එක ටීම් එකකට එක ප්‍රොෆෙෂනල් කෙනා ඉන්නේ. ඒ කියන්නේ පිට රටකින් ගෙනල්ලා ඔවුන් ගෙවල් ලබා දීලා අපිට යාෆයා දීලා ගොඩාක් වියදම් කරනවා. අපිට තව අර කොන්ට්‍රැක්ට් එකකුත් දෙනවා. ඉතින් එහෙම ගියාම ඒගොල්ලන් මේ ටීම් එකක් වශයෙන් එක්ස්පෙක්ට් කරනවා හැමදාම ලකුණු 100ක් ගන්න, හැමදාම විකට් 5ක් ගන්න. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ දේවල්. ඉතින් ගොඩාක් ප්‍රෙෂර් එක තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ ගිහිල්ලා මම අවුරුදු 10 11ක් සෙල්ලම් කරා. ඒකෙන් ලැබුණ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක මම දැන් දුක හිතෙනවා මම අවුරුදු 20 වගේ ගියේ නෑ කියලා. මං ගියේ 27 වගේ. මම ඊට ඉස්සෙල්ලා ගියා නම් මං හිතන්නේ මං තවත් හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් වෙනවා. 10 නෙවෙයි 15000ක් විතර ගහන්න තිබ්බා කියලා හිතෙනවා. මොකද තමන් දන්නවා තමන්ගෙන් මෙච්චර එක්ස්පෙක්ට් කරනවා තමන් කීයක් හරි තමන් ඒගොල්ලන්ගෙන් ලබා ගන්නවා. ඉතින් ගොඩාක් ප්‍රෙෂර් එක. ඉතින් මොකද ඒ වගේම තමයි තමන් ඒ සීසන් එකේ හොඳට කරන්න තමයි ඊළඟ අවුරුද්දේ තමන්ට තව කොන්ට්‍රැක්ට් ලැබෙන්නේ. තව ක්ලබ් එකකින් ඉරි වැඩියෙන් දීලා තමන්ව ගන්නෙත් මේ හොඳට කරොත් තමයි. ඉතින් ඒ වගේම තමයි වෙන කන්ඩිෂන්ස් වල සෙල්ලම් කරලා ඒ වගේම තමයි අනිත් ටීම් එකෙත් ඉන්නවා තව ප්‍රෝ කෙනෙක්. ඉතින් සමහරවිට ඔව් හොඳටම පන්දු දාන වෙන රටට ගහපලා තියෙන ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්. මොකද හැම එකනටම ඇවිල්ලා ගහන්න බෑනේ. ඉතින් එක්ක හොඳ පිතිකරණය දෙන ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්. ඉතින් ගොඩාක් මම හිතන්නේ යන්න පුළුවන් නම් මේ තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට අඩු වයසෙම මෙහි ක්‍රිකට් එක හැබැයි මේ මිස් කරන්නේ නැතුව මේ සීසන් එක මිස් කරන්නේ නැතුව එහෙ ගිහිල්ලා ගහන්න පුළුවන් නම් කොහේ හරි රටක මම හිතන්නේ ඒක මහත් වැදගත් වෙනවා උන්ගේ කරියර් එකට.
ඔව් ඉතින් ඊටම වැදගත්. එයත් මේ තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට මේ වැඩසටහන නරඹනවා නම් ඔබට අදහසක් ගන්න පුළුවන් ඔබ ඔබේ ක්‍රිකට් ජීවිතය කොහොමද ගොඩනගා ගත යුත්තේ කියලා. ඉතින් ඒ වගේම ඔබ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ඒ කණ්ඩායමට ක්‍රීඩා කළා, ප්‍රාන්ත ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා කළා, ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න නොලැබුණත් ඔබට ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න ලැබෙන්නේ නැති ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රීඩකයන් එක්ක මොන වගේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් එක්කද ක්‍රීඩා කළේ? ඒ කාලේ ඉතින් මොනවාද ඔවුන්ගෙන් ඉගෙන ගත්තේ? ඔබ දැකපු විශේෂ දේවල් මේ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ කරන දේවල් තරඟවලට කලින් එහෙමත් නැත්නම් තරඟය තුලදී?
ඔව් අනිවාර්යයෙන් මම හැම රටක් වගේ එකම ක්‍රීඩා කරලා තියෙනවා. මොකද ඉස්සර තමන් රටකින් ආපුවම ටෙස්ට් ටුවර් එකකට හරි මොන හරි ටුවර් එකකට හරි මෙහෙ සෙල්ලම් කරන උන් එක්ක ප්‍රැක්ටිස් මැචස්. ඉතින් මේ හැම ප්‍රැක්ටිස් මැච් එකකම මම ඉන්නවා. ලකුණුත් ගොඩක් ලබා ගන්නවා. ඉතින් ගොඩාක් හොඳ ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා හොඳ ඒ කියන්නේ හැම රටේම ඔය පොන්ටින් ලද වෝන් ලද ලාර ලද හැම කෙනෙක්ම එක්ක මම ක්‍රීඩා කරලා තියෙනවා. වසීම් අක්‍රම්ලා වකා යුනුස්ලා ඒ හැම ටීම් එකක් ආපුවම මම ක්‍රීඩා කරලා තියෙනවා. මම ලකුණු ලබාගෙන තියෙනවා. මේ අර ලබා එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක ඉතින් ඔවුන් වගේ ක්‍රීඩකයන් එක්ක පන්දුට පාර දීලා හරි පන්දු යවලා හරි ඒ ලැබෙන එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක අපේ ඇවිල්ලා ඩොමස්ටික් සෙල්ලම් කරද්දි මම හොඳට කරන්නේ ඒක තමයි. මොකද ඒ ලෙවල් එකේ ඒ පන්දු යවන්නන්ට ඒ ටීම්ස් වල එක්ක සෙල්ලම් කරාම තමන්ට ඉතින් අපි කියමු දැන් 140ට 150ට පන්දු යවන ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්ට අපිට වැඩි මේ නැෂනල් මේ අපිට ක්ලබ් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් වල අපිට හම්බ වෙන්නේ නැහැ. දැන් මම දැක්කා අද තුදේත් මම ක්ලබ් එකකට ගියාම ඒතරම් හයියෙන් දාන පන්දු යවන්න නෙවෙයි ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරන්නේ. ඉතින් ඒගොල්ලන් එකපාරට ගිහලා නැෂනල් ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් ගහද්දි ඒගොල්ලන් 150ට දාන ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට පන්දු යවන්න ඕනේ. මේ ෆේස් කරන්න ඕනේ. ඉතින් මට දුක හිතෙනවා ඒගොල්ලන්ට. ඒගොල්ලන්ට ස්ක්වොඩ් එකකට දාපුවම තමයි ඔන්න ශ්‍රී ලංකන් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා ටිකකට මේ හම්බ වෙන්නේ ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න. ඉතින් අර වගේ අපිට ඉස්සර ගොඩාක් හම්බුණා මැචස්. ඉතින් ක්ලබ් ගිහිල්ලා සෙල්ලම් කරාම ඒ හරි ලේසි වුණා ඒ පන්දු යවන්නන්ට ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න. ඉතින් ඒ වගේ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් ගොඩක් ලැබුණා මං. ඉතින් මෙහෙමයි මේ අපේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ඒක තමයි මං කියන්නේ. ගොඩාක් පුළුවන් නම් මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකන් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා ඉන්වෝල්ව් කරගන්න ඕනේ ඩොමස්ටික් ලෙවල් එකේ. මම දන්නවා LPL එහෙම ගහනවා. අපිට ඉස්සර තිබ්බ ප්‍රොවින්ෂල් ටූර්නමන්ට් එකක්. ඒ ප්‍රොවින්ෂල් ටූර්නමන්ට් එකේ තිබ්බ ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ්ස් මම කවදාවත් දැකලා නැහැ මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් වල. ඉතින් මොකද හැම දෙනෙක්ම ගහන්න ඕනේ ක්‍රීඩාව. මම ගියාවේ සෙන්ට්‍රල් ප්‍රොවින්ස්. මගේ ටීම් එකේ මුරලි සංගා තිලාන් ඒ වගේ හොඳ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ එක්ක හිටියේ. ඉතින් මම හිතන්නේ මේ ස්ටෑන්ඩ් මම දන්නේ දැන් ප්‍රොවින්ෂල් ක්‍රිකට් වෙනවද කියලා මම දන්නේ. ඒ ප්‍රොවින්ෂල් ටීම් එක ගැහුවත් ටූර්නමන්ට් එක ගැහුවත් මම දන්නේ මේ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ හැම දෙනෙක්ම සෙල්ලම් කරනවාද කියලා. මොකද ක්‍රිකට් ටිකක් වැඩි හින්දා මම හිතන්නේ ඒගොල්ලන්ට රෙස්ට් එකක් ලබා දෙන්න හින්දා මම හිතන්නේ මේ ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ්ස් කොහොමද දන්නේ නැහැ. අපේ කාලේ ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ්ස් ඉහළම තිබෙදී ඒක ඒ එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක තමයි අපිට උදව් වුණේ අපේ ඩොමස්ටික් ලෙවල් එකේ අපි හොඳට කරන්න වුණා. සමහර කට්ටිය ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් ලෙවල් එකේ හොඳට කරන්න මම හිතන්නේ ඒක තමයි ඒක උදව් වුණේ.
ඔව් ඉතින් ශ්‍රී ලංකාව වෙනුවෙන් ඔබ පළමු පෙළ ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා කරලා මේ ආකාරයෙන් අවස්ථාව සපයාගත්තා. ලකුණු ලබා ගන්න 10000ක් ලකුණු ලබා ගන්න ඒක කඩයිමක් ලකුණු 10000 සම්පූර්ණ කරපු සියලු පිතිකරුවන් ශ්‍රී ලංකා ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රිකට් කණ්ඩායමට ක්‍රීඩා කළා. ඒ වගේම ඔබ කඩලු 250කට වැඩිය දවාගත්ත පන්දු යවන්නෙක්. ඒ වගේම උඩ පන්දු 100කට වඩා රැකගත්ත පන්දු රකින්නෙක්. ඉතින් මේ දේවල් එක්ක ඔබ දකින්න ඇති විදෙස් පුහුණුකරුවන්, විදෙස් ක්‍රීඩකයන්, ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රීඩකයන්, විචාරකයන් ඔබ දකින්න ඇති. කවුරුත් ඇහුවේ නැද්ද ඇයි ඔබ කණ්ඩායමේ නැති කියලා? ඔබට ඒ වගේ මතකයන් නැති, ඔබත් එක්ක කතා කරන්නේ නැති මොකක්ද මේ ප්‍රශ්නේ කියලා කවුරුත් ඇහුවේ නැද්ද ඒ කාලේ?
දැන් ඔය ප්‍රශ්නෙට මම උත්තර දීලා හැම දැන් ඔයා වුණත් පටන් ගත්තේ ඇයි ගැහුවේ නැත්තේ කියලා. ඉතින් ඔය ප්‍රශ්නෙට මම උත්තර දීලා ඇති මිලියන ගාණක්. මොකද හැමෝම අහන්නේ මේ ෆස්ට් ක්ලාස් 10000ක් තියලා සමහරවල්ලාට මං දන්නේ මම විතරද කියලා මේ 10000 ෆස්ට් ක්ලාස් ගහලා මේ රටකට ගහලා නැත්තේ. ඉතින් සමහර දන්නවා ඒ ආගේ දන්නවා ක්‍රීඩකයන් පවා. දැන් ඇමරිකාවට ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නවා ගොඩාක් ඔය ඇවිල්ලා රිටයර් වෙලා දැන් අපේ කට්ටිය ඕස්ට්‍රේලියා ගිහිල්ලා මේ පදිංචි වෙනවා වගේ ගොඩාක් ක්‍රීඩකයෝ රටවල් වලට ගහපු ඇමරිකාවේ ඉන්නවා. ඇවිල්ලා ඒගොල්ලන් බිස්නස් කරගෙන ඒගොල්ලන් වෙන දේවල් කරගෙන ඉන්නවා. ඒගොල්ලන් දැක්ක ගමන් අහනවා ඇයි රටට ගැහුවේ නැත්තේ කියලා. ඉතින් උත්තරේ ඉතින් මම එකම උත්තරේ තමයි දෙන්න වෙන්නේ. ඉතින් මේ දවස් එක මේකක් තමයි 96 වර්ල්ඩ් කප් එක දින්න එක. ඒ දින්න එකෙන් අවස්ථාව අඩු වුණා. ඒ ක්‍රීඩකයෝම මම කියන්නේ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ හොඳ නැහැ කියලා. එතන හිටිය ඔක්කොම හිටිය වර්ල්ඩ් ක්ලාස් ක්‍රීඩකයෝ. නමුත් ඒගොල්ලන් 99 වර්ල්ඩ් කප් එක දක්වා ක්‍රීඩා කරා. ඒගොල්ලන්ට ඔපචුනිටි එක දුන්නා සිලෙක්ටර්ලා, කැප්ටන් මම හිතන්නේ මේ ඒ ටීම් එකත් එක්කම 99ට ගියා. මම හිතන්නේ එකක් දෙකක් මේ චේන්ජස් වෙන්න ඇති. ඒක තමයි අපි 99 කියලා පොඩ්ඩක් මම හිතන්නේ හරියට උත්තර කරා කියලා. ඉතින් මේ ඒ හින්දා අපිට ගොඩක් එතන ගොඩක් බලපෑවා. ඉතින් මම කියන්නේ මේ තරුණයන්ටත් කියන්නේ මේ දැන් ගහන ක්‍රීඩකයන්ටත් කියන්නේ ලංකාවේ ක්‍රිකට් ගහනවා නම් මේ හැම දෙයකටම මුණ දෙන්න ඕනේ. මේ මොකද දන්නේ නැහැ සමහරවිට හොඳට ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න පුළුවන් chance එකක් හම්බ වෙන්නේ නැති වෙයි. ඒ වගේ දේවල් ඉස්සර ගොඩක් වුණා. මේ දැන් නම් මං කිව්වා වගේ අර ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා නැහැ. ඉතින් පොඩ්ඩක් හරි හොඳට කරොත් කමං කැපී පෙනෙනවා, කමංව ගන්නවා. ඒ වගේම තමයි සෝෂල් මීඩියා වලින් ගොඩාක් මේ ගැන කතා කරනවා. ඉතින් සිලෙක්ටර්ලට වුණත් ප්‍රෙෂර් එක. සිලෙක්ටර්ලා වුණත් දන්නවා මේම ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් ඉන්නවා කියලා. ඉතින් දැන් මේ මං හිතන්නේ එහෙම මං දන්නේ කවුරු හරි එච්චර මේ යයිද කියලා ලකුණු 10000ක් ගන්න. මොකද දැන් ලේසියෙන් කට්ටිය ගිව් අප් කරනවා. සාධාරණයි. ඒගොල්ලන්ටත් ෆැමිලිස් තියෙනවා. ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ ෆියුචර් එක හදාගන්න ඕනේ. රට දාලා යනවා. ඉතින් ඒක තමයි මේ හැම දෙයකම මම හිතන්නේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් එක මොන හරි තීරණයක් ගන්න ඕනේ. ඩොමස්ටික් ලෙවල් එකේ මේ ගෙවන ගණන් හැම හරිම අඩුයි. ඉතින් මම හිතන්නේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් එකේ හැමදාම කියනවා දැන් වුණත් දැන් අපි ගහන කාලේ ඉඳලා මේ අවුරුදු 20ක් ගියා කියමු. ඒ වැඩි වෙලා තියෙන පරතරයේ ප්‍රසන්ටේජ් එක දැක්කහම පව් කියලා හිතනවා මේ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට. නැෂනල් ටීම් එකට තමයි ඔක්කොම කරන්නේ. නැෂනල් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලාට ගොඩක් ගෙවන්න ඕන එක සාධාරණයි. ඒගොල්ලන් ගොඩක් කැපකිරීම කරනවා. නමුත් ඒ නැෂනල් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා සමහර නැෂනල් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා උතන ඉන්නේ හැම නැෂනල් ප්ලේයර් මේ ඩොමස්ටික් එකක් තියෙන හින්දා. මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් එක තියෙන්නේ ඩොමස්ටික් ක්‍රිකට් එකක් තියෙන හින්දා. ඉතින් ඩොමස්ටික් ක්‍රිකට් එක තමයි මම කියන්නේ මේ හැම දෙයක්ම වියදම් කරලා මේ හොඳ තත්ත්වයකට ගේන්න ඕනේ කියලා. දැන් අද වුණත් ටීම් 28ක් ගහනවා. ඉතින් බලන්න මොකද්ද ක්වොලිටි කියලා.
ඔව් ඉතින් අපි බලන් ඉමු අනාගතයේදී මොනවද සිද්ධ වෙන්නේ කියලා. ඇත්තටම විවේචනය සාධාරණයි. කෙසේ වෙතත් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ සෑහෙන කාලයක් ක්‍රීඩා කරලා ලකුණු රැස් කරලා උඩ පන්දු රැස් කරලා කඩුළු ලබාගෙන ඔබ අවස්ථාව හදාගන්න ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායමෙත් යම් කාලයක් තේරීම් කමිටු සමාජිකයෙක් වෙන. ඉන් පස්සේ එක්සත් ජනපදයට යන්න ඔබ අවස්ථාව හදාගන්න. කොහොමද මේ අවස්ථාව හැදෙන්නේ? කොහොමද ඔබ ඊට ලෑස්ති වුණේ? මොනවාද සපුරපු සුදුසුකම්?
ඔව් ඇමරිකාවට යන්න නම් මං එහෙන් කසාද බැන්දා. මගේ බිරිඳ මෙහෙ හොලිඩේ එකක් ඇවිල්ලා ඉද්දී මට හම්බුණා. ඊට පස්සේ මම මෙහෙ විසිට් කරලා බලද්දී හරි මේ of course අපි මේ කසාද බැන්දා. ඊට පස්සේ මං එයා කිව්වා ඇවිල්ලා බලන්න. හොඳ නැත්තම් අපි ලංකාවට යමු කියලා. ඉතින් මම ගිහිල්ලා මම ඒතකොට තේරීම් කමිටුවේ හිටියේ. ඉතින් මං යනවා කියලා කිව්වහම ඒගොල්ලන් කිව්වා හරි කියලා. ඉතින් මං අයින් වෙලා මං ගියා. යන්න ඉස්සෙල්ලත් මට මාසයක් දෙකක් තිබ්බා. ඒතකොට මම අර අපි ගියා ශ්‍රී ලංකන් ප්‍රීමියර් ලීග් කියලා ඒතකොට ගහන්න තිබ්බ එක ගහන්න නැතුව අපි ඩොමස්ටික් එකක් කරා. ඒකේ මම ටූර්නමන්ට් ඩිරෙක්ටර් වෙලා හිටියා. ඊට පස්සේ ඉමර්ජින් ටුවර් එකක් තිබ්බා. ඒකේ මම මැනේජර්ත් වෙලා තමයි මං ගියේ. අන්තිම දවස් වෙනකම් මම වැඩ කරලා මං ගිහිල්ලා මම බලද්දි මට සිස්ටම් එක හරි ආස වුණා. ඒ සිස්ටම් එක හරි ඩිසිප්ලින්. ඒ වගේම මට මාසයක් යන්න කලින් මට කෝල් එක ආවා. මේ ඉස්ලාමයේ ආවේ අන්ඩර් 19 කෝච් කරන්න පුළුවන්ද කියලා. නමුත් මං බැඳපු අලුතයි ගොඩක් ට්‍රැවලින් තිබ්බා. මේ ලංකාව වගේ නෙවෙයි. මේ ස්ටේට් එකෙන් ස්ටේට් එකට යන්නත් නිකන් ලංකා රටකට යනවා වගේ. ඉතින් මට ගොඩක් කාලය නැති හින්දා මං කිව්වා මට තාම බෑ එච්චර කාලය දෙන්න. ඒගොල්ලන් කිව්වා නම් කොහොම වගේ සිලෙක්ෂන් පැනල් එකට එන්න පුළුවන්ද කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ මං කිව්වා කොහොමද වෙලාව එහෙම කියලා. ඊට පස්සේ ඒගොල්ලන් කියද්දී මගේ වෙලාවට ඒක මේ සුදුසු වුණා. ඊට පස්සේ මං කිව්වා රයිට් මං සිලෙක්ෂන් පැනල් එකට එන්නම් කියලා. ඒගොල්ලන් කිව්වා එහෙනම් එතනත් කිව්වා එහෙනම් ඔයාලට එහෙම ඉඳලා ඔයාලට වෙලා තිබ්බ ගමන් කියන්න කෝච් කරන්න කියලා. ඉතින් එහෙම තමයි මට අවස්ථාව ලැබුණේ. ඒගොල්ලන් මට මාසයක්වත් නැතුව මට ඒගොල්ලන් දැනගත්තා මෙහෙම එක්කෙනෙක් රටට ඇවිල්ලා තියෙනවා කියලා. ඉතින් ඒගොල්ලන් ඒගොල්ලන් ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්න ක්‍රීඩකයන්ගෙන් එන ක්‍රීඩකයන්ගෙන් දක්ෂ ඒගොල්ලන් දන්නවා ස්ටැට්ස් වලින් දන්නවා මේගොල්ලන් කොහොම ක්‍රීඩා කරලා තියෙනවද එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් තියෙනවද කියලා. ඒගොල්ලන් ගෙනල්ලා ඒගොල්ලන් අපේ බ්‍රේන් එක පික් කරනවා. ඒගොල්ලන් මේ අහගෙන ඉඳලා ඒගොල්ලන් අපේ දේවල් හොඳට අහගෙන ඒගොල්ලන් ඉම්ප්ලිමන්ට් උත් කරනවා. ඒගොල්ලන් මේ අනිත් එක දැන් සිලෙක්ෂන් පැනල් එක වුණත් දැන් මෙහෙනම් අපි සිලෙක්ට් කරලා ස්පෝර්ට්ස් මිනිස්ටර් යවන්න ඕනේ අප්‍රූවල් එක ගන්න. මම හිතන්නේ එතනම අපි මේක පොලිටිකල් කරගන්නවා. ඉතින් එහෙම දෙයක් නැහැ. ඒ සිලෙක්ෂන් පැනල් එක දුන්නාම අපි සිලෙක්ට් කරාම රයිට්. මෙහෙමනේ ඉතින් අපි ප්‍රොෆෙෂනල් ජොබ් එකක් කරන්නේ. ප්‍රොෆෙෂනල් ජොබ් එකේ ඔබ හොඳට කරන්නේ නැත්නම් ඔබ එළියට දාන්න ඕනේ. ඒකට ඊට පස්සේ දුක් වෙලා වැඩක් නැහැ. Tamanට ජොබ් එකක් දුන්නාම රෙස්පොන්සිබිලිටි එකක් දුන්නාම මේක හරියට කරනවා නම් ඒගොල්ලන් මොනවද කියන්නේ කරන්න යන්න දෙනවා. ඒගොල්ලන් තේරෙනවා නම් මෙයා හරියට කරන්නේ නැහැ කියලා thank you very much goodbye කියනවා. ඉතින් සාධාරණ. ඒක තමයි හැමතැනම වෙන්න ඕනේ. මම හිතන්නේ not only in sports මම හිතන්නේ හැම ජොබ් එකක වුණත් තමන් හොඳට කරනවා නම් තමන්ට ඒක කරගෙන යන්න ඕනේ. තමන් ෆේලියර් නම් ඒක goodbye කියලා වෙන එක්කෙනෙක්ව ගන්න ඕනේ.
ඔව්. ඉතින් එක්සත් ජනපදයේත් එක්ක මේ වෙලාවේ ඔබ වැඩ කරමින් ඉන්නේ. අපි දන්නවා ලෝකේ වටෙම එක්සත් ජනපදයට ක්‍රීඩකයන් පැමිණෙනවා මේ වෙනකොට ඔවුන් සෑහෙන හොඳින් තමන්ගේ ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රිකට් ගොඩනගමින් ඉන්නවා අනාගතය සඳහා. එතකොට ඔබට හම්බ වෙනවා ඇති ඉන්දියානු, පාකිස්තානු, ඒ වගේම අග්නිදිගාසියානු පවා ක්‍රීඩකයන් හොංකොං වගේ රටවල. ඉතින් ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රීඩකයන් කිහිප දෙනෙක් ඉන්නවා එක්සත් ජනපදයේ. ඉතින් ඔවුන් එක්ක වැඩ කරද්දී ඔබ දකින්න වෙනස්කම් ඒ වගේම ඔබ උකහාගත්ත දේවල් ඔවුන්ගෙන් මොනවාද ඇමරිකා එක්සත් ජනපද ක්‍රිකට් වලට ලබා ගන්න පුළුවන් සහ මොනවද සැලසුම් ඉදිරියේදී? ඔව්. දැන් මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකන් ක්‍රීඩකයෝ 4-5 දෙනෙක් ඇවිල්ලා ඉන්නවා හොඳට කරනවා. ඒ දැන් මේ මං කිව්වා වගේ මේ නිමා වුණු මේ මයිනර් ලීග් එකෙත් හොඳටම කරා. මම හිතන්නේ චයන් ජයසූරිය තමයි highest run getter උනේ. හොඳටම කරනවා. අර කිව්වා වගේ ඒගොල්ලන් ICC rule එකක් තියෙනවා. අවුරුදු 3ක් ඇවිල්ලා රටේ ඉන්න ඕනේ. ඒකෙන් මාස 2යි එළියට යන්නත් පුළුවන්. ඉතින් ඒ ඔක්කොම වුණා මම හිතන්නේ චයන් ජයසූරිය තව අවුරුද්දකින් විතර qualify වෙනවා. ඉතින් මං හිතන්නේ චයන් ජයසූරිය qualify වුණ ගමන් සමහරලාට මේ national team එකට මම සෙල්ලම් කරන්න පුළුවන්. නමුත් මම එකක් කියන්න ඕනේ මේ ලේසියෙන් ඇවිල්ලා ක්‍රිකට් එක ගහන්න බෑ. දැන් අර මං කිව්වා වගේ උන්මුක් චාන්ස්ලා එහෙම ඇවිල්ලා ඒ වගේ level එකේ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ දැන් පොඩ අපේ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ වෙනවා වගේ ඒගොල්ලොමුත් එනවා. දැන් අපි හිතන්නේ ශ්‍රී ලංකන් ක්‍රීඩකයෝ විතරයි මේ ඇමරිකාවට එන්නේ කියලා. එනවා වෙස්ට් ඉන්ඩීස් වලින් එනවා හෙන ගොඩක්. මොකද එතන ළඟයි. හරිද? ඉතින් ඒ වගේ ඉන්ඩියන්ස්ලා තමයි ක්‍රිකට් end of the day run කරන්නේ. මේ ඇමරිකාවෙත් ඉන්ඩියන්ස් කියන්නේ ඇමරිකන් ඉන්ඩියන්ස්ලා. ඉතින් මේ ලේසියෙන් ඇවිල්ලා ක්‍රිකට් එක ගහන්න බෑ. අවුරුදු 3 හිටියත් සමහර ඉතින් එහෙම ගහන්න බෑ. මොකද තමන් හොඳ වෙන්න ඕනේ. තමන් හොඳ වෙන්න ඕනේ. අර හොඳ වෙන්න අර මං කිව්වා වගේ අනිත් කන්ට්‍රීස් වලින් පාකිස්තාන, ඇෆ්ගනිස්තාන්, ඉන්දියා වලින් ක්‍රීඩකයන් ගොඩාක් මේගොල්ලන් දැන් ගෙන්නනවා. මොකද ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ ප්ලෑන් එකක් තියෙනවා. ප්ලෑන් එක මේජර් ලීග් එකක් කියලා ගහන්න. මේ ප්‍රීමියර් ලීග් මේ මයිනර් ලීග් එකත් ටීම්ස් ගොඩක් නම් ඒකෙන් ටිකක් අඩු කරලා මේජර් ලීග් එකක් ගන්න. දැන්ටම ෂාරුක් ඛාන් කියලා තියෙනවා. යා මේ
ලොස් ඇන්ජලිස් නයිට් රයිඩර්ස් කියලා ටීම් එකක් දානවා කියලා මේජර් ලීග් එකට. දැන්ටම බේස්බෝල් ස්ටේඩියම්ස් ඒගොල්ලන් ක්‍රිකට් ස්ටේඩියම්ස් වලට හරවනවා. ඉතින් ලොකු ප්ලෑන්ස් තියෙන. ඉතින් ලොකු ප්ලෑන්ස් තියෙනකොට ගොඩාක් සල්ලි දාන්න ඕනේ. සූරස් සල්ලි දානකොට ගොඩක් හොඳ ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා එනවා. ඉතින් මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රීඩකයන් ආවත් එහෙම මේ අවුරුදු 3ක් හිටියත් සමහරවිට ලේසි වෙන්නේ නැහැ. තමන් හොඳ නැත්තම් තමන්ට මේ chance එකක් නැහැ නැෂනල් ටීම් එක මේ රෙප්‍රසන්ට් කරන්න.
ඔව් වැඩසටහන ආරම්භයේදීත් ඔබ කිව්වා ස්වදේශික ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට ඇමරිකානු ස්වදේශික ක්‍රීඩකයන්ට ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාව ඔවුන් අතර ජනප්‍රිය කරවන්න වැඩසටහනක් තියෙනවා කියලා. එතකොට මේ වෙනකොට ඔවුන්ගේ ස්වදේශික ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඇමරිකානු ජාතිකයන්ගේ ක්‍රිකට් ගැන තියෙන උනන්දුව මොන වගේද? ඔවුන් ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාව හඳුනනවාද? ඔවුන් දැන් අපි දන්නවා සාමාන්‍ය ඉන්දියානු පාකිස්තානු ක්‍රීඩකයෝ තමයි මේ වැඩිපුර ක්‍රීඩා කරන්නේ. එතකොට මොන වගේ සැලසුමක්ද තියෙන්නේ ඔවුන් අතරට ක්‍රීඩාව ගෙනියන්න අපිට? කියන්නේ අපි වාණිජ්‍යමය වශයෙන් ගත්තත් ඉතාම හොඳයි ඒ වගේ රටකට ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාව ජනප්‍රිය වෙන එක. ඉතින් මොන වගේ සැලසුමක්ද තියෙන්නේ?
ඔව් සැලසුම කියන්නේ දැන් මම අවුරුදු 4ක් ඇමරිකාවේ මම පළවෙනි අවුරුද්දේ ගිහිල්ලා සමහර ඔය එහෙ ජාතිකයන්ගෙන් අහද්දි ඒගොල්ලන් ක්‍රිකට් කියන එක දන්නේ නැහැ. දැන් අවුරුදු 4කින් ඒගොල්ලන් දන්නවා මොකක්ද හරියටම ක්‍රිකට්. ඒ කියන්නේ එතනින්ම තේරෙනවා මේගොල්ලන්ගේ ප්ලෑන් එක ටික ටික වැඩ කරනවා කියලා. ඉතින් අර කිව්වා වගේ 2028 ලොස් ඇන්ජලිස් ඔලිම්පික් එකට ඇතුළත් කරන්න මේ ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩාව ඇතුළත් කරන්න ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ ලොකු ප්ලෑන්ස් තියෙනවා. සමහරවිට ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ මේ දැන් හෙට අනිද්දා තියෙන ප්ලෑන්ස් උත් අමතකයි. ඒගොල්ලන් 2028 එකට තමයි ඒගොල්ලන් ප්ලෑන් කරන්නේ දැම්ම. ඉතින් ඇත්තටම ඒගොල්ලන් මහන්සි වෙනවා මේ ක්‍රීඩාව ඔලිම්පික් එකට ඇතුළත් කරොත් එහෙ ජාතිකයින්ට මේ ක්‍රීඩාව ඉන්ට්‍රොඩියුස් කරලා දෙන්න. ඉතින් අර කිව්වා වගේ පොඩ දැන් ඉම්ප්‍රූව් වෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් ඔය මෙක්සිකෝ ජාතිකයන් ඉන්නවා, ඇමරිකාවේ පදිංචි වෙලා වෙන රටවල ඉන්නවා ක්‍රිකට් ජීවිතේට සෙල්ලම් කරලා නැති අහලා නැති රටවල වලින් ඇවිල්ලා පදිංචි වෙලා ඉන්නවා. ඉතින් අනිත් එක තමයි කැලිෆෝනියා. මං ඉන්නේ කැලිෆෝනියා ලොස් ඇන්ජලිස්. එහි ඉන්නේ ගොඩාක් ඔය මේ බහුතර අනිත් රටවල වලින් ආපු මේ කට්ටියගේ පුතාලා දුවලා එහෙ ඉපදිලා එහෙ පදිංචි වෙලා දැන් ඒගොල්ලන් ක්‍රිකට් කියන එක දන්නේම නැහැ. හැබැයි අර කිව්වා වගේ දැන් අවුරුදු 4ක් මං මේ 4 වෙනි අවුරුද්දේ ඒගොල්ලන් ක්‍රිකට් කියන දේ දන්නවා. මොකද ඒගොල්ලන් ඇහුවාම ඔබ මොකද කොහෙට හරි ගියාම ඔයා මොකද්ද කරන ජොබ් එක කියලා මං කිව්වම ක්‍රිකට් කියලා. පළවෙනි අවුරුද්දේ ඒගොල්ලන් දන්නේ නැහැ. දැන් 4 වෙනි අවුරුද්දේ මං දැන් එම්ෙන් කියද්දි ක්‍රිකට් කියලා ඒගොල්ලන් දන්නවා. මොකද්ද ක්‍රීඩාව කියලා. ඉතින් මං හිතන්නේ USA ක්‍රිකට් එක හොඳ ජොබ් එකක් කරලා තියෙනවා. ඒ පැත්තෙන් මේක ප්‍රොමෝට් කරනවා. ඉතින් ඉදිරියටත් මම ගොඩාක් සල්ලි යොදවනවා මේක ප්‍රොමෝට් කරන්න. මොකද බේස්බෝල්, බාස්කට්බෝල් and ඇමරිකන් ෆුට්බෝල් තමයි එහෙ තාම ප්‍රසිද්ධ ක්‍රීඩාවන්. අනිත් එක ඒගොල්ලන්ට ගෙවන සල්ලි මම හිතන්නේ මේ ක්‍රිකට් කට්ටියට ගෙවන්න පුළුවන්ද කියලා ගෙවන්න හිතන්නවත් බෑ තාම. ඉතින් එතරම් අර පොඩි කට්ටිය වුණා දකින්නේ මේ ක්‍රීඩාව ඒගොල්ලන්ගේ අම්මලා තාත්තත් මේ ප්‍රොමෝට් කරන්නේ අර ඒ ක්‍රීඩා තුනවල් වලට සෙල්ලම් කරන්න. මොකද උන්ගේ ෆියුචර් එක හොඳ වෙයි කියලා. ඉතින් දැන් ටික තමයි කට්ටිය ක්‍රිකට් වලට පුෂ් කරන්නේ.
ඔව් ඉතින් ඒ කතාව ඇතුළෙම මට මතක් වෙනවා ඔබේ පුත්‍රයාත් මේ වෙනකොට ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ඉන්නේ. ශ්‍රී ලංකාව තුල ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා කරමින් ඉන්නවා. ඔහු ගැන ඔබට තියෙන අනාගත බලාපොරොත්තු, ඔහු මේ වෙනකොට ඉන්න තත්ත්වය, ඔබ ඔහුගෙන් දකින දේවල්, ඔහු අනාගතේ මොනවා කරයිද, ඔබට ඔහු ගැන තියෙන තක්සේරුව මොනවා වගේ එකක්ද?
ඔව් ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා මේ ඔහුටත් කොන්ට්‍රැක්ට් එකක් ලැබිලා තියෙන්නේ. කොයි වෙලාවක හරි ඇමරිකාවට එන්න. මේ සීසන් එක මම හිතන්නේ මේ ක්‍රීඩා කරලා උතීර්ණය කරයි එනවද? මොකද මෙහි තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයන්ටත් මම කියන්නේ පුළුවන් තරම් මෙහි ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න. මොකද තමන්ගේ රටට සෙල්ලම් කරනවා නම් ඒක ඉතාම හොඳ දෙයක්. ඉතින් මොකද අනිත් එක මේ දැන් යන මේ රටාව ඇවිල්ලා එක හොඳ සීසන් එකයි ඕනේ. අපි වගේ සීසන් 10ක් ගන්න ගහලා ඒත් හම්බුන්නේ මේ එක හොඳ සීසන් එකයි ඕනේ තමන්ගේ දෛවය වෙනස් වෙන්න. ඉතින් ඒකයි මම කියන්නේ මේ හැම ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්ම තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්ට මම කියන්නේ අතාරින්න එපා, give up කරන්න එපා. ප්‍රශ්න තියෙනවා, රටේ ප්‍රශ්න තියෙනවා, ක්‍රිකට් වල හැමදාම ওই ප්‍රශ්න තිබ්බා. මේ ඊයේ පෙරදා නෙවෙයි. අපි දන්න කාලෙත් ওই පොලිටික්ස් තිබ්බා. ඒවා ඉතින් මම ලංකාවේ ක්‍රිකට් ගහනවා නම් ක්‍රිකට් ගහන්න ඕනේ මේ වාතාවරණය ඇතුළේ. නැත්තම් give up කරලා වෙන මොනවා හරි කරන්න කියලා තමයි මම කියන්නේ. ඉතින් හැම තරුණ ක්‍රීඩකයෙක්ම දාලා යන්න එපා රට අමාරුවෙන් හරි ක්‍රිකට් එක ගහන්න තමන් හොඳට කරොත් තමන්ට අවස්ථාව ලැබෙයි බොහෝ දුරට ඉතින් මම පුතාටත් කියලා එකද ගහන්න කපාට හම්බ වෙයි නැත්තම් වෙන තීරණයක් ගමු කියලා.
ඔව්. ඊටාම වැදගත් අවසන් වශයෙන් මේ වෙනකොට ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායම ආසියානු කුසලානේ ඊටාම හොඳින් ක්‍රීඩා කරමින් ඉන්නවා. කාලයකට පස්සේ තමයි අපිට ඒ වගේ දස්කම් දකින්නට ලැබුණේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායමෙන්. ඉතින් මෙතනින් එහාට ඔබ හිතන්නේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් දැන් මේ ගොඩනැගීමක්ද නැත්නම් අපි මේ යම් කාලයක දස්කම් දකින්නවද නැත්නම් අපි මොනවද වෙනස් කරගත යුත්තේ තවත් ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් අර තිබුණු තත්ත්වයටත් වැඩි තවත් ටිකක් උඩට දාගන්න නම්?
ඔව් මම හිතන්නේ අපි හැමදාම මේ ක්‍රිකට් එකම ඉස්සෙල්ලා කිව්වා වගේ අපේ pure talent අපි හැමදාම සවයි වුණේ talent එකෙන්. අපි අවුරුද්දට දෙකකට ක්‍රීඩකයන් දෙන්නේ 3 දෙනෙක් අපි බිහි කරනවා world class. ඉතින් අපි මේ අනිත් එක තමයි මේ අපේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා කණ්ඩායම හැමදාම සර්ප්‍රයිස්. අපිව සර්ප්‍රයිස් කරනවා. ක්‍රීඩාලෝලින්ම සර්ප්‍රයිස් කරනවා. අපි හිතුවේ නැති වෙලාවට ගිහිල්ලා දිනන්න පුළුවන්, හිතුවේ නැති වෙලාවට පරදින්න පුළුවන්. ඉතින් අර ඉස්සර ඔය වෙස්ට් ඉන්ඩීස් ටීම් එක වගේ තමයි වුන් ගිහිල්ලා අපි දන්නේවත් නැහැ එක පාට උන්ගේ ටැලන්ට් එකෙන් උන් ක්‍රීඩා කරලා උන් මැච් දිනන්න පුළුවන්. එක පාට අපි හිතන්නේ නැති විදියට පරදින්න පුළුවන්. මං හිතන්නේ පොඩි මොන හරි ෆැක්ටර් එකක් මිසින් ටීම් එකේ. අපි මේ ෆැක්ටර් එක මේ ඇනලයිස් කරලා අපි හදාගත්තා නම් මං හිතන්නේ උතන ඉතාම හොඳ ටීම් එකක් තියෙනවා. මේ ඇෆ්ගනිස්තාන් බීට් කරලා වර්ල්ඩ් කප් එකක් දින්නා වගේ තත්යකට එන තරමට ගිය එක අපිට පොඩ්ඩක් කනගාටුයි. නමුත් ටැපියෝ ටැලන්ට් එකෙන් අපි දැන් මැච් දිනන්නේ. බැලුවොත් උන් ක්‍රීඩා කරන විලාසය අනිත් එක අවුරුද්ද මම හිතන්නේ අවුරුදු එකමාරක් විතර මේ ක්‍රීඩකයෝ එකට සෙල්ලම් කරලා තියෙනවා. මොන හරි පොඩි ෆැක්ටර් එකක් මිසින් කියලා ඒත් තේරෙනවා. ඒ ෆැක්ටර් එක හදාගත්තා නම් ඔය වගේ මේ ඇෆ්ගනිස්තාන් හරි ඉන්දියාව හරි ඔහොම නෙවෙයි බීට් කරන්න අපිට ඔයිට වඩා හොඳින් බීට් කරන්න පුළුවන් කියලා මං හිතනවා. ඉතින් මේ ෆැක්ටර් එක එතන ඉන්න කට්ටිය ඇනලයිස් කරලා හදාගත්තා නම් ඉක්මනට මං හිතන්නේ මේ ටීම් එක හොඳ ටීම් එකක් වෙනවා. මොකද තාම හරියට බලපුරුදු නැති ටීම් එකක් ඉන්නේ. හරියට බැලුවොත් හරි යම් කට්ටියක් ඉන්නේ. දැන් බලවල ගොඩක් යම් ක්‍රීඩකයන් ඉන්නේ. ක්‍රීඩකයන් ටිකව මං හිතන්නේ ඔහොම සෙල්ලම් කරන්න දීලා මේ ෆැක්ටර් එක හදාගෙන මේ ඒ ස්ටෑන්ඩඩ් එක පොඩ්ඩක් තව උඩට යන්න පුළුවන් නම් අපි මේ සර්ප්‍රයිස් වෙන්නේ නැහැ. ඔහොම බීට් කරාම. අපි දන්නවා මේ රයිට් අද මේ ඉන්දියාව බීට් කරනවා අද මේ ඇෆ්ගනිස්තානේ බීට් කරනවා කියලා. තාම අපි දන්නේ නැහැ අන්තිම මොහොතේ අපි යන්නේ ඩවුට් එකෙන්. දැන් මැච් වල බලන්නේ අපි ඩවුට් එකෙන් දිනයිද අපි chance එකක් තියෙද කියලා. නමුත් අර මං කිව්ව ෆැක්ට් එක මොකක්ද කියලා ඒක මට හරියට කියන්න බෑ. ඇතුලේ ඉන්න කට්ටිය දන්නේ නැහැ. ඒක හදාගත්තා නම් අපිට කියන්න පුළුවන් අද අපි මේ ෆයිනල් එක දිනනවා කියලා.
ඔව් අන්නේ විශ්වාසය ගොඩනගා ගැනීම තමයි වැදගත් වෙන්නේ ශ්‍රී ලංකා ක්‍රිකට් අනාගතයට තවත් ඉහළින් වැජඹීමට අපිට තිබුණු ආධිපත්‍යය නැවතත් පතුරවා ගැනීමට. සජිත් ප්‍රනාන්දු බොහොම ස්තුතියි අද අපිත් එක්ක කතා බහට එකතු වුණාට නොදුටු මිනිසත් එක්ක ඔබේ ඉදිරි කටයුතු සාර්ථක වෙන්න කියලා ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරනවා. විශේෂයෙන්ම ඇමරිකා එක්සත් ජනපදයේ ක්‍රිකට් අනාගතයත් ඔබ මතින්ම ඔබේ අතින්ම ඉදිරියට යයි කියලා අපි බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවා ඔබේ අත හිතත් එක්ක. ඉතින් බොහොම ස්තුතියි අද වැඩසටහනට සම්බන්ධ වෙන්න. හොඳයි. ඒ තමයි නොදුටු මිනිසා සජිත් ප්‍රනාන්දු ශ්‍රී ලංකාව වෙනුවෙන් දේශීය ක්‍රිකට් තලයේ ඉතාම විශාල ලකුණු විශාල කඩලු ප්‍රමාණයක් දවාගත් දක්ෂ ක්‍රීඩකෙක්. නමුත් අවාසනාව නිසා යම් හේතු නිසා ඔහුට ජාත්‍යන්තර ක්‍රිකට් ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න නොහැකි වුණා. කෙසේ වෙතත් ඔහුගේ පණිවිඩය ඔබ රඳවා ගන්නට ඇතයි හිතනවා ඔබේ හිතේ. ඉතින් හමු වෙමු තවත් නොදුටු මිනිසා වැඩසටහනකින්. එතෙක් ඔබට ප්‍රාර්ථනා කරන්නේ ජයග්‍රාහී අනාගතයක්.
Hello and welcome back to the BRC Cricket Grounds in Colombo. We are back after the break and we are in for an interesting run chase by the USA. As we were having a chat with the captain during the lunch break, he's eyeing to chase down this total in 30 overs. Hopefully, they'll be able to chase it down as soon as possible.
Navin Piris at the crease. Net run rate in play, Iran. So under 30 overs would be very happy for the USA camp.
Absolutely. With the New Zealand versus Sri Lankan match happening in another ground in Colombo, the USA team would be eyeing on that game as well, because they really need New Zealand to win that game against the Sri Lankans so that they can, up their run rate and maybe try and make it to the semi-finals. But they are really into this. 178 runs to chase down. The first three batters are really good, very aggressive, and I'm sure we're going to see some fireworks from these two opening batters of the USA team.
Not overtaking the Zimbabweans. Just one slip. Kali, a short third man, you would say.
Well, right now it's really hot there, and the boys might be feeling it really hard. Small break of lunch, maybe a 40-45 minutes break, get themselves refreshed. And we have the opening bowler, Jimmy White, for Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe will need to work really hard if they are to restrict the USA team below this total. Right, then everything's set for the first delivery to be bowled. 179 is the target. We have 45 overs. But as we just mentioned, USA would be trying to chase it down as soon as possible to make sure their net run rate would look really good at the end of the group stage.
Just as we start the commentary after the break, dessert on table. Thank you, Kevin.
Really enjoying time out here. Obviously, we, the shades and the comebacks, we are feeling the heat, but I really feel sad for the boys who are out there. I'm sure they are finding it really hard. 2 in the afternoon. It's not a good time to be out there in Colombo. And the first ball. Full toss delivery, driven beautifully down the ground. But we have two fielders covering the long on and the long off boundary. That's the first runs on board for the USA batter. Fazal and Navin, the two opening batters for USA.
Interesting field setting. Two fielders at long off and long on at the start of the innings,
which really indicates that they are very well known that the USA batters are going to go against them really hard.
This is why.
A lovely shot. Once again, driven beautifully down to the extra cover region. Very well fielded by the long off fielder. One more run added to the total. USA coming after two massive wins in their previous encounters. They chased down a total of 110, maybe 10 point plus overs, and then yesterday against Namibia. As we speak, that's a lovely flick down to the deep square leg boundary for 4 runs.
Beautiful
this is really
shot.
good batting.
That's a beautiful shot.
The message is very clear. They're going to go really hard at these bowlers, and they're going to grab this total as soon as possible. That's a lovely shot.
Left-hander's elegance all over that shot by Navin Piris.
Looking at that replay, full into the pads, beautifully flicked over the inner circle. Easy pickings. Once again, a poor delivery. A full toss on his pads. But lucky this time the bowler. That could have been put away anywhere. Luckily straight down to the short fine leg fielder.
White conceding 6 runs of the first 4 balls.
Already a bit of pressure to the opening bowler. You know, when they start, after break. That's a lovely shot again. Down on one knee and sweeps it once again to the deep square leg boundary for 4 runs. This is really beautiful batting by Naveen.
Intentions made clear. They are going to chase down under 30, maybe under 25, the way they are batting now.
The captain was telling me they would love to chase it down in 30 overs, but looks like they're going to finish it off in 20 overs if they keep batting like this.
Naveen Piris, an elegant batter. Left-handers, when they drive, when they pull, when they are on
Well, now
zone.
we do have a deep square leg fielder place for that shot by Naveen. Total on 10. That's a very good comeback by White. That completes the first over. USA 10 without loss.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
USA versus Zimbabwe. USA in reply to the Zimbabwean score of 178. They have moved on so quick. 10 in 1.
Those two shots to the square leg region in that first over were two classical left-handers flicks and a slog sweep down on one knee.
Ryan Goodwin, who did it with the bat for Zimbabweans. He's with the ball in his hand. The captain.
Yeah, it's good. Oh, really?
169 more runs to win off 264 deliveries. The number of deliveries left is completely out of the equation. And we have Goodwill to start off proceedings. It's a pace-up delivery bending his back. Quite wide. But the umpire decides the other way. That's again outside the off stump. Trying to thrash it hard. Fails to make contact again.
This could be a ploy against Faisal.
I can just see a little bit of air movement from Goodwin.
If he starts to get going, things will be easier for the USA.
Coming, aim.
Goodwin after that brilliant knock of 65, leading his team all the way to, I would say, a fighting total. That's again slapped outside the off stump. We do have a backward of point fielder down the boundary, couple of bounces. Just a single again. Both batters have walked out with clear intentions. They are going to go really hard at the bowlers. Really enjoying the batting conditions out there. I'm just starting to think whether it's the same pitch that Zimbabwe did bat, because it looks really good. The ball is coming on really well to the bat, and both these batters are feeling it really nice onto their bat, looking at the way they have been batting.
It's the approach, isn't it? If you go out with a positive approach, everything becomes easier, everything at your side. Fortunes, the conditions.
Oh yeah!
That's a lovely delivery. That's the length you need to be hitting.
Wow.
Just short of a good length. Don't give any kind of hit to the batsman, or don't let the batter get under you. That's again a beautiful
end the over. 2 overs done. USA making their intentions clear. 11 for now.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
That's down the leg. One more run added to the total. Takes the total up to 12. Just wavered a little bit, fumbled by the wicketkeeper as well. Faisal goes down the ground. That's a cracking shot. But that was brilliant fielding by Warhurst down at the long off boundary. It was clearly hit really hard. But Warhurst running across and making sure that it was stopped very nicely. Brilliant effort by Warhurst. These are the efforts that helps your team's confidence. That's a lovely delivery. Unexpected. Getting the ball to move outside the off stump. That was very well bowled, very well directed. Still got bounce on this surface. The latter part of the USA, Zimbabwean inning. So low bounce.
Where is he?
I mean, if you hit the good lens, I'm pretty sure that the bowlers have something left in this pitch yet, because looking at that previous delivery which White bowled, there was slight movement. He just hit the right length and he got that bounce and movement away from the left-hand batter, which made it really hard for him to make contact. So if you bowl in that right length, I still believe the bowlers have something left for them in this pitch. Fazal on 3, Naveen on 10. Naveen played some beautiful shots in the first over. A beautiful flick to the backward square leg. That's the shot of the day for me so far. That's once again down the leg side. Will be one more run added to the total, taking the total up to 15. If you're just tuning in, we are coming to you live from the BRC Cricket Grounds here in Colombo, Sri Lanka. Zimbabwe winning the toss in the morning, deciding to bat first. Ended up at 177 runs in their 45 overs for the loss of 7 wickets. In reply, USA 2.5 overs and 15 without loss. It's a wild sweep. Fails to make contact. That completes over number 3. USA 15 without loss. And here's a quick look at today's fixtures. In Pool A, we're having Sri Lanka taking on New Zealand, which is a really important game for the USA team. They'll be eyeing on it. They would love New Zealand to win, and Zimbabwe taking on USA. And that's the game which we are coming to you live from the BRC Grounds, and Namibia taking on England. West Indies in Pool P taking on Australia, and Pakistan taking on India, and South Africa taking on Canada. Lots of matches, lots of cricket happening around. It has been a lovely tournament. Bit of shuffle by Naveen, trying to walk across the stumps to disturb the bowler a little bit.
White in his second over.
That's a lovely shot. Beautifully played, just short of a length. And Naveen rocking onto his back foot and beautifully pulls it down to the deep square leg boundary for 4 runs.
All of a sudden, the pitch looks like a batting paradise for these USA batters. Look at that for a shot.
Once again, a classical left-hander shot.
Naveen Piris on 14 of 11. The aggressor between the two.
Chasing a target of 179. 160 more runs required for victory. Once again, driven beautifully down to the extra cover region. Should be a couple of runs. Good running by these two batters.
Naveen Piris on a mission. They are to reach the target before 30 overs. Naveen will have to be the one to stay at the crease. But on the other hand, Fazal throughout this tournament has been brilliant with the bat. Again straying down the leg.
Once again, bowling down the leg side. It will ricochet down to the far leg boundary. Given buys by the umpire. That takes. That missed everything, and we just saw that delivery once again. You can clearly see a bit of arm movement, which means if you hit the right place, you have something left for you. You need to focus on pitching it on light length. 25 without loss, 3.4 overs. That's again short and pulled. To have a steep square leg fielder.
Coming!
Sweeping the boundary.
They are in the attacking mood. The USA opening pair. And this over, Kubin has conceded 11 runs so far. Just the 5 balls.
On the other hand, Fazal playing quiet innings, supporting his aggressive partner who's taking on the bowlers. 3.5 overs, 26 without loss. Current partnership, 26 of 23 deliveries. A run rate above 6. Looks very good for USA. That's beautiful. Couple of bounces down to the fine leg boundary for 4 more. That's again poor bowling. Bowling in the line of the leg side. Beautifully flicked. Lovely shot. Picked up early. Letting swing. Which really helped the batter to help it on its way down to square leg boundary for 4 runs. That completes over number 4. USA 30 without loss.
USA 30 of the first 4 overs. The ideal run rate that they would have liked.
7.5 runs per over. That's way above the required run rate, but they're on a separate mission. They're chasing down their net run rate. They're taking real advantage of this power play, the last over. Considering 15 runs of the previous over, which was quite expensive from Zimbabwe's end, because they have a very small total, something below par to defend, and they need to be really disciplined. But looking at the conditions out there, it's not easy to be out there. Really hot, feeling the humid. That's beautiful delivery again. It's lovely. White is pumped up. He's biting the dust.
Navin Peiris is dancing at his wicket. Look at him. Coming forward, going back.
Lovely again. Look at White. Oh yeah, we missed that replay. It's really pumped up after delivering that. It's really on a mission. That's put down the leg side again. Easy pickings for Navin. Just flicks it quite comfortably down to the fine leg boundary for 4 more. They need to be consistent. They can't just stray down the leg side, because it's just bread and butter for Navin at the moment, because he has scored majority of his boundaries through that region.
What a good player off his legs. If you can see the replay. He's got elegance, like all the left-handers in the world too.
That's a lovely comeback delivery from White again. He has it in store, but he just needs to deliver it consistently. Look at that again. Hitting that beautiful length. It almost went kissing the stumps as well. Lucky escape for Navin.
Going past the stumps, saying hello.
Very close call. This again proves that you need to be hitting those decent lengths. You're expecting for something. And once again down the leg side. He's bowling one delivery in a good length, in a decent length, and he's going down the leg side again. Needs to be consistent.
He's not going to help. The Zimbabwean course, look at him.
Trying for that in-swinger, but the line and length not ideal. Would have been ideal for a right-hander, but not for a left-hander. 144 runs required for victory. That's a huge shot. And one bounce down to the mid-wicket fence for 4 runs. That's a beautiful shot. Picked it off his pads once again.
It's getting better and better. Navin Peiris keeps us in danger at the com box. It was coming towards the com box.
He had no intentions of clipping it down. He just made sure that he kept it all up in air, but just bouncing right in front of the boundary line. Once again, shot outside the awesome. Very well fielded. It covers. That completes over number 5. USA 39 without loss.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ, යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
The Papare TV, The Papare TV HD, Dialog Television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
Well, Shaheen, I was falling asleep after the heavy lunch that I had. But the explosive start from USA has woken me up, and 39 for no losses at the end of 5 overs.
Well, absolutely, Kevin. USA cruising at the moment. 39, 5 overs done, chasing a target of 179. Both Fazal and Navin are scoring at will.
Now in Piri's 25 off 20 deliveries. He's hitting the Zimbabwean bowlers all around the park. And here's the skipper, Goodwin. Will continue to bowl. Zimbabwe need a breakthrough here. Can
just to slow things down, Ken. Just to slow things down, they need a breakthrough.
Absolutely. Lovely shot, but it'll just be a single. Score moves up to 40. If they go at this rate, they could probably chase this score down by 25 to 30 overs.
Comparatively, Kevin, Zimbabwe were reeling at this point in their innings. They were 11 down for 2 at the end of 3.4 overs, if I'm not mistaken. It's contrasting pitch conditions which both the teams are facing at the moment. Navin again guiding it down the third man region, and for a boundary he goes. Once again, USA scoring at will and scoring quickly.
Well, I believe the difference is that Zimbabwe are going with two paces from both ends, and I said at the pitch report that it's going to be hard for the pacers, apart from the first 10 to 15 overs of the day, to bowl at this wicket because it will offer nothing if you are a pacer. And what USA did smartly was they brought a spinner from one end, from the clubhouse end, and he picked up 2 crucial wickets.
Which is rather once again slog towards the leg side for another boundary. This is carnage from USA. Which is surprising, Kevin, because when I was speaking to James White early on in their batting innings, they were very much aware that USA loves pace on the ball. They love the ball coming onto them, and yet Zimbabwe repeating that mistake and bowling full pace at the Americans. And again, flick down the leg side, possibly a couple here, 2 or 3 maybe.
They will settle for a couple of runs. 50 up on the board for USA. The USA camp, besides me,
11 runs already in the over, Kevin, and with 2 more balls left to go.
50 off 5.4 overs. And they doesn't seem to stop the attack on the Zimbabwean bowlers. 51 now. So Zimbabwe really has to do something. Bring a spinner on. Try to grab a wicket. Apply more pressure on.
I think more importantly, Kevin, they need to take the pace off the ball because this is a very slow wicket. You know, the more pace they apply to the ball, it is easy for the Americans to play.
And USA still have a lot of powerful hitters down the order, and that again is a brilliant hit of the batter Fazal over the mid-wicket fielder, sweeping a fast bowler or rather a medium pacer. That shows you the nature of this wicket.
16 runs off that over, Kevin. USA at 55 for no loss at the end of 6.
Exciting stuff. This is.
නිමල් සර් ඉංග්‍රීසි පාඩමට ලෑස්ති වෙනවා වගේ. ආයි මේවා ළමයිට විකුල්ලා වුණොත් එහෙම මන් නරක ගෑණි කියන්නවා.
පිටින් ඇවිල්ලා නටන්න හදන්න එපා මැඩම්.
අපේ principal.
Well, USA trotting along and trotting comfortably and scoring runs at will and ease. The Zimbabweans on crisis mode now. They brought in a bowling change.
But it feels to me as if though USA has forgotten that they have 45 overs to chase this down.
Absolutely. It appears that they have somewhere to be after the match.
They certainly do. They certainly do.
Perhaps some sightseeing in the glorious Colombo. The weather is nice.
Well, I wouldn't agree on that part where you said the weather is nice. The players out there in the middle will tell you how nice the weather was.
Well, it's good for cricket at least.
Certainly do. A spinner, Kashkula from the clubhouse end.
That was a pie and missed by Naveen. He could have hit that ball anywhere, any part of the ground.
You guys do.
My word.
Well, those are the deliveries that you find hard to hit. It almost brightens up your eyes. And you look to go after it. And most of the time, those kind of deliveries creates you a wicket or two.
That's when you want to bury yourself somewhere where no one can see you.
Again, bowler very
Slap
slow.
across the offside for a single. Decently stopped.
And
56 on the board in 6.3 overs. Kashkula pulling his first over. Has just conceded 1 run after 3 deliveries. A bit of a breather for Zimbabwe. Because they've been hammered around all around the park.
Here we go.
First 5 overs.
Ready, Gav?
Well, Naveen seems to be doing all the heavy lifting in USA's 56 so far. Fazal sitting pretty there at 12 runs. Off a runner ball 12 as well.
Fazal cuts it for another single.
And he seems very comfortable and happy with just rotating his strike. Let Naveen do all the heavy scoring.
Stand up. Here we go.
Kashkula.
Oh,
wow. Right into the block hole.
Kashkula undeterred by
Yeah,
Naveen's
good.
dancing on the wicket there and keeping it on the block hole.
Oh, wow.
A good delivery to end the over. The spinner comes on and slightly changes the momentum. And at the end of 7 overs, the USA 57 and no loss. And these are some of the highlights from the second innings so far. The fast bowlers had no answers because the partnership is worth 57 from just 42 deliveries.
It's been an absolute carnage, an impressive display of batting by USA. And like Iran said earlier in commentary, they're on a different mission. They're just not here to chase a target down. They're here to chase a target down in quick succession, in quick time.
Well, while you were talking about carnage, Monty from the US camp said that you haven't seen carnage yet. It's yet to walk out to the field.
Come on, Dashi.
Yeah. 7 overs done, 57 on the board. US are looking to finish this soon. And a bowling changer from the park end. A left arm spinner comes on. And straight away punched off the back foot for a single. Zimbabwe have got 2 fielders in the deep, a deep mid-wicket and a long on. So Wagmaria will probably look to turn the ball in, try to invite the batsman to play that slog sweep. And he has a slip in place as well.
You know, Kevin, I know Zimbabwe right now is in the back foot, but I would really like if they bring one fielder close in, you know, bring a catching extra, bowl a little bit fuller and force a batsman to play a drive, just like that. You know, I wouldn't mind that because the bowler is making the batsman drive. Bring that fielder in you know, bring him onto that little batting pitch over there, onto catching extra position.
41 runs for Navin, 9 short of a well-deserved 50.
A very well flighted delivery, but smacked over the extra cover region. Swept.
And swept well by Navin. Will be back-to-back boundaries for him.
This is brilliant batting, Kevin. Absolutely brilliant batting. He's playing all around the field. He's literally bullying the Zimbabwean bowlers right now.
This is not exactly good bowling from Wagmaria. He's bowling it a lot straighter, and with the ball just turning into the batter, it moving towards that leg side, and it is much easier for Navin to play those sweep shots when you ball a lot slower, being a left arm spinner to a left hand. And Navin now on 45.
Wagmaria under instant pressure now. He's bowled 4 deliveries, none of which have fallen where he would like to have. 2 boundaries, 1 extra.
The partnership is currently stands at 67 of 45 deliveries. And Navin goes down the ground. There is protection. Will just be a single. He moves up to 46 runs.
Here we go, boys. Right-hander.
Wagmaria has given away 11 runs in just 4 deliveries. Fazal now on strike.
Here we go.
He has played a very good supporting role as of now. 14 of 14 deliveries by Navin. Has been all-out attack on the Zimbabwean bowlers. A better delivery.
Ball dash.
Once again driven powerfully towards the offside. Another boundary for USA, and in the over at 72 for none.
That was a very poor delivery from Wagmaria. Bowling it right up there in the slot. The sweeper cover was a lot towards
Eight overs down and 72 already on the board.
USA, of course, are making full use of the first power play. Just 3 fielders are allowed to be behind the 30-yard circle, and they've made full use of it. 72 of 8 overs. Now in 46 of 32 deliveries. Just 4 short of a well-deserved 50. And USA need another 107 runs off 222 deliveries. And as I said before, it seems to me as if though they've forgotten that they have 45 overs to chase this down. Goodwin probably having a word with the umpire, probably regarding a change of ball, because the ball just went out of the grounds and rolled away towards the other side of the road.
I think his primary concern right now is to how to score the bleeding of these runs. You know, how do I slow them? How do I get more dot balls in here? Wickets nonetheless. You have to understand that the batsman did not put on much on the scoreboard for them to defend. 178 is not a pass score here at the BRC Grounds. They were hoping for 220, 230, but ended up with 178.
Here we go, boys. Here we go, Rich.
And their woes have continued in the bowling innings as well. 8 overs done, 72 runs already on the board for USA. And the bowlers are taking a beating.
Kashkula will continue from the clubhouse end. Bowled a decent first over. And he starts off well as well with a dot delivery.
Next time. Next time. Run, Stu. Here we go.
Desperate for a wicket are the Zimbabweans. If not, this game will just run away from their hands. And another good shot up from Navin. But a good fielding in that mid-off region.
Run, Stu.
Well, this has not been downright slogging from Navin. He has played some good cricketing shots
Absolutely
as well.
absolutely not, Kevin. They have been absolute brilliant cricketing shots.
Not there, of course, not there, of course.
Well, I think Navin shouldn't get ahead of himself here either. He's gotten 46 off 35. The scoreboard is looking really pretty. Do not get overconfident. There's a long way to go in the game. 100 plus runs more. Yes, think about the net run rate that you need for your team, but then again, secure wicket as well.
Navin on 46. Respects the good delivery. 4 back-to-back dot deliveries from Kashkula. Has been very rare in these US innings because they have been attacking right from the beginning. That will be the 5th dot delivery.
This is good from Kashkula. This is really good.
Join the dots, buddy. Join the
Slowing
dots.
innings down, giving his captain a little breather, giving his captain exactly what he needs at this point of time.
Tries to go big. Couldn't really get the connection that he needed. The over ends at the end of 9 overs. USA 72 for no loss.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Maria will continue. He was really expensive in the previous over, conceding 15 runs, and Fazal is now on strike. Left armer against the right-hander. Always creates excitement. And it has created excitement. That's a huge hit off the back foot for a 6.
This is the game of cricket. The previous over ended in a maiden. And just the first delivery of Maria is slogged over mid-wicket for a massive 6. Instantly putting pressure on Maria.
Run him.
Well, the pace that Maria is bowling at is quite good, but the line and length that he has gone for all the 7 deliveries that he has bowled so far has been under par. He should bowl a lot in front, and Maria has now gone up to give 21 runs. Fazal goes down the ground this time. That'll be a boundary. 10 runs of 2 deliveries. And
well, Fazal seems to be saying enough is enough. You've had your fun, Navin. It's my turn now, picking up where Navin left off from. Now 6 and a boundary, back to back.
Ready for it, buddy.
This is aggressive and impressive cricket by USA.
Fazal batting on 28 runs. He goes for it again. Will be another boundary.
Keep going, Dash.
3 back-to-back boundaries for Fazal. Shaheen, it seems to me as if though both Navin and Fazal has a competition between themselves to see who gets to 50 first.
Perhaps they were taking a breather for themselves the previous over.
Come, big fella. Here we go, Dash.
3 balls. 14 runs. 4th delivery. A better delivery from Maria. 32 of just 20 deliveries.
Here we go.
Fazal has been brilliant. He played the supporting role for most parts of this game, but now he has taken the attack to his hands. Again, a fuller delivery.
Bob out. Yeah, good thinking, Dash.
Every dot ball is celebrated by the Zimbabweans, Gavin, here. Every dot ball.
86 on the board. Final delivery of Wagmaria's over. And Fazal has found the gap. Will be the fourth boundary of this over. USA moves up to 90 and Fazal moves up to 36. At the end of 10 overs, USA 90 for no loss. And there will be a change of voices in the commentary box.
දෙමව්පියෝ කැමති දරුවන්ට හොඳම දේ දෙන්න. පෙර පාසල් සහ එක වසර දෙක වසර දරුවන් වෙනුවෙන් විශේෂයෙන් සැකසුණු පාඩම් මාලාවක්. කතන්දර ආකාරයෙන් හා දරුවෝ ආස කරන නැටුම්, ගැයුම්, වැයුම් සහ තවත් බොහෝ දෑ A+ Kids House තුලින්. සතියේ දවස් 7ම උදෑසන 7ට සහ දහවල් 1ට.
A+ Kids TV නාලිකා අංක 48 ඔස්සේ.
Right then, 10 overs done, USA 90 without loss. And I have a team member of the USA team, one of the opening bowlers, Arun, with me in the comm box. Arun, what a good time to get you down to the comm box. Then we have USA 91 without loss, chasing 179.
Yes, we are cruising, really off to an excellent start. The best part of this partnership that I'm seeing here is there have been high quality shots. There have not been slogs. There have been some decent balls that have been put away to the boundary.
But here we go,
in
boys!
this type of an outfield, you don't really have to hit hard. And so these guys, on top of it, they've timed really well. Just as we talked about this is the commentator's curse, I think. And Fazal goes for a wild slog across the line to get his middle stump dislodged.
That's the first wicket down for USA. Unfortunately, Fazal trying to sweep across the line. A delivery that came straight on. Rather should have tried going down the ground. But it has been a good knock from Fazal Alam. 36 of 23. A good knock. And that's the first wicket down for USA. 91 for the loss of 1 wicket.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
लड़की तेरा नाम क्या है पूछे वाले पूछे तो बता तेरी पहचान क्या है तेरा नाम गूंजेगा तो उठेगा एक तूफान हिलेगी जमीन मचेगा घमासान तेरा नाम गूंजेगा जब हर गली हर मकान हिलेंगे तेरी
නිමල් සර් ඉංග්‍රීසි පාඩමට ලෑස්ති වෙනවා වගේ. ආයි මේවා ළමයිට විකුල්ලා වුණොත් එහෙම මං නරක ගෑණි කියන්නවා.
පිටින් ඇවිල්ලා නටන්න හදන්න එපා මැඩම්.
අපේ principal. Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Right then, we are back after a short drinks break. And the just fall of the first wicket. And we have the new batter in. Monty, Monapa, Matanda. Left-hand batter. Looked really aggressive yesterday as well. He was in a hurry yesterday to finish things off against Namibia. I'm pretty sure he might have come out with that same intent. Lovely shot. Beautifully placed. Back foot of point. It's running down to the point boundary.
Come back.
And that's a welcome boundary from Monapa in his very first delivery. Beautiful shot, beautifully placed. Aaron, things going on really well for the USA team right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is an example of a shot where you get value for the money. He barely pushed at it. He just put in the right gap there and let the outfield do the rest. So a beautiful start to Monty. Another elegant left-hander batsman who is also very devastating when he gets into the flow. But he's also, I mean, these left-handers are just a pleasure to watch. You know, they make the game look so awesome. They're so simple. There's something about their elegance. And you've got two of our best from the Masters USA who are at the crease. Look forward to them showcasing their all-around shots. Naveen, we've already seen some of that. And I hope Monty gets into the action as well.
Absolutely. With both these two left-hand batters, two aggressive batters out there, I'm pretty sure we are in for some good cricket overall here. 10.5 overs done, 96 for the loss of 1 wicket. USA currently cruising really hard towards that total of 179, which is right in front of them. It's played down to the cover region. That completes over number 11. USA 96 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Witness the thrill of the big match season, where school pride is on the line and every run counts. Watch as heroes rise and legends are born. The big match season, live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Well, we're back here looking at the action. 11 overs, 97 for 1. USA very well placed in their pursuit of 178, 179 to win. I thought, just coming back to the first innings, I thought our bowlers bowled really well, very disciplined. There were a few loose deliveries, but you expect that to happen at any level of cricket. But fewer wides this game, I thought, than against the UAE on the very same track. Very disciplined bowling and really kept them down to 178, which is, you know, not even close to being a par score in this small ground as well as fast outfield.
Absolutely. Looking at how the USA batters have gone out there and played some wonderful shots, you hardly can call it a bowling pitch or maybe a slow pitch, because they have played some wonderful shots, which obviously says that the USA bowlers were very disciplined. In the first innings, they made sure they hit the right lengths, and they made sure that to restrict the Zimbabwe total below 200 runs.
Yeah, and you know, batsmen get all the glory in this game, and I think that's perfectly reasonable. But as a bowler, I also always like to give a shout out for some amazing and excellent bowling performances in this day and age where the tracks are all batting friendly, the outfields are fast, the boundaries are small. Whether it is at our level of cricket or international, it's hard being a bowler. And you know, what we did this morning was exceptional.
Absolutely. And Arun, can you just tell us a little about the discussion had during the lunch break, like because you all had a target of 179, you all have a net run rate that you all are focusing on. So you all might have had a team discussion on like how you should approach this total and target. What was the main key focus point?
Yeah, we did. We've been keeping an eye on the Sri Lanka-New Zealand game. Obviously, we need New Zealand to beat Sri Lanka. They need 225 runs in 45 overs. Well, what we said is first we need to win this game. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. So our skipper is a calm guy. He doesn't get too up or too down. And, you know, we're naturally aggressive batsmen at the top. So we figured that the runs will come. We'll recalibrate in about 15, 18 overs or so to see where we are at, and if we need to up the tempo, the way these guys are batting, I don't think we need to up the tempo at all. And looks like in the other game, Sri Lanka is off to a flyer, and it looks like they'll cruise to a victory, in which case our net run rate conversation is somewhat moot. But at the end of the day, we control what we can. I think we're off to a good start, and hopefully we'll finish off the game in style. Actually played good cricket at the end of the day. You know, I don't think we want to lose too many wickets to poor shots. These guys, I hope they stay there. And Naveen has had a lot of really good starts. I think he looks poised for a big one here. I certainly hope that he carries us back through.
That's a loud appeal, but kind of half-hearted. Turned down by the umpire. Agreeing on Arun's point, because it's all about playing this game, this beautiful game. No matter you win or lose, it's all about putting out and showcasing your skills. That's a lovely shot. The fielder had almost lost it. I just guess he lost it in the sunlight.
Yeah, these pink balls are not easy to spot in the outfield, in the grass, or whether even if it goes up in the sky. So I don't think he picked it up, but he did well to get his body behind the ball and stop it with his body, prevent a 4 on the boundary line.
Absolutely, and that's 100 up for USA. 100 up in the 11th over. This is really good batting, positive batting. Defensively played once again by Monapa. That completes. Over number 12, USA 100 for the loss of 1 wicket, chasing a target of 179. Was done, 100 for the loss of 1 wicket, just 79 runs required, and the run rate required is 2.39, which is completely out of the calculation right now. Arun, when you're back in USA, tell us a little bit about what you could carry from this tournament. What are the good memories, what are the positives, what are the areas that as a team you all might need to work on? Maybe the next day when you might be coming down as a team again to play this wonderful tournament. So what are you taking back home?
I think one thing we take away is that the standard continues to improve every year. Some of the teams are at maybe one notch above us, and for us, we need to focus on how do we make that another step change. Right? We're only a 3-year-old organization. We've only played, this is our 2nd World Cup. So I think we should be very proud of what we've accomplished so far in the short time that Masters cricket has been around. But at the same time, not just assume that this type of success will continue to come. And, you know, the things that we focus on are obviously fitness, play a lot of cricket, play as many. And the other thing that we pride ourselves on, Masters cricket, all of our tournaments are played on turf wickets. And that is very different cricket than playing on AstroTurf, which is predominantly the surface that's available in the US. So, you know, that's another way to encourage and prepare for, just as we're talking about that, another elegant shot that'll bring up Naveen's well-deserved 50. Fantastic knock.
That's a lovely knock by Naveen, a well-deserved half-century. He just walked out with one thing in mind, that he's going to take on the bowlers, and he has done it quite decently. 10 boundaries under his scorecard, 53 unbeaten of 47. It's been a magnificent knock, and he should really focus on continuing this good knock and take his team over the line. And back to you, Arun, from what we were discussing about.
Yeah, preparation, fitness, continue to play the long format. And, there are a few things we can work on. We're naturally aggressive players. We tend to go after the ball quite a bit. Again, hit probably the ball in the air a little too much. So some things for us to think about are play more percentage cricket, play along the ground, work on our running between the wickets. Frankly, I think that's an area we can always get better, put pressure on the bowlers and prevent them from having a crack at you like 4 or 5 balls on the trot at a batsman, right? That's what I look for as a bowler. And if we can do that, I think we'll only get better.
As we speak, that completes over number 13. USA 105 for the loss of 1 wicket.
There we see the opening partnership, some beautiful shots by Naveen and Fazal, who got us off to a flyer. All-round shots, and Naveen is actually devastating. If you stray down the leg side, you're asking for trouble. He's got shots all around the park, but especially on the leg side, I think the Zimbabwe bowlers bowled a few too many balls into his strong zone, and he just cashed in on it.
Absolutely. Just loved watching how he batted. Some classical left-hand batting by Naveen Piris, showing that aggressive intent right from the word go.
And Naveen is a St. Thomas alumni. He's played here, obviously, and I think he's back and playing cricket here after a very long time. But clearly, he hasn't lost much of his touch, or he hasn't forgotten the Sri Lankan conditions. He's adapted, and he's been one of our consistent performers. As I said before, he's had some good starts. He spent a lot of time in the middle, but he hasn't quite converted it. And I'm glad that he's done it this time. And I really hope he can get to triple figures. And I hope I'm not jinxing him by saying that.
As we speak, that has been clobbed down the ground, but we do have a long on fielder there in place. Cuts it down just for a single, takes the total up to 106 for the loss of 1 wicket. Naveen has his natural ability of belting the ball around the park, and it's really nice to watch how he has been batting since he came out to bat. Has been really fireworks around the ground.
In our national tournaments, we get to play against bowlers, batsmen of this class. So, it's a good strength, and we know these players. So I think we do a few things that sometimes we can keep them quiet, but there's only so long you can keep batsmen of this caliber quiet. And they're definitely displaying their full capabilities. And again, Monty is another classy player. I hope he gets in there and gets a few runs under his belt.
That has been beautifully played. Down to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. On his pads. Beautifully placed. No deep infielder in the boundary. That's 4 runs for Manappa.
I don't think he timed that well, frankly, and that tells you the speed of the outfield look. I mean, I think it got the inside, maybe the bottom inside of the bat, and once it's past the fielder, all you're doing is retrieving the ball from the boundary line.
This has been a great chase by the USA batters. A total below par, a target of 179 runs. They've just gone really hard at it. That completes over number 14, USA 110 for the loss of 1 wicket.
දෙමව්පියෝ කැමති දරුවන්ට හොඳම දේ දෙන්න. පෙර පාසල් සහ 1 වසර 2 වසර දරුවන් වෙනුවෙන් විශේෂයෙන් සැකසුණු පාඩම් මාලාවක්. කතන්දර ආකාරයෙන් හා දරුවෝ ආස කරන නැටුම්, ගැයුම්, වැයුම් සහ තවත් බොහෝ දෑ A+ Kids House තුලින්. සතියේ දවස් 7ම උදෑසන 7ට සහ දහවල් 1ට.
A+ Kids TV නාලිකා අංක 48 ඔස්සේ.
14 overs done, USA 110 for the loss of 1 wicket. It has been a great start by the USA batters. The past couple of games, they got on to a really fiery start, and they have made sure that they bring that same momentum
to this game as well. So 3 consecutive fiery starts and positive outcome by these opening batters. And this is how the points table looks like in Pool A.
Yeah, you can see that USA and New Zealand, the two of us are tied at 6 and Sri Lanka is at 8. So we were hoping for New Zealand to beat Sri Lanka. That would have put those two at 8 and along with us, and then the net rate would have come into play. But again, as I said, it looks at this moment as if Sri Lanka is going to walk away with a win. Not really walk away, just run away with a win over there, and we probably will as well.
That's full outside the off stump, left alone by Naveen. Arun, just as we look at this points table in Pool B, Australia dominating 5 out of 5, 10 points, and Pakistan second place.
Yeah, there again, India-Pakistan game is going on. The winner, if India were to win, then Pakistan and India would be tied on net run rate, would come into play. So I actually don't know how that game is going, but another, I would say probably literally a quarterfinal there.
Absolutely. Arun, just before we wrap up things, anything from your end, any mentions, anything you want to talk about?
Absolutely, thank you for the opportunity. You know, I'm here living my dreams by coming out and playing in the World Cup with my friends and colleagues. And that's not possible without the support of many folks, certainly my family, my lovely wife Subha, our 4 kids, Anjali, Karthik, Krishna and Vikram. And then my mom, who is in Chennai right now, she watches every single game. She's always asking, where's the streaming link? Thank you, Amma. And then my brother, who is another cricket nut, he's a couple of years younger than me. Every weekend he's playing in Chennai. So when I go back to Chennai after the tournament is over, I'll get a T20 game along with him as well in one of the tournaments.
As we speak, Nelson strikes. That's a second wicket down for USA. At 111 for 1. That's a very bad movement for the batter, Monapa. He thrashed it outside the off stump. And he just to get an outside edge and a good low catch taken. Floated outside the off stump, inviting for that thrashing drive, which Monapa did, and brilliantly taken at short third man as the second wicket falls.
That's an excellent catch, and you know, I think the bat just sliced a little bit in his hand. I think this goes again to some of the things that we can work on is try to hit that ball along the ground. Maybe not try to hit it too hard. That's probably what happened there for Monty, and probably the bat turned a little bit in his hand, sliced it, didn't go exactly where he wanted it to, and it was in the air as well. Tough luck for Monty, another good opportunity. He's again a classy batsman. It's just a matter of time before he puts in a big one.
Absolutely. You're just talking about a T20 match that you're about to play.
Yeah.
Chennai. I'm really interested to know a little more about it.
Yeah, my brother has a team, and he played a T10 game recently, and then he played a T20 tournament. They won it over the weekend, so I was following him this weekend as well as that team, Turbo 11, won. So yeah, every time I come out to Chennai, I bring my kid along and try to get a couple of games. It's so much fun to play with your brother, and again, he's pretty much every weekend he's out there, not only cricket but also badminton, table tennis. He's in the Rotary Club, and he does a lot for the community as well. Very proud to have him as my brother, and all of it thanks to my parents. My dad's no longer here, but he was a very good cricketer as well when he was younger.
It's great to know about how families, kids, his spouse is supporting his beautiful game. That's great to hear from you, Arun. And it's a pleasure to have you in the Combox, and I would wish you all the very best. And thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. Wish you all the best.
Thank you very much. I very much appreciate it. And just before I sign off here, our skipper has gone into bat. You'll watch over the next 5 to 10 overs as the skipper gets in. He is a very, very busy batsman. What I love about Sanjeeva is classic shots, but also fantastic running between the wickets. He's 58, believe it or not. He's like close to 60. He kept wickets both days, and he's out there leading the team, doing everything, you know, on and off the field. I just don't know how he does it. So kudos to him, and actually part of this team led by this amazing skipper.
Thank you, Arun. That was Arun from the USA team. As we wrap up for the 15th over
USA 113 for the loss of 2 wickets, as we do have a change in voice in the com box.
Dialog Television එක reload එකෙන් පවුලටම හිතේ හැටියට TV බලන්න රුපියල් 798කට අලුත්ම superior reload plan එකක්. Activate කිරීම reload සහ My Dialog app මගින්.
113 on the board, just 66 more runs needed of 180 deliveries. USA looking to finish this early to increase that net run rate of theirs. On the other hand, Sri Lanka going well against the game, against New Zealand, brother.
Here we go, boys.
It's a must-win game for them as well. And the USA should be looking very closely.
Here we go, Nando.
Fernando is back against Piris. And Veerasinghe coming back to the crease. Sanjeeva Veerasinghe.
Well, I believe, Asanka, you have something to say about Sanjeeva Veerasinghe. We've been talking about it during the breaks that we had. Would you love to share it with our viewers? Some exciting news about him.
Right, Timmy.
He's the youngest player
You go, Nando.
who represented Sri Lankan Test cricket team, if I'm not mistaken, at 17. At a very young age as a schoolboy.
Here we go, Jarvie. Take it easy.
Known to be a spinner.
Come on, Jarvie.
In this tournament so far, he has been a wicket keeper.
Come on, Jarvie.
Of course, a multi-talented guy, just like
Go,
you.
boys.
And
Here we go.
USA slowly and steadily inching towards that set target of 179 runs. Just 63 more runs. They've been a lot more cautious in the final few overs. They started off in a blistering fashion. But the last 5 overs, they've respected the bowlers. They've taken the odd singles and couples without looking to go for that big hits. There is a 2 there, and they'll easily get that as well.
Looking at the scorebook on the bottom of the screen, USA batting,
Here we go, boys. Here we go.
Sanjeeva and Naveen on the crease, and Nalaka is bowling for Zimbabwe. Interesting. All Sri Lankans.
Probably the 2 batters, 2 Sri Lankans,
Here we go.
don't want to go after their
Here we go, Jimmy.
fellow friend from Zimbabwe, Naveen. Nalaka rather. And
Easy, Rich. Easy, Rich.
a good single taken to end the 16th over. USA 119 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Get ready for the International Masters League, where cricketing powerhouses collide. Who will rise to the occasion and claim the ultimate glory? Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Sixteen overs gone. USA
Right hander.
at the start they were cruising at the target. But in the last few overs, they have been cautious, like you said, Kevin. But the run rate is still over 7.
Cascula will continue to bowl. He has done a decent job. Starts off and a huge appeal from Cascula and the wicketkeeper and the Zimbabwean camp. But no, says the umpire.
Probably going down the leg side, missing the leg.
Ball. Easy one.
Another single, down to long on. Naveen back on strike. The half centurion started off the inning brilliantly with his fellow USA man.
We go, Gav.
Fazal. went down as the first wicket.
Navin batting on 58 off 58 deliveries, going at a strike rate of 100. Kashkula has been the pick of the bowlers for Zimbabwe. 5.3 overs, 18 runs, while grabbing 2 wickets.
Oh, wow.
And the batters have played accordingly.
Big fella.
Haven't really taken any risks of Kashkula.
We go.
Takes it as a full toss. It's a 6.
Why do the commentators keep striking every time? Just when I was commending Kashkula, he just bowls a rank full toss, and it has been put away for the 6 by Navin.
Next ball, it's heavy.
Came down the wicket somewhat.
Good job, ready mark it. We go, boys.
Took it on the full. It was Navin. Side edge. Going past the wicket keeper. End of the 17th. Good one at the end. USA cruising down 1-2-7 for 2.
Seventeen overs are done. USA 127 for the loss of 2 wickets. 179 is the set target for them, and they are in a very comfortable position. Plenty of overs left for them to get to this score. And Nalaka will continue bowling, and he will bowl at Navin and Sanjeev.
We go, Nanda.
The USA batsmen are exactly where they wanted to be.
We go, Timmy. Take it easy, buddy.
They made their intentions clear, went after the bowling at the start of the innings. Still catching up with the run rate above 7.
Here we go, Darby. We go, boys. We go, Gav.
Sanjeev on strike. Sees it off.
Ready for that
Well,
one.
the only way for Zimbabwe to win this game is by picking up wickets. And
Here we go.
the set field doesn't really allow you to take those wickets.
Oh.
They are more on the defensive side, given the fact that US went after them, and that will be another boundary. And this time off the bat of Sanjeev. Well, talking about attacking Zimbabwe, if they are to win, they have to have an attacking field as well. I know they have given a lot of runs, they have leaked a lot of boundaries, but there is no other way for them to win this game. They can't ball dot deliveries and keep on bowling dot deliveries and drag the match till 45 overs, because if USA doesn't lose the wickets, they'll chase this down in 30 overs or so.
Agree. It's make or break. We've got to attack. Set an attacking field.
Run,
Try
guys.
out your luck.
Run, Nanda. The ball.
Absolutely. It's a make or break for them, and Nalaka
Oh, wow, ball. Here we go.
has given away 7 runs so far in this over.
Here we go, left-hander.
Direct hit.
Heavy.
No chance of a run out. Full toss. Trying to slog sweep.
Hold on, Jimmy.
But it went down to long on for another single. Navin moves up to 66. USA 2 wickets down, 134.
.45 runs needed of 162 deliveries. The required run rate is just 1.67. And Kashkula will continue. Here's a look at the scoreboard. The old-fashioned scoreboard here at BRC.
A very old ground in Colombo.
Oh!
Established in the 1900s. 1902, I suppose. Again, a good ball outside the stump. He could have hit it. Oh, an appeal, and the umpire agrees. That's the third wicket, and that's the danger man who is going down.
Here's the replay. It was bowled a bit wide around the wicket. He was going for that shot, probably expecting the ball to turn away. Instead it came in, and Navin Piris departs for a well-made 66 of 65 deliveries. A Sri Lankan departs, another Sri Lankan makes his way onto the field. Sajith Fernando, the new batter.
ඔයාලගේ කම්පැනි එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ක්ලබ් එකේ, ඔයාලගේ ස්කූල් එකේ යූත් එකට සෙට් වෙන ඕනම ඉවෙන්ට් එකක් The Papare TV එකෙන් මුළු ලංකාවටම පෙන්වන්න අපි ලෑස්ති. ඔයාලත් ලෑස්තිද? අපිට කතා කරන්න.
ThePapare TV, ThePapare TV HD. Dialog Television නාලිකාංක 63 සහ 126 ඔස්සේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව.
The replay of the last wicket. Well made 66 to Navin Piris. Didn't even wait for the signal. Walked back to the pavilion. This is Sajith Fernando.
That's the center.
Sri Lankan legend. Now playing for the USA. More than 10,000 first-class runs on his back. Sanjeeva alongside him. At the other end, Ashula to continue.
Ooh. Straight off, a good delivery to the new batter.
Over bounce. Well done, Gabby. Stop, boys.
Kashkula has been brilliant, hasn't he? 24 runs for 3 wickets in 6.4. When all the other bowlers have been going all around for runs, Kashkula has contained
Just one job, no worries.
the run flow.
Too easy.
Good display of skills by him. He was introduced to the attack when the USA openers were cruising at the target. Kashkula brought the things back.
Take it easy,
Whipped away on the onside for another single. That'll end the 19th over. USA 135 for the loss of 3 wickets.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nushani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.
We're heading towards the 20th over. USA 136 for the loss of 3 wickets. And 43 more runs needed of 156 deliveries. They have more than enough time to chase this down. Unless something dramatic happens here. Losing 7 wickets. Sanjeeva on strike. Nalaka will continue to bowl from the scoreboard end.
USA's game to lose. 3 wickets down. They are still at a better position. Courtesy of the partnership done by the openers.
Left-hander, left-hander. Got it, dash.
Nalaka bowling to Sajid Fernando.
You go, boys. You go, Jarvie.
Sajid Fernando, of course, bowled really well, grabbing 2 important wickets early on in the game. And a good feeling that was at a point. Maria was the fielder.
Well done. You go, boys. Easy, Stewie.
Sajid Fernando cuts it down to sweeper. 1 more run to his account.
Right hand.
Nalaka at the bowling end.
You go,
has
boys.
been a bit expensive.
Come on. Get another one into the tail.
That Kaskula is looking from the other side of the wicket.
One more delivery to go in this over. 138 for the loss of 3 wickets.
You go, boys.
No run. 151 balls left to chase down a target of 179.
Coming.
They are on 138 at the moment.
That'll end the 20th over. USA 138 for the loss of 3 wickets.
तेरा नाम क्या है पूछे वाले पूछे तो बता तेरी पहचान क्या है तेरा नाम गूंजेगा तो उठेगा एक तूफान हिलेगी जमीन मचेगा घमासान तेरा नाम गूंजेगा जब हर गली हर मकान करेंगे तेरी बातें हर नुक्कड़ हर दुकान में पीठ पे सजाए घूमेंगे तेरा नाम लेंगे फिर गेम तेरी मचेगा
Left-hander. Left-hander, Stu.
Both these batters trying to slowly build up a partnership
Here we go,
after
boys.
those 2 quick wickets. These 2 batters will really need to focus on building up a small partnership, I would say. Just the 41 runs required for victory.
Here we go, Stu. Well done, Dash. Ready for Dashy. How's the pull, Dash? Here we go, Stu.
Sanjeeva, the skipper, Unbeaten on 14, and Fernando unbeaten on 2. Trying a cheeky little ramp, fails to make contact. They had a blistering start by the two opening batters. 91-run partnership. It was a brilliant knock by both two batters. They got on USA to a flyer, helping them to get on to this target as soon as possible. 25 overs left, in fact, just the 41 runs required. The overs or the deliveries left will really not matter. It's called wide by the umpire. 141 for the loss of 3 wickets. If you're just tuning in, we are coming to you live from the BRC Cricket Grounds here in Colombo, Sri Lanka. Zimbabwe deciding to bat first after winning the toss today morning. Ended up at 178 in the allocated overs of 45.
Easy, Timmy. Back him up. You go, boys. Right hander, right hander. Well done, Timmy.
That's a big chase. Not a good news for the USA boys.
We got.
But that's all about cricket.
We got him there. Well done, Dash.
Absolutely. They need to focus on this game rather focusing on the New Zealand game, because that's something they cannot control. Once again, beautifully driven down for a single that completes over number 21. USA 143 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Witness the thrill of the big match season, where school pride is on the line and every run counts. Watch as heroes rise and legends are born. The big match season, live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
$143 for the loss of 3 wickets after 21 overs. Both these batters not in a rush, cruising along steadily.
Right hander. Right hander.
I mean, if a miracle is to happen, he's the man. Nalaka Fernando. He's the man who can do that change. I remember he grabbed 5 wickets the other day. Not sure against what team that was. He was there in the com box, and it was a brilliant spell by Nalaka Fernando. He managed to grab a 5-wicket haul and luckily grabbed the 5th wicket in his last delivery of his spell. But
Here we go, here we go. Come on, Jarvie. Here we go. Oh, what ball! That's great lines and length, Nando.
I mean, that's all about. Absolutely, I mean, that's all about this beautiful game of cricket. No matter you lose or win, you need to give you 100%. You need to bring out the passion for that game.
Oh, Nando.
And enjoy every single moment out there in the field.
Come on, Jarvie. Come on, big fella. Come on, Jarvie. Well done, Nando. Oh! Go on, Nando. That's due.
Absolutely. It was pure carnage. Fireworks around the ground during those first 10 overs, where they ran away with the Zimbabwe bowlers. 90 plus runs after 10 overs. And since then, the past 11 overs, it has been a bit quiet. Just the 50 runs, 50 plus runs added. And that completes over number 22. USA 145 for the loss of 3 wickets. .22 was done, 145 for 3. As we see the players taking a quick break to have some refreshment. It's really hot out here. It's real humid. I mean, it's never an easy task to be out there in this really hot weather. Good conditions for cricket though. And here's a quick look at the 2 wickets, the 3 wickets to fall. That was a good low catch. In fact, that was a brilliant catch behind the wicket. Nothing much for the bowlers though. It was an all-round batting performance by the USA batters after getting onto that blistering start. 34 runs required of 138 balls. 22 overs done. 145 for the loss of 3 wickets. Here's a quick look at the scorecard. Look at that brilliant opening partnership by Naveen and Fazal. Naveen with a beautiful knock of 66 out of 65 deliveries. And Fazal having a slow start, but later on accelerated before he was bowled for 36 of 23 deliveries. And Monapa did not manage to trouble the score as much before he was caught for 11 of 10 deliveries. Sanjeev unbeaten on 16. Fernando unbeaten on 6. .45 for the loss of 3 wickets. As we just spoke, nothing much from the bowlers. Kashula, pick of the bowlers, grabbing 3 wickets for 31 runs, and all others were taken all apart ground by the opening batters. Fall of the wickets, first wicket to go at 91. Brilliant partnership between the 2 opening batters, as they have continued to do in the past couple of games as well.
Well, we're back after the drinks break. USA chasing a target of 179. The skipper at the crease, taking things easy and slow. Doesn't seem to be much of a rush. USA 145 for the loss of 3. The skipper standing in alongside Sanjeev.
50 boys. Here we go. Here we go, Stu.
Sajid Fernando and Sanjeev, 2 batters. 34 runs required.
Run dash, man.
First delivery driven back
Do it on the spot.
to the extra car fielder. No runs added to the total. The most successful bowler for the Zimbabwe bowling attack, Kashula, into his last over, managing to grab all 3 wickets to fall in this innings.
Spin really has been the difference in both the innings for Zimbabwe and USA.
Oh, wow. Good stuff, boy.
Nice given though.
Come on, Timmy.
After the fall of the 3rd wicket, it has been a very slow progression by these 2 batters. Just 11 runs of 25 plus deliveries.
Let's do it.
They have really not tried to go hard at the bowlers, just to make sure that they do not lose any more wickets.
Oh, wow.
This is really good bowling by Kashola.
Let's
really good bowling.
Join the dog. Here we go.
But there doesn't seem to be any sense of urgency from the US batters either, because they know they're in a very comfortable and strong position. Just tapping it around, getting some batting practice.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Right then, 23 overs done. USA 145 for the loss of 3 wickets. These 2 batters slowly but steadily taking their team towards that victorious target of 179. They have ample of deliveries left to do that.
Boys.
Well, there seems to be a bowling change from Zimbabwe here. Nalaka has been taken off the attack.
I mean, it's kind of a good move with 2 right-hand batters out there to have a left-arm off-spinning bowler to get the ball spinning away from the right-hand batter to see if they could get something out of this pitch. In fact, we have a left-hand batter. Sajid Fernando is a left-hand batter. But it's really good to see the Zimbabwe bringing down the run rate almost to 6 from where they were about an hour ago, I would say. 45 minutes before, they was cruising at 10 runs per over. But they have been very disciplined after grabbing those quick 3 wickets of the 3 opening batters. They kept things tight and nice.
Sajid Fernando casually nudging that down long on for a single.
Once again, very beautifully bowled Otis, giving it a bit of flight, letting the ball do its part, trying to get that bite out of the surface, looking for that turn and bounce, sliding in front. That shot!
And out of nowhere, shot of aggression from the US batters. It was a half tracker by Otis and pulled, and rightly so, for a boundary.
After 3 good deliveries, that was not expected from Otis. That was dragged down and quickly rocking onto the back foot and pulling it down to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. Good shot from Sanjeeva, the skipper. I was having a chat with one of the USA team players, and what he said before Sanjeeva walked out to bat is that the next 20 to 30 minutes you'll see a lot of singles, a lot of nudges around the park. He'll be busy. And just as he said rightly, he has been batting really beautifully as he cuts that down to the back foot of point boundary for 4 more runs. That's
beautiful played. See how late he played that cut shot. He waited till the ball, almost took the ball at the back of the stumps and guiding it down the cover point region for a boundary. A really good looking boundary. Those are signs of a well set batsman as well.
I mean, that was a classical cut shot from a right-hand batter.
rocking onto the back foot, and that completes over number 24. USA 155 for the loss of 3 wickets.
දෙමව්පියෝ කැමති දරුවන්ට හොඳම දේ දෙන්න. පෙර පාසල් සහ එක වසර දෙක වසර දරුවන් වෙනුවෙන් විශේෂයෙන් සැකසුණු පාඩම් මාලාවක්. කතන්දර ආකාරයෙන් හා දරුවෝ ආස කරන නැටුම්, ගැයුම්, වැයුම් සහ තවත් බොහෝ දෑ A+ Kids House තුලින්. සතියේ දවස් 7ම උදෑසන 7ට සහ දහවල් 1ට.
A+ Kids TV නාලිකා අංක 48 ඔස්සේ.
Well, USA getting ever so close to the target now. 155 for the loss of 3 wickets, chasing a target of 179.
The previous over was a bit expensive. 10 runs grabbed out of that over. Orders was not really successful after those few deliveries up front. Dragging a couple of deliveries short on the pads and one outside the off stump.
Here we go.
And Sanjeev just made sure those poor deliveries were given the correct treatment by letting them go down to the boundary. In fact, 2 boundaries.
Oh.
That's a beautiful delivery outside the off stump. Floated and inviting the batter to drive. Fagmaria, 2 expensive overs up front. He considered 33 runs in his first 2 overs, but he will really need to come hard at the USA batters. He needs to figures look good, trying to come across the line.
Swept on the fine leg region, and that's running towards the boundary line.
That's a welcome boundary for Sajid Fernando, taking the total up to 159. Walking across and sweeping it beautifully. These 2 batters very well settled now, seeing the ball well. Looks like they are in a hurry to get things wrapped up as soon as possible. Just 20 runs away now. Nice little partnership building up between these 2 batters. 25 runs.
We got dash.
Fagmaria being the most expensive bowler in Zimbabwe innings. Walks across and slog sweeps it again.
And it's a misfield from the field there at the deep square leg region, and costing them another boundary and taking them ever so closer to the target once again. 163 for the loss of 3 at the end of 24.3 for USA.
Well, the body language of the Zimbabwe fielders doesn't look really good. I mean, considering the weather, it's really hot and humid out there, and they know that they're almost losing this game. Just falling apart. But really hats off and well done to all the boys for out there giving out their best.
There you have it at the bottom of your screen. 16 runs from 122 balls. It should be a walk in the park for USA. Flighted and driven, and the umpires indicated a no ball. Overstepping, I suppose.
Well, then that's a free hit. I mean, we saw a lot of free hits during the first 10 overs. Even though they were not official free hits, the USA batters considered all of those deliveries free hits. Let's see what down the track he comes and tries for a big heave as he gets an inside edge, and the ball runs down to the fine leg boundary for 4 more runs, getting them closer to that target. Just 11 runs needed now for victory.
Well, I think USA accomplished their intended target. They wanted to finish it under 30 overs. They're well ahead of that target now.
It's just that things didn't fall in line, as I guess Sri Lanka are running away with that game against New Zealand.
which is really what the USA boys did not want
man. Here we go.
after this brilliant performance. And that completes over number 25. USA 168 for the loss of 3 wickets.
නිමල් සර් ඉංග්‍රීසි පාඩමට ලෑස්ති වෙනවා වගේ. ආයි මේවා ළමයිට විකුල්ලා වුණොත් එහෙම මං නරක ගෑණි කියන්නවා.
පිටින් ඇවිල්ලා නටන්න හදන්න එපා මැඩම්.
අපේ principal.
$168 for the loss of 3 wickets. USA after 25 overs, just needing 11 runs for victory. Sanjeev unbeaten on 24 and Sajid Fernando unbeaten on 19. Lovely little partnership by these two batters after those, I would say, 3 quick wickets in short intervals.
USA now just 2 hits away.
Well, I don't think Sanjeev is the person to go after the bowlers to get those 2 hits done, but I'm pretty sure Sajid Fernando would do. Sanjeev, as we speak, well, that's one away. Against my predictions, that was coming out of nowhere. It was dragged down short by orders, and Sanjeev
heard a run and said, "Take that," and lofts it over with a pull over the square leg boundary line for a thumping 6.
Okay, here we go. Heads up.
Oh, I can see a lucky cow there.
Is it one of ours?
Here we go.
Call the insurance boys. I really don't want a ball going and striking that car. Just as we are finishing off things here at the BRC Cricket Grounds. Just 5 runs away, USA from grabbing up a 3rd consecutive win in their final 3 encounters, and all of them being massive wins. That shot and pulled down to the square leg boundary again for another boundary. As we speak, the totals are equal now. 178 for 3.
Yep, Sanjeev has had enough of it. He wants to end this fast and quickly.
Come on, boys.
What a responsible captain's knock. He walked in.
Here we go.
Then 3 wickets fell down in short intervals. And he stayed there, played a responsible knock, cut himself in, and now he's thrashing things and wanted to finish things up as soon as possible. Before they started the innings, I was having a chat with him, and he said that we are getting this done within 30 overs. And man, he is almost there at the end of the 26th over. We are just 1 delivery away from completing this over, as we can see that all the Zimbabwe fielders cruising in. Stop that singer.
Run, Timmy.
Well, we need to come back for another over. 26 done, 179 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Let's squeeze.
26 overs done, USA 178 for the loss of 3 wickets. Scores are equal, just the 1 run required for the USA, and that's the winning runs, beautifully played down to the final leg boundary for 4 runs by Sajid Fernando. A comprehensive win for the USA against the Zimbabwe team, winning by 7 wickets, which is a huge win for the USA boys.
Well, Zimbabwe will have to sit back and question themselves. Did they do enough? Was the batting enough? Was the bowling up to standard? They might think their performance was slightly below average. Nevertheless, USA coming up well ahead with a thumping victory over Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe winning the toss this morning and deciding to bat first. Managed to score 178 runs in their quota of 45 overs after losing 7 wickets. A brilliant bowling performance by the USA bowlers. They never let the Zimbabwe run away with the game.
Well, handshakes all round.
USA might be feeling really proud of their team. 3 consecutive wins and winning by huge margins. The previous 2 encounters, they managed to win by 9 wickets. And this one, winning by 7 wickets. They should be really proud of their team. Might be a little bit worried as their curtains might be closed for the semi-finals, as Sri Lanka are almost in with a victory against New Zealand. But still, lots of positives for the USA team to take back home out of this tournament.
Well, just to give you an update about the match from against Sri Lanka and New Zealand, at the NCC rather, Sri Lanka required just 8 runs to win their game against New Zealand with 97 balls left.
Which means they will seal their place in the semi-finals. And unfortunately for the USA team, they will have to sit back for another year. Great scenes around the ground. Here's the highlights of the USA batting innings. I mean, the first 10 overs, it was a complete package of highlights as the 2 opening batters just ran through the Zimbabwe bowlers.
Completely dominated the Zimbabwean bowlers, took in the cleaners. A 91-run opening stand between Fazal and Navin Peiris essentially took the game away from Zimbabwe, any fighting chance they possibly had.
We could call it ruthless hitting by the 2 opening batters, as they had no mercy towards the Zimbabwe opening bowlers. It was pure class and pure power all around the park. Those were some classical shots by both the right-hander and the left-hander, as they managed to grab a 91-run partnership between them for the first wicket. Zimbabwe bowlers managed to grab up 3 wickets, and that was the first one of them. But never the run flow stopped, as they kept going hard and hard at the Zimbabwe bowlers. That was the second wicket. It was a good low catch, but unfortunately Zimbabwe never got a chance to grab any kind of positiveness while they were bowling. The skipper Sanjeeva Veerasinghe and Sajid Fernando made sure that they got their team over the line quite comfortably with just the 3 wickets down. Captain Sanjeeva Veerasinghe finished off things in a rush with a beautiful 6 over square leg and a boundary, and Sajid Fernando finished off things with a lovely boundary down to the square leg region. Here's a quick look at the scorecard. It was all the USA batters. Navin, the opening batter, managing to grab 66, and Fazal 36. Monappa, the third man to be dismissed before he scored 11 runs, and Sanjeeva Veerasinghe, the skipper, and Sajid Fernando taking USA home comfortably.
Not much to speak about the bowlers from Zimbabwe. White contributing with 3 overs, going 23 runs. Skipper Goodwin, again 3 overs with 28 runs. Kashula, the pick of the bowlers for Zimbabwe, completing his 9 overs, giving out 31 runs, 2 maidens, and the sole wicket take of the Zimbabwe innings, 3 wickets. And Maria, expensive, 3.1 overs, going on for 50. And Nalaka, economical, 6 overs, 25. And Oates, 2 overs, giving out 19 runs.
Fall of the wickets. First wicket, that was a brilliant partnership of 91. And thereon, it was a great end to the game after just the 3 wickets. And here's the summary of today's game. Zimbabwe winning the toss and deciding to bat first. Managed to score 178 for the loss of 7 wickets in their quota of 45 overs. Goodwin, the skipper, being the pick of the batters for Zimbabwe, managed to score 65. And Sajith Fernando grabbing 2 wickets under his belt. USA, in response, managed to get to their target in 26.1 overs, where the opening batters got them through to that target in a rush. Navin was dismissed for 66, Fazar 36. And pick up the bowlers for Zimbabwe, and the only man to grab all 3 wickets, Kashula, grabbed 3 wickets under his name. And USA winning comprehensively by 7 wickets. That's it from us, and we'll see you soon again.
Welcome to the IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Experience the unforgettable moments as teams from around the globe compete for glory. 14 nations, 1 champion. IMC Over-50s World Cup 2025. Live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
What is your plan for the next cricket tour? Here is the answer. Pusa Leisure Private Limited, Sri Lanka's only leisure company with its own cricket ground. Engage in sports tourism exclusively for cricket. Contact details. Pujita 077 7421 842. Nishani Gunasekara 076 76 17 249.